Section 1 of the Book of Sir Marco Polo the Venetian, concerning the Kingdoms and Marvels of the East, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Book of Sir Marco Polo the Venetian, concerning the Kingdoms and Marvels of the East, Volume 2, by Rustichello da PISA. Translated by Henry Yule. Book 2nd, Part 2, Chapters 35 to 38. Book 2, Part 2, Journey to the West and Southwest of Cathay. Chapter 35. Here begins the description of the interior of Cathay, and first of the river Pulisangin. Now you must know that the Emperor sent the aforesaid Messer Marco Polo, who is the author of this whole story, on business of his into the western provinces. On that occasion he travelled from Cambaluc a good 4 months' journey towards the west. And so now I will tell you all that he saw on his travels as he went and returned. When you leave the city of Cambaluc and have ridden 10 miles, you come to a very large river which is called Pulisangin, and flows into the ocean, so that merchants with their merchandise ascend it from the sea. Over this river there is a very fine stone bridge, so fine indeed that it has very few equals. The fashion of it is this: it is 300 paces in length, and it must have a good 8 paces of width, for 10 mounted men can ride across it abreast. It has 24 arches, and as many water-mills, and it's all of very fine marble, well built and firmly founded. Along the top of the bridge there is on either side a parapet of marble slabs and columns made in this way. At the beginning of the bridge there is a marble column, and under it a marble lion, so that the column stands upon the lion's loins, whilst on top of the column there is a second marble lion, both being of great size and beautifully executed sculpture. At the distance of a pace from this column there is another precisely the same, also with its 2 lions, and the space between them is closed with slabs of grey marble to prevent people from falling over into the water. And thus the columns run from pace to pace along either side of the bridge, so that altogether it is a beautiful object. Chapter 36. Account of the city of Juju. When you leave the bridge and ride towards the west, finding all the way excellent hostelries for travellers, with fine vineyards, fields and gardens and springs of water, you come after 30 miles to a fine large city called Juju, where there are many convents, and the people live by trade and manufactures. They weave cloth of silk and gold, and very fine taffetas. Here too there are many hostelries for travellers. After riding a mile beyond this city you find 2 roads, one of which goes west and the other southeast. The westerly road is that through Cathay, and the southeasterly one goes towards the province of Manzi. Taking the westerly one through Cathay, and travelling by it for 10 days, you find a constant succession of cities and boroughs, with numerous thriving villages, all abounding with trade and manufactures, besides the fine fields and vineyards and dwellings of civilized people, but nothing occurs worthy of special mention, and so I will only speak of a kingdom called Taianfu. Chapter 37. The Kingdom of Taianfu. After riding then those 10 days from the city of Juju, you find yourself in a kingdom called Taianfu, and the city at which you arrive, which is the capital, is also called Taianfu, a very great and fine city. But at the end of 5 days' journey out of those 10, they say there is a city unusually large and handsome called Akbaluk, where terminate in this direction the hunting preserves of the Emperor, within which no one dares to sport except the Emperor and his family, and those who are in the books of the Grand Falconer. Beyond this limit any one is at liberty to sport, if he be a gentleman. The great Khan, however, scarcely ever went hunting in this direction, and hence the game had increased and multiplied to such an extent, particularly the hares, that all the crops of the province were destroyed. The great Khan, being informed of this, proceeded thither with all his court, and the game that was taken was past counting. Taianfu is a place of great trade and great industry, for here they manufacture a large quantity of the most necessary equipments for the army of the emperor. There grow here many excellent vines, supplying great plenty of wine, and in all Cathay this is the only place where wine is produced. It is carried hence all over the country. There is also a great deal of silk here, for the people have great quantities of mulberry trees and silkworms. From this city of Tianfu you ride westward again for 7 days through fine districts with plenty of towns and boroughs, all enjoying much trade, and practicing various kinds of industry. Out of these districts go forth not a few great merchants who travel to India and other foreign regions, buying and selling and getting gain. After those 7 days' journey you arrive at a city called Pianfu, a large and important place, with a number of traders living by commerce and industry. It is a place, too, where silk is largely produced. So we will leave it and tell you of a great city called Kachanfu. But stay, first let us tell you about the noble castle called Kechu. Chapter 38. Concerning the castle of Kechu. On leaving Pianfu, you ride 2 days westward and come to the noble castle of Kechu, which was built in time past by a king of that country, whom they used to call the Golden King, and who had there a great and beautiful palace. There is a great hall of this palace, in which are portrayed all the ancient kings of the country, done in gold and other fine colours, and a very fine sight they make. Each king in succession as he reigned added to those pictures. This Golden King was a great and potent prince, and during his stay at this place there used to be in his service none but beautiful girls, of whom he had a great number in his court. When he went to take the air about the fortress, these girls used to draw him about in a little carriage which they could easily move, and they would also be in attendance on the king for everything pertaining to his convenience or pleasure. Now I will tell you a pretty passage that befell between this Golden King and Prester John, as it was related by the people of the castle. It came to pass, as they told the tale, that this Golden King was at war with Prester John. And the king held a position so strong that Prester John was not able to get at him or to do him any scath. Wherefore he was in great wrath. So 17 gallants belonging to Prester John's court came to him in a body and said that, an he would, they were ready to bring him the Golden King alive. His answer was that he desired nothing better, and would be much bounden to them if they would do so. So when they had taken leave of their lord and master Prester John, they set off together, this goodly company of gallants, and went to the Golden King, and presented themselves before him, saying that they had come from foreign parts to enter his service. And he answered by telling them that they were right welcome, and that he was glad to have their service, never imagining that they had any ill intent. And so these mischievous squires took service with the Golden King, and served him so well that he grew to love them dearly. And when they had abode with that king nearly 2 years, conducting themselves like persons who thought of anything but treason, they one day accompanied the king on a pleasure party when he had very few else along with him. For in those gallants the king had perfect trust, and thus kept them immediately about his person. So after they had crossed a certain river that is about a mile from the castle, and saw that they were alone with the king, they said one to another that now was the time to achieve that they had come for. Then they all incontinently drew, and told the king that he must go with them, and make no resistance, or they would slay him. The king at this was in alarm and great astonishment, and said, "How then, good my sons, what thing is this ye say? And whither would you have me go?" They answered and said, "You shall come with us, will ye nill ye, to Prester John our lord." End of section 1. Section 2 of The Book of Sir Marco Polo the Venetian, Concerning the Kingdoms and Marvels of the East, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Book of Sir Marco Polo the Venetian, Concerning the Kingdoms and Marvels of the East, Volume 2, by Rustichello da PISA. Translated by Henry Yule. Book 2nd, Part 2, Chapters 39 to 44. Chapter 39. How Prester John treated the Golden King his prisoner. And on this the Golden King was so sorely grieved that he was like to die. And he said to them, Good my sons, for God's sake have pity and compassion upon me. Ye wot well what honourable and kindly entertainment ye have had in my house, and now ye would deliver me into the hands of mine enemy. In sooth, if ye do what ye say, ye will do a very naughty and disloyal deed, and a right villainous. But they answered only that so it must be, and away they had him to Prester John their lord. And when Prester John beheld the king, he was right glad, and greeted him with something like a malison. The king answered not a word, as if he wist not what it behoved him to say. So Prester John ordered him to be taken forth straightway, and to be put to look after cattle, but to be well looked after himself also. So they took him and set him to keep cattle. This did Prester John of the grudge he bore the king, to heap contumely on him, and to show what a nothing he was compared to himself. And when the king had thus kept cattle for 2 years, Prester John sent for him, and treated him with honour, and clothed him in rich robes, and said to him, Now, Sir King, art thou satisfied that thou wast in no way a man to stand against me? Truly, my good lord, I know well, and always did know, that I was in no way a man to stand against thee. And when he had said this, Prester John replied, I ask no more, but henceforth thou shalt be waited on and honourably treated. So he caused horses and harness of war to be given him, with a goodly train, and sent him back to his own country. And after that he remained ever friendly to Prester John, and held fast by him. So now I will say no more of this adventure of the Golden King, but I will proceed with our subject. Chapter 40. Concerning the great river Caramoran and the city of Kachanfu. When you leave the castle and travel about 20 miles westward, you come to a river called Caramoran, so big that no bridge can be thrown across it, for it is of immense width and depth, and reaches to the great ocean that encircles the universe, I mean the whole earth. On this river there are many cities and walled towns, and many merchants too therein, for much traffic takes place upon the river, there being a great deal of ginger and a great deal of silk produced in the country. Game birds here are in wonderful abundance, insomuch that you may buy at least 3 pheasants for a Venice groat of silver. I should say rather for an asper, which is worth a little more. On the lands adjoining this river there grow vast quantities of great canes, some of which are a foot or a foot and a half in girth, and these the natives employ for many useful purposes. After passing the river and travelling 2 days westward, you come to the noble city of Kachanfu, which we have already named. The inhabitants are all idolaters, and I may as well remind you again that all the people of Cathay are idolaters. It is a city of great trade and of work and gold tissues of many sorts, as well as other kinds of industry. There is nothing else worth mentioning, and so we will proceed and tell you of a noble city which is the capital of a kingdom, and is called Kenjanfu. Chapter 41. Concerning the city of Kenjanfu. And when you leave the city of Kachanfu, of which I have spoken, and travel 8 days westward, you meet with cities and boroughs abounding in trade and industry, and quantities of beautiful trees, and gardens, and fine plains planted with mulberries, which are the trees on the leaves of which the silkworms do feed. The people are all idolaters. There is also plenty of game of all sorts, both of beasts and birds. And when you have travelled those 8 days' journey, you come to that great city which I mentioned, called Kenjanfu. A very great and fine city it is, and the capital of the kingdom of Kenjanfu, which in old times was a noble, rich, and powerful realm, and had many great and wealthy and puissant kings. But now the king thereof is a prince called Mangalai, the son of the great Khan, who hath given him this realm, and crowned him king thereof. It is a city of great trade and industry. They have great abundance of silk, from which they weave cloths of silk and gold of divers kinds, and they also manufacture all sorts of equipments for an army. They have every necessary of man's life very cheap. The city lies towards the west, the people are idolaters, and outside the city is the palace of the Prince Mangalai, crowned king and son of the great Khan, as I told you before. This is a fine palace, and a great, as I will tell you. It stands in a great plain abounding in lakes and streams and springs of water. Round about it is a massive and lofty wall, 5 miles in compass, well built, and all garnished with battlements. And within this wall is the king's palace, so great and fine that no one could imagine a finer. There are in it many great and splendid halls, and many chambers, all painted and embellished with work in beaten gold. This Mangalai rules his realm right well with justice and equity, and is much beloved by his people. The troops are quartered round about the palace, and enjoy the sport that the royal domain affords. So now let us quit this kingdom, and I will tell you of a very mountainous province called Kunkun, which you reach by a road right wearisome to travel. Chapter 42. Concerning the province of Kunkun, which is right wearisome to travel through. On leaving the palace of Mangalai, you travel westward for 3 days, finding a succession of cities and boroughs and beautiful plains, inhabited by people who live by trade and industry, and have great plenty of silk. At the end of those 3 days, you reach the great mountains and valleys which belong to the province of Kunkun. There are towns and villages in the land, and the people live by tilling the earth, and by hunting in the great woods. For the region abounds in forests wherein are many wild beasts, such as lions, bears, lynxes, bucks and roes, and sundry other kinds, so that many are taken by the people of the country, who make a great profit thereof. So this way you travel over mountains and valleys, finding a succession of towns and villages, and many great hostelries for the entertainment of travellers, interspersed among extensive forests. Chapter 43. Concerning the province of Akbalak Manzi. After you have travelled those 20 days through the mountains of Kunkun that I have mentioned, then you come to a province called Akbalak Manzi, which is all level country, with plenty of towns and villages, and belonging to the great Khan. The people are idolaters, and live by trade and industry. I may tell you that in this province there grows such a great quantity of ginger that it is carried all over the region of Cathay, and it affords a maintenance to all the people of the province, who get great gain thereby. They have also wheat and rice, and other kinds of corn in great plenty and cheapness. In fact, the country abounds in all useful products. The capital city is called Akbalak Manzi, which signifies the white city of the Manzi frontier. This plain extends for 2 days' journey, throughout which it is as fine as I have told you, with towns and villages as numerous. After those 2 days, you again come to great mountains and valleys, and extensive forests, and you continue to travel westward through this kind of country for 20 days, finding, however, numerous towns and villages. The people are idolaters, and live by agriculture, by cattle keeping, and by the chase, for there is much game. And among other kinds there are the animals that produce the musk in great numbers. Chapter 44. Concerning the province and city of Sindafu. When you have travelled those 20 days westward through the mountains, as I have told you, then you arrive at a plain belonging to a province called Sindafu, which still is on the confines of Manzi, and the capital city of which is also called Sindafu. This city was in former days a rich and noble one, and the kings who reigned there were very great and wealthy. It is a good 20 miles in compass, but it is divided in the way that I shall tell you. You see, the king of this province, in the days of old, when he found himself drawing near to death, leaving 3 sons behind him, commanded that the city should be divided into 3 parts, and that each of his 3 sons should have one. So each of these 3 parts is separately walled about, though all 3 are surrounded by the common wall of the city. Each of the 3 sons was king, having his own part of the city, and his own share of the kingdom, and each of them, in fact, was a great and wealthy king. But the great Khan conquered the kingdom of these 3 kings, and stripped them of their inheritance. Through the midst of this great city runs a large river, in which they catch a great quantity of fish. It is a good half-mile wide, and very deep withal, and so long that it reaches all the way to the ocean sea, a very long way, equal to 80 or 100 days' journey. And the name of the river is Kian Sui. The multitude of vessels that navigate this river is so vast that no one who should read or hear the tale would believe it. The quantities of merchandise also which merchants carry up and down this river are past all belief. In fact, it is so big that it seems to be a sea rather than a river. Let us now speak of a great bridge which crosses this river within the city. This bridge is of stone. It is 7 paces in width and half a mile in length, the river being that much in width, as I told you. And all along its length, on either side, there are columns of marble to bear the roof, for the bridge is roofed over from end to end with timber, and that all richly painted. And on this bridge there are houses in which a great deal of trade and industry is carried on. But these houses are all of wood merely, and they are put up in the morning and taken down in the evening. Also there stands upon the bridge the great Khan's Komerke, that is to say, his custom house, where his toll and tax are levied. And I can tell you that the dues taken on this bridge bring to the Lord 1,000 pieces of fine gold every day, and more. The people are all idolaters. When you leave this city, you travel for 5 days across a country of plains and valleys, finding plenty of villages and hamlets, and the people of which live by husbandry. There are numbers of wild beasts, lions and bears and such like. I should have mentioned that the people of Sindhu itself live by manufactures, for they make fine sandals and other stuffs. After traveling those 5 days' march, you reach a province called Tibet, which has been sadly laid waste. We will now say something of it. End of section 2.
Section 3 of the Book of Sir Marco Polo, The Venetian, Concerning the Kingdoms and Marvels of the East, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of Sir Marco Polo, The Venetian, Concerning the Kingdoms and Marvels of the East, Volume 2, by Rustichello da PISA. Translated by Henry Yule. Book 2nd, Part 2, Chapters 45 to 48. Book 2, Part 2, Journey to the West and Southwest of Cathay. Chapter 45, Concerning the Province of Tibet. After those 5 days' march that I spoke of, you enter a province which has been sorely ravaged, and this was done in the wars of Mongol Khan. There are indeed towns and villages and hamlets, but all harried and destroyed. In this region you find quantities of canes, full 3 palms in girth and 15 paces in length, with some 3 palms interval between the joints. And let me tell you that merchants and other travellers through that country are wont at nightfall to gather these canes and make fires of them. For as they burn, they make such loud reports that the lions and bears and other wild beasts are greatly frightened and make off as fast as possible. In fact, nothing will induce them to come nigh a fire of that sort. So you see, the travellers make those fires to protect themselves and their cattle from the wild beasts which have so greatly multiplied since the devastation of the country. And 'tis this great multiplication of the wild beasts that prevents the country from being reoccupied. In fact, but for the help of these canes, which make such a noise and burning that the beasts are terrified and kept at a distance, no one would be able even to travel through the land. I will tell you how it is that the canes make such a noise. The people cut the green canes, of which there are vast numbers, and set fire to a heap of them at once. After they have been a while burning, they burst asunder, and this makes such a loud report that you might hear it 10 miles off. In fact, anyone unused to this noise, who should hear it unexpectedly, might easily go into a swoon or die of fright. But those who are used to it care nothing about it. Hence, those who are not used to it stuff their ears well with cotton, and wrap up their heads and faces with all the clothes they can muster, and so they get along until they have become used to the sound. 'Tis just the same with horses. Those which are unused to these noises are so alarmed by them that they break away from their halters and heel ropes, and many a man has lost his beast in this way. So those who would avoid losing their horses take care to tie all 4 legs and peg the ropes down strongly, and to wrap the heads and eyes and ears of the animals closely, and so they save them. But horses also, when they have heard the noise several times, cease to mind it. I tell you the truth, however, when I say that the first time you hear it, nothing can be more alarming. And yet, in spite of it all, the lions and bears and other wild beasts will sometimes come and do great mischief, for their numbers are great in those tracks. You ride for 20 days without finding any inhabited spot, so that travellers are obliged to carry all their provisions with them, and are constantly falling in with those wild beasts which are so numerous and so dangerous. After that, you come at length to a tract where there are towns and villages in considerable numbers. The people of those towns have a strange custom in regard to marriage, which I will now relate. No man of that country would on any consideration take to wife a girl who was a maid, for they say a wife is nothing worth unless she has been used to consort with men. And their custom is this, that when travellers come that way, the old women of the place get ready and take their unmarried daughters or other girls related to them, and go to the strangers who are passing, and make over the young women to whomsoever will accept them, and the travellers take them accordingly, and do their pleasure. After which the girls are restored to the old women who brought them, for they are not allowed to follow the strangers away from their home. In this manner, people travelling that way, when they reach a village or hamlet or other inhabited place, shall find perhaps 20 or 30 girls at their disposal. And if the travellers lodge with those people, they shall have as many young women as they could wish coming to court them. You must know too that the traveller is expected to give the girl who has been with him a ring or some other trifle, something in fact that she can show as a lover's token when she comes to be married. And it is for this in truth, and for this alone, that they follow that custom. For every girl is expected to obtain at least 20 such tokens in the way I have described before she can be married. And those who have most tokens, and so can show they have been most run after, are in the highest esteem, and most sought in marriage, because they say the charms of such a one are greatest. But after marriage, these people hold their wives very dear, and would consider it a great villainy for a man to meddle with another's wife, and thus, though the wives have before marriage acted as you have heard, they are kept with great care from light conduct afterwards. Now I have related to you this marriage custom as a good story to tell, and to show what a fine country that is for young fellows to go to. The people are idolaters and an evil generation, holding it no sin to rob and maltreat. In fact, they are the greatest brigands on earth. They live by the chase, as well as on their cattle and the fruits of the earth. I should tell you also that in this country there are many of the animals that produce musk, which are called in the Tartar language guderi. Those rascals have great numbers of large and fine dogs, which are of great service in catching the musk beasts, and so they procure great abundance of musk. They have none of the great Khan's paper money, but use salt instead of money. They are very poorly clad, for their clothes are only of the skins of beasts, and of canvas, and of buckram. They have a language of their own, and they are called Tibet, and this country of Tibet forms a very great province, of which I will give you a brief account. Chapter 46. Further Discourse concerning Tibet. This province called Tibet is of very great extent. The people, as I have told you, have a language of their own, and they are idolaters, and they border on Manzi and sundry other regions. Moreover, they are very great thieves. The country is in fact so great that it embraces 8 kingdoms, and a vast number of cities and villages. It contains in several quarters rivers and lakes in which gold dust is found in great abundance. Cinnamon also grows there in great plenty. Coral is in great demand in this country and fetches a high price, for they delight to hang it around the necks of their women and of their idols. They have also in this country plenty of fine woolens and other stuffs, and many kinds of spices are produced there which are never seen in our country. Among this people, too, you find the best enchanters and astrologers that exist in all that quarter of the world. They perform such extraordinary marvels and sorceries by diabolic art that it astounds one to see or even hear of them. So I will relate none of them in this book of ours. People would be amazed if they heard them, but it would serve no good purpose. These people of Tibet are an ill-conditioned race. They have mastiff dogs as big as donkeys, which are capital at seizing wild beasts, and in particular the wild oxen which are called bayamini, very great and fierce animals. They have also sundry other kinds of sporting dogs and excellent lanner falcons, and sakers, swift in flight and well trained, which are got in the mountains of the country. Now I have told you in brief all that is to be said about Tibet, and so we will leave it, and tell you about another province that is called Kaindu. As regards Tibet, however, you should understand that it is subject to the Great Khan. So, likewise, all the other kingdoms, regions, and provinces which are described in this book are subject to the Great Khan. Nay, even those other kingdoms, regions, and provinces of which I had occasion to speak at the beginning of the book, as belonging to the son of Argon, the lord of the Levant, are also subject to the emperor. For the former holds his dominion of the Khan, and his liegeman and kinsman of the blood imperial. So you must know that from this province forward, all the provinces mentioned in our book are subject to the Great Khan. And even if this be not specially mentioned, you must understand that it is so. Now, let us have done with this matter, and I will tell you about the province of Kaindu. Chapter 47, concerning the province of Kaindu. Kaindu is a province lying towards the west, and there is only one king in it. The chief city is also called Kaindu, and stands at the upper end of the province. The people are idolaters, subject to the Great Khan, and they have plenty of towns and villages. There is a lake in the country in which are found pearls, which are white, but not round. But the Great Khan will not allow them to be fished, for if people were to take as many as they could find there, the supply would be so vast that pearls would lose their value, and come to be worth nothing. Only when it is his pleasure they take from the lake so many as he may desire, but any one attempting to take them on his own account would be incontinently put to death. There is also a mountain in this country, wherein they find a kind of stone called turquoise in great abundance, and it is a very beautiful stone. These also the emperor does not allow to be extracted without his special order. I must tell you of a custom that they have in this country regarding their women. No man considers himself wronged if a foreigner, or any other man, dishonour his wife, or daughter, or sister, or any woman of his family, but on the contrary he deems such intercourse a piece of good fortune. And they say that it brings the favour of their gods and idols, and great increase of temporal prosperity. For this reason they bestow their wives on foreigners and other people, as I will tell you. When they fall in with any stranger in want of a lodging, they are all eager to take him in, and as soon as he has taken up his quarters, the master of the house goes forth, telling him to consider everything at his disposal, and after saying so, he proceeds to his vineyards or his fields, and comes back no more till the stranger has departed. The latter abides in the caitiff's house, be it 3 days or be it 4, enjoying himself with the fellow's wife or daughter or sister, or whatsoever woman of the family it best likes him, and as long as he abides there, he leaves his hat or some other token hanging at the door to let the master of the house know that he is still there. As long as the wretched fellow sees that token, he must not go in, and such is the custom over all that province. The money matters of the people are conducted in this way. They have golden rods which they weigh, and they reckon its value by its weight in saji, but they have no coined money. Their small change again is made in this way. They have salt which they boil and set in a mould, flat below and round above, and every piece from the mould weighs about half a pound. Now, 80 moulds of this salt are worth 1 saggio of fine gold, which is a weight so called. So this salt serves them for small change. The musk animals are very abundant in that country, and thus of musk also they have great store. They have likewise plenty of fish, which they catch in the lake in which the pearls are produced. Wild animals such as lions, bears, wolves, stags, bucks and roes exist in great numbers, and there are also vast quantities of fowl of every kind. Wine of the vine they have none, but they make a wine of wheat and rice and sundry good spices, and very good drink it is. There grows also in this country a quantity of clove. The tree that bears it is a small one, with leaves like laurel, but longer and narrower, and with a small white flower like the clove. They have also ginger and cinnamon in great plenty, besides other spices which never reach our countries, so we need say nothing about them. Now we may leave this province, as we have told you all about it. But let me tell you first of this same country of Kaindu that you ride through it 15 days, constantly meeting with towns and villages, with people of the same description that I have mentioned. After riding those 15 days, you come to a river called Brius, which terminates the province of Kaindu. In this river is found much gold dust, and there is also much cinnamon on its banks. It flows to the ocean sea. There is no more to be said about this river, so I will now tell you about another province called Karajan, as you shall hear in what follows. Chapter 48, concerning the province of Karajan. When you have passed that river, you enter on the province of Karajan, which is so large that it includes 7 kingdoms. It lies towards the west. The people are idolaters, and they are subject to the great Khan. A son of his, however, is there as king of the country, by name Esen Timur, a very great and rich and puissant prince, and he well and justly rules his dominion, for he is a wise man and a valiant. After leaving the river that I spoke of, you go 5 days' journey towards the west, meeting with numerous towns and villages. The country is one in which excellent horses are bred, and the people live by cattle and agriculture. They have a language of their own which is passing hard to understand. At the end of those 5 days' journey, you come to the capital, which is called Yachi, a very great and noble city, in which are numerous merchants and craftsmen. The people are of sundry kinds, for there are not only Saracens and idolaters, but also a few Nestorian Christians. They have wheat and rice in plenty. Howbeit they never eat wheaten bread, because in that country it is unwholesome. Rice they eat, and make of it sundry messes, besides a kind of drink which is very clear and good, and makes a man drunk just as wine does. Their money is such as I will tell you. They use for the purpose certain white porcelain shells that are found in the sea, such as are sometimes put on dogs' collars, and 80 of these porcelain shells pass for a single weight of silver, equivalent to 2 Venice groats, i.e. 24 piccoli. Also, 8 such weights of silver count equal to 1 such weight of gold. They have brine wells in this country, from which they make salt, and all the people of those parts make a living by this salt. The king, too, I can assure you, gets a great revenue from this salt. There is a lake in this country of a good 100 miles in compass, in which are found great quantities of the best fish in the world, fish of great size and of all sorts. They reckon it no matter for a man to have intimacy with another's wife, provided the woman be willing. Let me tell you also that the people of that country eat their meat raw, whether it be of mutton, beef, buffalo, poultry, or any other kind. Thus the poor people will go to the shambles and take the raw liver as it comes from the carcass and cut it small, and put it in a sauce of garlic and spices, and so eat it, and other meat in like manner raw, just as we eat meat that is dressed. Now I will tell you about a further part of the province of Karajan, of which I have been speaking. End of section 3.
Section 4 of the Book of Sir Marco Polo the Venetian, Concerning the Kingdoms and Marvels of the East, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of Sir Marco Polo the Venetian, Concerning the Kingdoms and Marvels of the East, Volume 2, by Rustichello da PISA. Translated by Henry Yule. Book 2nd, Part 2, Chapters 49 to 52. Chapter 49. Concerning a further part of the province of Karajan. After leaving that city of Yachi of which I have been speaking, and traveling 10 days towards the west, you come to another capital city, which is still in the province of Karajan, and is itself called Karajan. The people are idolaters and subject to the great Khan, and the king is Kogachin, who is a son of the great Khan. In this country, gold dust is found in great quantities, that is to say, in the rivers and lakes, whilst in the mountains gold is also found in pieces of larger size. Gold is indeed so abundant that they give 1 sajo of gold for only 6 of the same weight in silver, and for small change they use the porcelain shells as I mentioned before. These are not found in the country, however, but are brought from India. In this province are found snakes and great serpents of such vast size as to strike fear into those who see them, and so hideous that the very account of them must excite the wonder of those to hear it. I will tell you how long and big they are. You may be assured that some of them are 10 paces in length, some are more and some less, and in bulk they are equal to a great cask, for the bigger ones are about 10 palms in girth. They have 2 forelegs near the head, but for foot nothing but a claw like the claw of a hawk or that of a lion. The head is very big, and the eyes are bigger than a great loaf of bread. The mouth is large enough to swallow a man whole, and is garnished with great pointed teeth. And in short they are so fierce-looking and so hideously ugly that every man and beast must stand in fear and trembling of them. There are also smaller ones, such as of 8 paces long, and of 5, and of one pace only. The way in which they are caught is this. You must know that by day they live underground, because of the great heat, and in the night they go out to feed, and devour every animal they can catch. They go also to drink at the rivers and lakes and springs, and their weight is so great that when they travel in search of food or drink, as they do by night, the tail makes a great furrow in the soil, as if a full ton of liquor had been dragged along. Now the huntsmen who go after them take them by a certain gin, which they set in the track over which the serpent has passed, knowing that the beast will come back the same way. They plant a stake deep in the ground, and fix on the head of this a sharp blade of steel, made like a razor or a lance point, and then they cover the hole with sand, so that the serpent cannot see it. Indeed, the huntsmen plant several such stakes and blades on the track. On coming to the spot, the beast strikes against the iron blade with such force that it enters his breast and rives him up to the navel, so that he dies on the spot. And the crows, on seeing the brute dead, begin to caw, and then the huntsmen know that the serpent is dead, and come in search of him. This, then, is the way these beasts are taken. Those who take them proceed to extract the gall from the inside, and this sells at a great price, for you must know it furnishes the material for a most precious medicine. Thus, if a person is bitten by a mad dog, and they give him but a small penny weight of this medicine to drink, he is cured in a moment. Again, if a woman is hard in labor, they give her just such another dose, and she is delivered at once. Yet again, if one has any disease like the itch, or it may be worse, and applies a small quantity of this gall, he shall speedily be cured. So you see why it sells at such a high price. They also sell the flesh of this serpent, for it is excellent eating, and the people are very fond of it. And when these serpents are very hungry, sometimes they will seek out the lairs of lions or bears, or other large wild beasts, and devour their cubs, without the sire and dam being able to prevent it. Indeed, if they catch the big ones themselves, they devour them too. They can make no resistance. In this province also are bred large and excellent horses, which are taken to India for sale. And you must know that the people dock 2 or 3 joints from the tail from their horses, to prevent them from flipping their riders, a thing which they consider very unseemly. They ride along like Frenchmen, and wear armor of boiled leather, and carry spears and shields and arblasts, and all their quarrels are poisoned. And I was told as a fact that many persons, especially those meditating mischief, constantly carry this poison about with them, so that if by any chance they should be taken, and be threatened with torture, to avoid this they swallow the poison, and so die speedily. But princes who are aware of this keep ready dog's dung, which they cause the criminal instantly to swallow, to make him vomit the poison, and thus they manage to cure those scoundrels. I will tell you of a wicked thing they used to do, before the great Khan conquered them. If it chanced that a man of fine person or noble birth, or some other quality that recommended him, came to lodge with those people, then they would murder him by poison or otherwise, and this they did not for the sake of plunder, but because they believed that in this way the goodly favour and wisdom and repute of the murdered man would cleave to the house where he was slain. And in this manner many were murdered before the country was conquered by the great Khan. But since his conquest, some 35 years ago, these crimes and this evil practice has prevailed no more, and this through dread of the great Khan, who will not permit such things. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50. Concerning the province of Zardandan. When you have left Karajan and have travelled 5 days westward, you find a province called Zardandan. The people are idolaters and subject to the great Khan. The capital city is called Vochan. The people of this country all have their teeth gilt, or rather every man covers his teeth with a sort of golden case made to fit them, both the upper teeth and the under. The men do this, but not the women. The men also are wont to gird their arms and legs with bands or fillets pricked in black, and it is done thus. They take 5 needles joined together, and with these they prick the flesh till the blood comes, and then they rub in a certain black colouring stuff, and this is perfectly indelible. It is considered a piece of elegance and the sign of gentility to have this black band. The men are all gentlemen in their fashion, and do nothing but go to the wars or go hunting and hawking. The ladies do all the business, aided by the slaves who have been taken in war. And when one of their wives has been delivered of a child, the infant is washed and swathed, and then the woman gets up and goes about her household affairs, whilst the husband takes to bed with the child by his side, and so keeps his bed for 40 days. And all the kith and kin come to visit him, and keep up a great festivity. They do this because, say they, the woman has had a hard bout of it, and 'tis but fair the man should have his share of suffering. They eat all kinds of meat, both raw and cooked, and they eat rice with their cooked meat, as their fashion is. Their drink is wine made of rice and spices, and excellent it is. Their money is gold, and for small change they use pig shells. And I can tell you they give 1 weight of gold for only 5 of silver, for there is no silver mine within 5 months' journey. And this induces merchants to go thither carrying a large supply of silver to change among that people. And as they have only 5 weights of silver to give for 1 of fine gold, they make immense profits by their exchange business in that country. These people have neither idols nor churches, but worship the progenitor of their family, for 'tis he, say they, from whom we have all sprung. They have no letters or writing, and 'tis no wonder, for the country is wild and hard of access, full of great woods and mountains, which 'tis impossible to pass. The air is so impure and unwholesome, and any foreigners attempting it would die for certain. When these people have any business transactions with one another, they take a piece of stick, round or square, and split it, each taking half, and on either half they cut 2 or 3 notches, and when the account is settled, the debtor receives back the other half of the stick from the creditor. Let me tell you that in all those 3 provinces that I have been speaking of, to wit, Karajan, Vochan, and Yachi, there is never a leech. But when any one is ill, they send for the devil conjurers, who are the keepers of their idols. When these are come, the sick man tells what ails him, and then the conjurers incontinently begin playing on their instruments, and singing, and dancing. And the conjurers dance to such a pitch that at last one of them will fall to the ground lifeless, like a dead man. And then the devil entereth into his body. And when his comrades see him in this plight, they begin to put questions to him about the sick man's ailment. And he will reply, such or such a spirit hath been meddling with the man, for that he hath angered the spirit, and done it some despite. Then they say, we pray thee to pardon him, and to take of his blood or of his goods what thou wilt in consideration of thus restoring him to health. And when they have so prayed, the malignant spirit that is in the body of the prostrate man will mayhap answer, the sick man hath also done great despite unto such another spirit, and that one is so ill disposed that it will not pardon him on any account. This at least is the answer they get if the patient be like to die. But if he is to get better, the answer will be that they are to bring 2 sheep, or maybe 3, and to brew 10 or 12 jars of drink, very costly and abundantly spiced. Moreover, it will be announced that the sheep must be all black-faced, or of some other particular colour, as it may happen, and then all those things are to be offered in sacrifice to such and such a spirit whose name is given. And they are to bring so many conjurers and so many ladies, and the business is to be done with a great singing of lauds, and with many lights and store of good perfumes. That is the sort of answer they get if the patient is to get well. And then the kinsfolk of the sick man go and procure all that has been commanded, and do as has been bidden. And the conjurer who had uttered all that gets on his legs again. So they fetch the sheep of the colour prescribed, and slaughter them, and sprinkle the blood over such places as have been enjoined, in honour and propitiation of the spirit. And the conjurers come, and the ladies, in the number that was ordered, and when all are assembled and everything is ready, they begin to dance and play and sing in honour of the spirit. And they take flesh broth, and drink, and ling aloes, and a great number of lights, and go about hither and thither, scattering the broth and the drink and the meat also. And when they have done this for a while, again shall one of the conjurers fall flat, and wallow there foaming at the mouth, and then the others will ask if he have yet pardoned the sick man. And sometimes he shall answer yes, and sometimes he shall answer no. And if the answer be no, they shall be told that something or other has to be done all over again, and then he shall be pardoned. So this they do. And when all that the Spirit has commanded has been done with great ceremony, then it will be announced that the man is pardoned, and shall be speedily cured. So when they at length receive such a reply, they announce that it is all made up with the Spirit, and that he is propitiated, and they fall to eating and drinking with great joy and mirth, and he who has been lying lifeless on the ground gets up and takes his share. So when they have all eaten and drunken, every man departs home, and presently the sick man gets sound and well. Now that I have told you of the customs and naughty ways of that people, we will have done talking of them in their province, and I will tell you about others, all in regular order and succession. End of Chapter 50. Chapter 51, wherein is related how the king of Mene and Bangala vowed vengeance against the great Khan. But I was forgetting to tell you of a famous battle that was fought in the kingdom of Vochan in the province of Zardandan, and that ought not to be omitted from our book. So we will relate all the particulars. You see, in the year of Christ, 1272, the great Khan sent a large force into the kingdoms of Karajan and Vochan to protect them from the ravages of ill-disposed people. And this was before he had sent any of his sons to rule the country, as he did afterwards when he made Sentimur king there, the son of a son of his who was deceased. Now there was a certain king, called the king of Mene and of Bangala, who was a very puissant prince, with much territory and treasure and people, and he was not as yet subject to the great Khan, though it was not long after that the latter conquered him, and took from him both the kingdoms that I have named. And it came to pass that when this king of Mene and Bangala heard that the host of the great Khan was at Vochan, he said to himself that it behooved him to go against them with so great a force as should ensure his cutting off the whole of them, insomuch that the great Khan would be very sorry ever to send an army again thither to his frontier. So this king prepared a great force and munitions of war, and he had, let me tell you, 2,000 great elephants, on each of which was set a tower of timber, well framed and strong, and carrying from 12 to 16 well-armed fighting men. And besides these, he had of horsemen and of footmen good 60,000 men. In short, he equipped a fine force, as well befitted such a puissant prince. It was indeed a force capable of doing great things. And what shall I tell you? When the king had completed these great preparations to fight the Tartars, he tarried not, but straightway marched against them. And after advancing without meeting with anything worth mentioning, they arrived within 3 days of the great Khan's host, which was then at Vochan, in the territory of Zardandan, of which I have already spoken. So there the king pitched his camp, and halted to refresh his army. End of Chapter 51. Chapter 52. Of the battle that was fought by the great Khan's host and his seneschal against the king of Mene. And when the captain of the Tartar host had certain news that the king aforesaid was coming against him with so great a force, he waxed uneasy, seeing that he had with him but 12,000 horsemen. None the less, he was a most valiant and able soldier, of great experience in arms, and an excellent captain, and his name was Nescradin. His troops, too, were very good, and he gave them very particular orders and cautions how to act, and took every measure for his own defence and that of his army. And why should I make a long story of it? The whole force of the Tartars, consisting of 12,000 well-mounted horsemen, advanced to receive the enemy in the plain of Vochan, and there they waited to give them battle. And this they did through the good judgment of the excellent captain who led them. For hard by that plain was a great wood, thick with trees, and so there in the plain the Tartars awaited their foe. Let us then leave discoursing of them a while. We shall come back to them presently, but meanwhile let us speak of the enemy. After the king of Mene had halted long enough to refresh his troops, he resumed his march, and came to the plain of Ochan, where the Tartars were already in order of battle. And when the king's army had arrived in the plain and was within a mile of the enemy, he caused all the castles that were on the elephants to be ordered for battle, and the fighting men to take up their posts on them. And he arrayed his horse and his foot with all skill, like a wise king as he was. And when he had completed all his arrangements, he began to advance to engage the enemy. The Tartars, seeing the foe advance, showed no dismay, but came on likewise with good order and discipline to meet them. And when they were near, and naught remained but to begin the fight, the horses of the Tartars took such fright at the sight of the elephants that they could not be got to face the foe, but always swerved and turned back, whilst all the time the king and his forces, and all his elephants, continued to advance upon them. And when the Tartars perceived how the case stood, they were in great wrath, and wist not what to say or do. For well enough they saw that unless they could get their horses to advance, all would be lost. But their captain acted like a wise leader who had considered everything beforehand. He immediately gave orders that every man should dismount and tie his horse to the trees of the forest that stood hard by, and that then they should take up their bows, a weapon that they know how to handle better than any troops in the world. They did as he bade them, and plied their bows stoutly, shooting so many shafts at the advancing elephants that in a short space they had wounded or slain the greater part of them, as well as of the men they carried. The enemy also shot at the Tartars, but the Tartars had the better weapons, and were the better archers to boot. And what shall I tell you? Understand that when the elephants felt the smart of those arrows that pelted them like rain, they turned tail and fled, and nothing on earth would have induced them to turn and face the Tartars. So off they sped with such a noise and uproar that you would have trowed the world was coming to an end. And then, too, they plunged into the wood and rushed this way and that, dashing their castles against the trees, bursting their harness, and smashing and destroying everything that was on them. So when the Tartars saw that the elephants had turned tail and could not be brought to face the fight again, they got to horse at once and charged the enemy. And then the battle began to rage furiously with sword and mace. Right fiercely did the two hosts rush together, and deadly were the blows exchanged. The king's troops were far more in number than the Tartars, but they were not of such quality, nor so inured to war. Otherwise the Tartars, who were so few in number, could never have stood against them. Then might you see swashing blows dealt and taken from sword and mace. Then might you see knights and horses and men at arms go down. Then might you see arms and hands and legs and heads hewn off, and besides the dead that fell, many a wounded man that never rose again, for the sore press there was. The din and uproar were so great from this side and from that God might have thundered and no man would have heard it. Great was the medley, and dire and perilous was the fight that was fought on both sides, but the Tartars had the best of it. In an ill hour indeed, for the king and his people, was that battle begun, so many of them were slain therein. And when they had continued fighting till midday, the king's troops could stand against the Tartars no longer, but felt that they were defeated, and turned and fled. And when the Tartars saw them routed, they gave chase, and hacked and slew so mercilessly that it was a piteous sight to see. But after pursuing a while they gave up, and returned to the wood to catch the elephants that had run away, and to manage this they had to cut down great trees to bar their passage. Even then they would not have been able to take them without the help of the king's own men who had been taken, and who knew better how to deal with the beasts than the Tartars did. The elephant is an animal that hath more wit than any other, but in this way at last they were caught, more than 200 of them, and it was from this time forth that the great Khan began to keep numbers of elephants. So thus it was that the king aforesaid was defeated by the sagacity and superior skill of the Tartars, as you have heard. End of chapter 52.
Section 5 of the Book of Sir Marco Polo, the Venetian, concerning the Kingdoms and Marvels of the East, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Book of Sir Marco Polo, the Venetian, concerning the Kingdoms and Marvels of the East, Volume 2, by Rustichello da PISA. Translated by Henry Yule. Book Second, Part 2, Chapters 53 to 59. Of the great descent that leads towards the kingdom of Mene, concerning the city of Mene, concerning the province of Bangala, discourses on the province of Caugigu, concerning the province of Anin, concerning the province of Coloman, concerning province of Kejun, concerning the province of Kujun. Chapter 53. Of the great descent that leads towards the kingdom of Mene. After leaving the province of which I have been speaking, you come to a great descent. In fact, you ride for 2 days and a half continually downhill. On all this descent there is nothing worthy of mention, except only that there is a large place there, where occasionally a great market is held, for all the people of the country round come thither on fixed days, 3 times a week, and hold a market there. They exchange gold for silver, for they have gold in abundance, and they give 1 weight of fine gold for 5 weights of fine silver. So this induces merchants to come from various quarters, bringing silver, which they exchange for gold with these people, and in this way the merchants make great gain. As regards those people of the country who dispose of gold so cheaply, you must understand that nobody is acquainted with their places of abode, for they dwell in inaccessible positions, in sites so wild and strong that no one can get at them to meddle with them, nor will they allow anybody to accompany them, so as to gain a knowledge of their abodes. After you have ridden those 2 days and a half downhill, you find yourself in a province towards the south which is pretty near to India, and this province is called Amiens. You travel therein for 15 days through a very unfrequented country, and through great woods abounding in elephants and unicorns and numbers of other wild beasts. There are no dwellings and no people, so we need say no more of this wild country, for in sooth there is nothing to tell, but I have a story to relate, which you shall now hear. Chapter 54. Concerning the city of Mene, and the 2 towers that are therein, one of gold and the other of silver. And when you have travelled those 15 days through such a difficult country as I have described, in which travellers have to carry provision for the road because there are no inhabitants, then you arrive at the capital city of this province of Mene, and it also is called Amiens, and is a very great and noble city. The people are idolaters, and have a peculiar language, and are subject to the great Khan. And in this city there is a thing so rich and rare that I must tell you about it. You see, there was in former days a rich and puissant king in this city, and when he was about to die he commanded that by his tomb they should erect 2 towers, one at either end, one of gold and the other of silver, in such fashion as I shall tell you. The towers are built of fine stone, and then one of them has been covered with gold, a good finger in thickness, so that the tower looks as if it were all of solid gold, and the other is covered with silver in like manner, so that it seems to be all of solid silver. Each tower is a good 10 paces in height, and of breadth in proportion. The upper part of these towers is round, and girt all about with bells, the top of the gold tower with gilded bells, and the silver tower with silvered bells, insomuch that whenever the wind blows among these bells they tinkle. The tomb likewise was plated partly with gold and partly with silver. The king caused these towers to be erected to commemorate his magnificence, and for the good of his soul. And really they do form one of the finest sights in the world, so exquisitely finished are they, so splendid and costly. And when they are lighted up by the sun, they shine most brilliantly, and are visible from a vast distance. Now you must know that the great Khan conquered the country in this fashion. You see, at the court of the great Khan there was a great number of gleemen and jugglers, and he said to them one day that he wanted them to go and conquer the aforesaid province of Mene, and that he would give them a good captain to lead them, and other good aid. And they replied that they would be delighted. So the emperor caused them to be fitted out with all that an army requires, and gave them a captain and a body of men-at-arms to help them. And so they set out, and marched until they came to the country and province of Mien. And they did conquer the whole of it. And when they found in the city the 2 towers of gold and silver of which I have been telling you, they were greatly astonished, and sent word thereof to the great Khan, asking what he would have them do with the 2 towers, seeing what a great quantity of wealth there was upon them. And the great Khan, being well aware that the king had caused these towers to be made for the good of his soul, and to preserve his memory after his death, said that he would not have them injured, but would have them left precisely as they were. And that was no wonder either, for you must know that no Tartar in the world will ever, if he can help it, lay hand on anything appertaining to the dead. They have in this province numbers of elephants and wild oxen, also beautiful stags and deer and roe, and other kinds of large game in plenty. Now, having told you about the province of Mien, I will tell you about another province which is called Bangala, as you shall hear presently. Chapter 55. Concerning the province of Bangala. Bangala is a province towards the south, which up to the year 1290, when the aforesaid Messer Marco Polo was still at the court of the great Khan, had not yet been conquered, but his armies had gone thither to make the conquest. You must know that this province has a peculiar language, and that the people are wretched idolaters. They are tolerably close to India. There are numbers of eunuchs there, insomuch that all the barons who keep them get them from that province. The people have oxen as tall as elephants, but not so big. They live on flesh and milk and rice. They grow cotton, in which they drive a great trade, and also spices, such as spikenard, galingale, ginger, sugar, and many other sorts. And the people of India also come thither in search of the eunuchs that I mentioned, and of slaves, male and female, of which there are great numbers, taken from other provinces, with which those of the country are at war, and these eunuchs and slaves are sold to the Indian and other merchants, who carry them thence for sale about the world. There is nothing more to mention about this country, so we will quit it, and I will tell you of another province called Caoghegou. Chapter 56. Discourses on the province of Caoghegou. Caoghegou is a province towards the east, which has a king. The people are idolaters, and have a language of their own. They have made their submission to the great Khan, and send him tribute every year. And let me tell you, their king is so given to luxury that he hath at the least 300 wives, for whenever he hears of any beautiful woman in the land, he takes and marries her. They find in this country a good deal of gold, and they also have great abundance of spices, but they are such a long way from the sea that the products are of little value, and thus their price is low. They have elephants in great numbers, and other cattle of sundry kinds, and plenty of game. They live on flesh and milk and rice, and have wine made of rice and good spices. The whole of the people, or nearly so, have their skin marked with the needle in patterns representing lions, dragons, birds, and what not, done in such a way that it can never be obliterated. This work they cause to be wrought over face and neck and chest, arms and hands and belly, and, in short, the whole body. And they look on it as a token of elegance, so that those who have the largest amount of this embroidery are regarded with the greatest admiration. Chapter 57. Concerning the province of Anine. Anine is a province towards the east, the people of which are subject to the great Khan, and are idolaters. They live by cattle and tillage, and have a peculiar language. The women wear on the legs and arms bracelets of gold and silver of great value, and the men wear such as are even yet more costly. They have plenty of horses, which they sell in great numbers to the Indians, making a great profit thereby. And they have also vast herds of buffaloes and oxen, having excellent pastures for these. They have likewise all the necessaries of life in abundance. Now you must know that between Anin and Caogigu, which we have left behind us, there is a distance of 25 days' journey, and from Caogigu to Bangala, the third province in our rear, is 30 days' journey. We shall now leave Anin and proceed to another province which is some 8 days' journey further, always going eastward. Chapter 58. Concerning the province of Coloman. Coloman is a province towards the east, the people of which are idolaters, and have a peculiar language, and are subject to the Great Khan. They are a tall and very handsome people, though in complexion brown rather than white, and are good soldiers. They have a good many towns, and a vast number of villages, among great mountains, and in strong positions. When any of them die, the bodies are burnt, and then they take the bones and put them in little chests. These are carried high up the mountains and placed in great caverns, where they are hung up in such wise that neither man nor beast can come at them. A good deal of gold is found in the country, and for petty traffic they use porcelain shells, such as I have told you of before. All these provinces that I have been speaking of, to wit Bangala and Caogigu and Anin, employ for currency porcelain shells and gold. There are merchants in this country who are very rich, and dispose of large quantities of goods. The people live on flesh and rice and milk, and brew their wine from rice and excellent spices. Chapter 59. Concerning the province of Kwiju. Kwiju is a province towards the east. After leaving Coloman, you travel along a river for 12 days, meeting with a good number of towns and villages, but nothing worthy of particular mention. After you have travelled those 12 days along the river, you come to a great and noble city, which is called Fungul. The people are idolaters and subject to the Great Khan, and live by trade and handicrafts. You must know they manufacture stuffs of the bark of certain trees, which form very fine summer clothing. They are good soldiers, and have paper money. For you must understand that henceforward we are in the countries where the Great Khan's paper money is current. The country swarms with lions to the degree that no man can venture to sleep outside his house at night. Moreover, when you travel on that river and come to a halt at night, unless you keep a good way from the bank, the lions will spring on the boat, and snatch one of the crew, and make off with him, and devour him. But for a certain help that the inhabitants enjoy, no one could venture to travel in that province, because of the multitude of those lions, and because of their strength and ferocity. But you see they have in this province a large breed of dogs, so fierce and bold that 2 of them together will attack a lion. So every man who goes a journey takes with him a couple of those dogs, and when a lion appears, they have at him with the greatest boldness, and the lion turns on them, but can't touch them, for they are very deft at eschewing his blows. So they follow him, perpetually giving tongue, and watching their chance to give him a bite in the rump, or in the thigh, or wherever they may. The lion makes no reprisal except now and then to turn fiercely on them, and then indeed, were he to catch the dogs, it would be all over with them, but they make good care that he shall not. So, to escape the dog's din, the lion makes off, and gets into the wood, where mayhap he stands at bay against a tree, to have his rear protected from their annoyance. And when the travellers see the lion in this plight, they take to their bows, for they are capital archers, and shoot their arrows at him till he falls dead. And 'tis thus that travellers in those parts do deliver themselves from those lions. They have a good deal of silk and other products, which are carried up and down by the river of which we spoke into various quarters. You travel along the river for 12 days more, finding a good many towns all along, and the people always idolaters, and subject to the Great Khan, with paper money current, and living by trade and handicrafts. There are also plenty of fighting men, and after travelling those 12 days you arrive at the city of Sindafu, of which we spoke in this book some time ago. From Sindafu you set out again and travel some 70 days through the provinces and cities and towns which we have already visited, and all which have been already particularly spoken of in our book. At the end of those 70 days you come to Juju, where we were before. From Juju you set out again and travel 4 days towards the south, finding many towns and villages. The people are great traders and craftsmen, are all idolaters, and use the paper money from the great Khan their sovereign. At the end of those 4 days you come to the city of Kakanfu, belonging to the province of Cathay, and of it I shall now speak. End of section 5.
Section 6 of The Book of Sir Marco Polo, the Venetian, concerning the kingdoms and marvels of the East, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne Spiegel. The Book of Sir Marco Polo, the Venetian, concerning the kingdoms and marvels of the East, Volume 2, by Rustichello da PISA, translated by Henry Yule. Book 2nd, Part 3. Journey southward through eastern provinces of Cathay and Mansi. Chapters 60 to 65. Chapter 60. Concerning the cities of Kakanfu and Changlu. Kakanfu is a noble city. The people are idolaters and burn their dead. They have paper money and live by trade and handicrafts, for they have plenty of silk from which they weave stuffs of silk and gold, and sandals in large quantities. There are also certain Christians at this place who have a church. And the city is at the head of an important territory containing numerous towns and villages. A great river passes through it, on which much merchandise is carried to the city of Cambulac, for by many channels and canals it is connected therewith. We will now set forth again and travel 3 days towards the south, and then we will come to a town called Changlu. This is another great city belonging to the great Khan and to the province of Cathay. The people have paper money and are idolaters and burn their dead. And you must know they make salt in great quantities at this place. I will tell you how 'tis done. A kind of earth is found there which is exceedingly salt. This they dig up and pile in great heaps. Upon these heaps they pour water in quantities till it runs out at the bottom, and then they take up this water and boil it well in great iron cauldrons, and as it cools it deposits a fine white salt in very small grains. This salt they then carry about for sale to many neighbouring districts, and get great profit thereby. There is nothing else worth mentioning, so let us go forward 5 days' journey, and we shall come to a city called Ching-ang-li. Chapter 61. Concerning the city of Ching-ang-li, and that of Tadin-fu, and the rebellion of Litan. Ching-ang-li is a city of Cathay, as you go south, and it belongs to the great Khan. The people are idolaters, and have paper money. There runs through the city a great and wide river, on which a large traffic in silk goods and spices, and other costly merchandise, passes up and down. When you travel south from Ching-ang-li for 5 days, you meet everywhere with fine towns and villages, the people of which are all idolaters, and burn their dead, and are subject to the great Khan, and have paper money, and live by trade and handicrafts, and they have all the necessaries of life in great abundance. But there is nothing particular to mention on the way till you come, at the end of those 5 days, to Tadin-fu. This, you must know, is a very great city, and in old times it was the seat of a great kingdom. But the great Khan conquered it by force of arms. Nevertheless, it is still the noblest city in all those provinces. There are very great merchants here, who trade on a great scale, and the abundance of silk is something marvellous. They have also most charming gardens abounding with fruit of large size. This city of Tadin-fu hath also under its rule 11 imperial cities of great importance, all of which enjoy a large and profitable trade,
owing to the immense produce of silk. Now you must know that in the year of Christ 1273 the great Khan had sent a certain baron called Li Tan Sangan with some 8,000 horse to this province and city to garrison them. And after the said captain had tarried there a while, he formed a disloyal and traitorous plot, and stirred up the great men of the province to rebel against the great Khan. And so they did, for they broke into revolt against their sovereign lord, and refused all obedience to him, and made this Li Tan, whom their sovereign had sent thither for their protection, to be the chief of their revolt. When the great Khan heard thereof, he straightway dispatched 2 of his barons, one of whom was called Agwil, and the other Mongote, giving them 100,000 horse and a great force of infantry. But the affair was a serious one, for the barons were met by the rebel Li Tan with all those whom he had collected from the province, mustering more than 100,000 horse and a large force of foot. Nevertheless, in the battle Li Tan and his party were utterly routed, and the 2 barons whom the emperor had sent won the victory. When the news came to the great Khan, he was right well pleased, and ordered that all the chiefs who had rebelled, or excited others to rebel, should be put to a cruel death, but that those of lower rank should receive a pardon. And so it was done. The 2 barons had all the leaders of the enterprise put to a cruel death, and all of those of lower rank were pardoned. And thenceforward they conducted themselves with loyalty towards their lord. Now, having told you all about this affair, let us have done with it, and I will tell you of another place that you come to in going south, which is called Sinju Matu. Chapter 62. Concerning the noble city of Sinju Matu. On leaving Tadanfu, you travel 3 days towards the south, always finding numbers of noble and populous towns and villages flourishing with trade and manufactures. There is also abundance of game in the country, and everything in profusion. When you have travelled those 3 days, you come to the noble city of Sinju Matu, a rich and fine place, with great trade and manufactures. The peoples are idolaters and subjects of the great Khan, and have paper money, and they have a river which I can assure you brings them great gain, and I will tell you about it. You see, the river in question flows from the south to this city of Sinju Matu, and the people of the city have divided this large river in 2, making one half of it flow east and the other half flow west, that is to say, the one branch flows toward Mansi and the other towards Cathay. And it is a fact that the number of vessels at this city is what no one would believe without seeing them. The quantity of merchandise also which these vessels transport to Mansi and Cathay is something marvellous, and then they return loaded with other merchandise, so that the amount of goods borne to and fro on these 2 rivers is quite astonishing. Chapter 63. Concerning the cities of Linju and Piju. On leaving the city of Sinju Matu, you travel for 8 days towards the south, always coming to great and rich towns and villages flourishing with trade and manufactures. The people are all subjects of the great Khan, use paper money, and burn their dead. At the end of those 8 days you come to the city of Linju, in a province of the same name, of which it is the capital. It is a rich and noble city, and the men are good soldiers. Natheless, they carry on great trade and manufactures. There is great abundance of game in both beasts and birds, and all the necessaries of life are in profusion. The place stands on the river of which I told you above, and they have here great numbers of vessels, even greater than those of which I spoke before, and these transport a great amount of costly merchandise. So, quitting this province and the city of Linju, you travel 3 days more towards the south, constantly finding numbers of rich towns and villages. These still belong to Cathay, and the people are all idolaters, burning their dead, and using paper money. That, I mean, of the lord their great Khan, whose subjects they are. This is the finest country for game, whether in beasts or birds, that is anywhere to be found, and all the necessaries of life are in profusion. At the end of those 3 days you find the city of Piju, a great, rich, and noble city, with large trade and manufactures, and a great production of silk. This city stands at the entrance of the great province of Manzi, and there reside at it a great number of merchants who dispatch carts from this place loaded with great quantities of goods to the different towns of Manzi. The city brings in a great revenue to the great Khan. Chapter 64. Concerning the city of Siju, and the great river Karamoran. When you leave Piju, you travel towards the south for 2 days, through beautiful districts abounding in everything, and in which you find great quantities of all kinds of game. At the end of these 2 days you reach the city of Siju, a great, rich, and noble city, flourishing with trade and manufactures. The people are idolaters, burn their dead, use paper money, and are subjects of the great Khan. They possess extensive and fertile plains producing abundance of wheat and other grain. But there is nothing else to mention, so let us proceed and tell you of the countries further on. On leaving Siju you ride south for 3 days, constantly falling in with fine towns and villages and hamlets and farms, with their cultivated lands. There is plenty of wheat and other corn, and of game also, and the people are all idolaters and subjects of the great Khan. At the end of those 3 days you reach the great river Karamoran, which flows hither from Prester John's country. It is a great river, and more than a mile in width, and is so deep that great ships can navigate it. It abounds in fish, and very big ones too. You must know that in this river there are some 15,000 vessels, all belonging to the great Khan, and kept to transport his troops to the Indian Isles whenever there may be occasion, for the sea is only 1 day distant from the place we are speaking of. And each of these vessels, taking one with another, will require 20 mariners, and will carry 15 horses with the men belonging to them, and their provision, arms, and equipments. Hither and thither, on either bank of the river, stands a town, the one facing the other. The one is called Koiganju, and the other Kaiju. The former is a large place, and the latter a little one. And when you pass this river you enter the great province of Manzi. So now I must tell you how this province of Manzi was conquered by the great Khan. Chapter 65. How the great Khan conquered the province of Manzi. You must know that there was a king and sovereign lord of the great territory of Manzi, who was styled Fakfur, so great and puissant a prince that for vastness of wealth and number of subjects and extent of dominion there was hardly a greater in all the earth except the great Khan himself. But the people of his land were anything rather than warriors. All their delight was in women, and naught but women, and so it was above all with the king himself, for he took thought of nothing else but women, unless it were of charity to the poor. In all his dominion there were no horses, nor were the people ever inured to battle or arms, or military service of any kind. Yet the province of Manzi is very strong by nature, and all the cities are encompassed by sheets of water of great depth, and more than an arblast shot in width, so that the country would never have been lost had the people but been soldiers. But that is just what they were not, so lost it was. Now it came to pass in the year of Christ's incarnation 1268, that the great Khan, the same that now reigneth, dispatched thither a baron of his, whose name was Bayan Chinksan, which is as much to say, Bayan 100 Eyes. And you must know that the king of Manzi had found in his horoscope that he never should lose his kingdom except through a man that had 100 eyes. So he held himself assured in his position, for he could not believe that any man in existence could have 100 eyes. There, however, he deluded himself, in his ignorance of the name of Bayan. This Bayan had an immense force of horse and foot entrusted to him by the great Khan, and with these he entered Manzi, and he had also a great number of boats to carry both horse and foot when need should be. And when he, with all his host, entered the territory of Manzi, and arrived at the city of Choiganju, whither we now are got, and of which we shall speak presently, he summoned the people thereof to surrender to the great Khan. But this they flatly refused. On this Bayan went on to another city, with the same result, and then still went forward, acting thus because he was aware that the great Khan was dispatching another great host to follow him up. What shall I say then? He advanced to 5 cities in succession, but got possession of none of them, for he did not wish to engage in besieging them, and they would not give themselves up. But when he came to the 6th city, he took that by storm, and so with the 2nd, and a 3rd, and a 4th, until he had taken 12 cities in succession. And when he had taken all these he advanced straight against the capital city of the kingdom, which was called Kinsay, and which was the residence of the king and queen. And when the king beheld Bayan coming with all his host, he was in great dismay, as one unused to see such sights. So he and a great company of his people got on board 1,000 ships, and fled to the islands of the ocean sea, whilst the queen, who remained behind in the city, took all measures in her power for its defence, like a valiant lady. Now it came to pass that the queen asked what was the name of the captain of the host, and they told her that it was Bayan Hundred Eyes. So when she wist that he was styled Hundred Eyes, she called to mind how their astrologers had foretold that a man of 100 eyes should strip them of the kingdom. Wherefore she gave herself up to Bayan, and surrendered to him the whole kingdom and all the other cities and fortresses, so that no resistance was made. And in sooth this was a goodly conquest, for there was no realm on earth half so wealthy. The amount that the king used to expend was perfectly marvellous, and as an example I will tell you somewhat of his liberal acts. In those provinces they are wont to expose their newborn babies. I speak of the poor, who have not the means of bringing them up. But the king used to have all those foundlings taken charge of, and had note made of the signs and planets under which each was born, and then put them out to nurse about the country. And when any rich man was childless he would go to the king and obtain from him as many of these children as he desired. Or, when the children grew up, the king would make up marriages among them and provide for the couples from his own purse. In this manner he used to provide for some 20,000 boys and girls every year. I will tell you another thing this king used to do. If he was taking a ride through the city and chanced to see a house that was very small and poor standing among other houses that were fine and large, he would ask why it was so, and they would tell him it belonged to a poor man who had not the means to enlarge it. Then the king would himself supply the means. And thus it came to pass that in all the capital of the kingdom of Mansi, Kinsay by name, you should not see any but fine houses. This king used to be waited on by more than 1,000 young gentlemen and ladies, all clothed in the richest fashion, and he ruled his realm with such justice that no malefactors were to be found therein. The city in fact was so secure that no man closed his doors at night, not even in houses and shops that were full of all sorts of rich merchandise. No one could do justice in the telling to the great riches of that country, and to the good disposition of the people. Now that I have told you about the kingdom, I will go back to the queen. You must know that she was conducted to the great Khan, who gave her an honourable reception, and caused her to be served with all state, like a great lady as she was. But as for the king her husband, he never more did quit the isles of the sea to which he had fled, but died there. So we leave him and his wife and all their concerns, and let us return to our story, and go on regularly with our account of the great province of Mansi, and of the manners and customs of its people. And to begin at the beginning, we must go back to the city of Choiganju, from which we diverged to tell you about the conquest of Mansi. End of section 6. Section 7 of The Book of Sir Marco Polo, the Venetian, Concerning the Kingdoms and Marvels of the East, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne. The Book of Sir Marco Polo, the Venetian, Concerning the Kingdoms and Marvels of the East, Volume 2, by Rustichello da PISA, translated by Henry Yule. Book 2nd, Part 3, Chapters 66 to 72. Chapter 66. Concerning the city of Choiganju. Choiganju is, as I have told you already, a very large city standing at the entrance to Mansi. The people are idolaters and burn their dead and are subject to the great Khan. They have a vast amount of shipping, as I mentioned before in speaking of the river Karamoran, and an immense quantity of merchandise comes hither, for the city is the seat of government for this part of the country. Owing to its being on the river, many cities send their produce thither to be again thence distributed in every direction. A great amount of salt is also made here, furnishing some 40 other cities with that article, and bringing in a great revenue to the great Khan. Chapter 67. Of the cities of Paukin and Kayu. When you leave Choiganju, you ride southeast for a day along a causeway laid with fine stone, which you find at this entrance to Mansi. On the other hand there is a great expanse of water, so that you cannot enter the province except along this causeway. At the end of the day's journey, you reach the fine city of Pekin. The people are idolaters, burn their dead, are subject to the great Khan, and use paper money. They live by trade and manufactures, and have great abundance of silk, whereof they weave a great variety of fine stuffs of silk and gold. Of all the necessaries of life there is great store. When you leave Pekin, you ride another day to the southeast, and then you arrive at the city of Keiyu. The people are idolaters, and so forth. They live by trade and manufactures, and have great store of all necessaries, including fish in great abundance. There is also much game, both beast and bird, insomuch that for a Venice groat you can have 3 good pheasants. Chapter 68. Of the cities of Tiju, Tinju, and Yanju. When you leave Keiyu, you ride another day to the southeast, through a constant succession of villages and fields and fine farms, until you come to Tiju, which is a city of no great size, but abounding in everything. The people are idolaters, and so forth. There is a great amount of trade, and they have many vessels. And you must know that on your left hand, that is, towards the east, and 3 days' journey distant, is the ocean sea. At every place between the sea and the city salt is made in great quantities. And there is a rich noble city called Tinju, at which is produced salt enough to supply the whole province, and I can tell you it brings the great Khan an incredible revenue. The people are idolaters, and subject to the Khan. Let us quit this, however, and go back to Tiju. Again, leaving Tiju, you ride another day towards the southeast, and at the end of your journey you arrive at the very great and noble city of Yanju, which has 27 other wealthy cities under its administration, so that this Yanju is, you see, a city of great importance. It is the seat of one of the great Khan's 12 barons, for it has been chosen to be one of the 12 Singhs. The people are idolaters, and use paper money, and are subject to the great Khan. And Messer Marco Polo himself, of whom this book speaks, did govern this city for 3 full years, by the order of the great Khan. The people live by trade and manufactures, for a great amount of harness for knights and men-at-arms is made there. And in this city and its neighbourhood a large number of troops are stationed by the Khan's orders. There is no more to say about it. So now I will tell you about 2 great provinces of Manzi, which lie towards the west, and the first of that is called Nangin. Chapter 69. Concerning the city of Nangin. Nangin is a very noble province towards the west. The people are idolaters, and so forth, and live by trade and manufactures. They have silk in great abundance, and they weave many fine tissues of silk and gold. They have all sorts of corn and victuals very cheap, for the province is a most productive one. Game is also abundant, and lions too are found there. The merchants are great and opulent, and the emperor draws a large revenue from them in the shape of duties on the goods which they buy and sell. And now I will tell you of the very noble city of Fu, which well deserves a place in our book, for there is a matter of great moment to tell about it. Chapter 70. Concerning the very noble city of Fu, and how its capture was effected. Fu is a very great and noble city, and it rules over 12 other large and rich cities, and is itself a seat of great trade and manufacture. The people are idolaters, and so forth. They have much silk, from which they weave fine silken stuffs. They have also a quantity of game, and in short the city abounds in all that it behooves a noble city to possess. Now you must know that this city held out against the great Khan for 3 years after the rest of Manzi had surrendered. The great Khan's troops made incessant attempts to take it, but they could not succeed because of the great and deep waters that were round about it, so that they could approach from one side only, which was the north. And I tell you they never would have taken it, but for a circumstance that I am going to relate. You must know that when the great Khan's host had lain 3 years before the city without being able to take it, they were greatly chaffed thereat. Then Messer Niccolo Polo and Messer Maffeo and Messer Marco said, "We could find you a way of forcing the city to surrender speedily." Whereupon those of the army replied that they would be right glad to know how that should be. All this talk took place in the presence of the great Khan, for messengers had been dispatched from the camp to tell him that there was no taking the city by blockade, for it continually received supplies of victuals from those sides which they were unable to invest, and the great Khan had sent word back that take it they must, and find a way how. Then spoke up the two brothers and Messrs. Marco, the son, and said, Great Prince, we have with us among our followers men who are able to construct mangonels, which shall cast such great stones that the garrison will never be able to stand them, but will surrender incontinently, as soon as the mangonels or trebuchets shall have shot into the town. The Khan bade them with all his heart to have such mangonels made as speedily as possible. Now Messer Niccolo and his brother and his son immediately caused timber to be brought, as much as they desired, and fit for the work in hand. And they had 2 men among their followers, a German and an Asturian Christian, who were masters of that business, and these they directed to construct 2 or 3 mangonels capable of casting stones of 300 pounds weight. Accordingly they made 3 fine mangonels, each of which cast stones of 300 pounds weight and more. And when they were complete and ready for use, the Emperor and the others were greatly pleased to see them, and caused several stones to be shot in their presence, whereat they marvelled greatly, and greatly praised the work. And the Khan ordered that the engines should be carried to his army, which was at the leaguer of Sia-an-Fu. And when the engines were got to the camp, they were forthwith set up, to the great admiration of the Tartars. And what shall I tell you? When the engines were set up and put in gear, a stone was shot from each of them into the town. These took effect among the buildings, crashing and smashing through everything, with huge din and commotion. And when the townspeople witnessed this new and strange visitation, they were so astonished and dismayed that they wist not what to do or say. They took counsel together, but no counsel could be suggested how to escape from these engines, for the thing seemed to them to be done by sorcery. They declared that they were all dead men if they yielded not, so they determined to surrender on such conditions as they could get. Wherefore they straightway sent word to the commander of the army that they were ready to surrender on the same terms as the other cities of the province had done, and to become the subjects of the great Khan, and to this the captain of the host consented. So the men of the city surrendered, and were received to terms, and this all came about through the exertions of Messer Niccolo and Messer Maffeo and Messer Marco, and it was no small matter. For this city and province is one of the best that the great Khan possesses, and brings him in great revenues. Chapter 71. Concerning the city of Sinju and the great river Kian. You must know that when you leave the city of Yanju, after going 15 miles southeast, you come to a city called Sinju, of no great size, but possessing a very great amount of shipping and trade. The people are idolaters, and subject to the great Khan, and use paper money. And you must know that this city stands on the greatest river in the world, the name of which is Kian. It is in some places 10 miles wide, in others 8, in others 6, and it is more than 100 days' journey in length from one end to the other. This it is that brings so much trade to the city we are speaking of, for on the waters of that river merchandise is perpetually coming and going from and to the various parts of the world, enriching the city and bringing a great revenue to the great Khan. And I assure you this river flows so far and traverses so many countries and cities that in good sooth there pass and repass on its waters a greater number of vessels and more wealth and merchandise than on all the rivers and all the seas of Christendom put together. It seems indeed more like a sea than a river. Messer Marco Polo said that he once beheld at that city 15,000 vessels at one time, and you may judge, if this city, of no great size, has such a number, how many there must be altogether, considering that on the banks of this river there are more than 16 provinces and more than 200 great cities, besides towns and villages, all possessing vessels. Messer Marco Polo aforesaid tells us that he heard from the officer employed to collect the great Khan's duties on this river, that there passed upstream 200,000 vessels in the year, without counting those that passed down. Indeed, as it has a course of such great length, and receives so many other navigable rivers, it is no wonder that the merchandise which is borne on it is of vast amount and value. And the article in largest quantity of all is salt, which is carried by this river, and its branches, to all the cities on their banks, and thence to the other cities in the interior. The vessels which ply on this river are decked. They have but one mast, but they are of great burthen, for I can assure you they carry, reckoning by our weight, from 4,000 up to 12,000 canters each. Now we will quit this matter, and I will tell you of another city called Kaiju. But I must first mention a point I have forgotten. You must know that the vessels on this river, going upstream, have to be tracked, for the current is so strong that they could not make head in any other manner. Now the tow line, which is some 300 paces in length, is made of nothing but cane. 'Tis in this way. They have canes of some 15 paces in length. These they take and split from end to end, into many slender strips, and then they twist these strips together so as to make a rope of any length they please, and the ropes so made are stronger than if they were made of hemp. There are at many places on this river hills and rocky eminences on which idol monasteries and other edifices are built, and you find on its shores a constant succession of villages and inhabited places. Chapter 72. Concerning the city of Kaiju. Kaiju is a small city towards the southeast. The people are subject to the great Khan and have paper money. It stands upon the river before mentioned. At this place are collected great quantities of corn and rice to be transported to the great city of Kambuluk for the use of the Khan's court, for the grain for the court all comes from this part of the country. You must understand that the Emperor hath caused a water communication to be made from this city to Kambuluk, in the shape of a wide and deep channel dug between stream and stream, between lake and lake, forming as it were a great river on which large vessels can ply. And thus there is a communication all the way from this city of Kaiju to Kumbaluk, so that great vessels with their loads can go the whole way. A land road also exists, for the earth dug from those channels has been thrown up so as to form an embanked road on either side. Just opposite to the city of Kaiju, in the middle of the river, there stands a rocky island on which there is an idol monastery containing some 200 idolatrous friars and a vast number of idols. And this abbey holds supremacy over a number of other idol monasteries, just like an archbishop's see among Christians. Now we will leave this and cross the river, and I will tell you of a city called Jianghianfu. End of section 7.
Section 8 of the Book of Sir Marco Polo, the Venetian, Concerning the Kingdoms and Marvels of the East, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Book of Sir Marco Polo, the Venetian, Concerning the Kingdoms and Marvels of the East, Volume 2, by Rustichello da PISA. Translated by Henry Yule. Book 2nd, Part 3, Chapters 73 to 76. Chapter 73. Of the city of Qinghianfu. Qinghianfu is a city of Manzi. The people are idolaters and subject to the great Khan, and have paper money, and live by handicrafts and trade. They have plenty of silk, from which they make sundry kinds of stuffs of silk and gold. There are great and wealthy merchants in the place. Plenty of game is to be had, and of all kinds of victual. There are in this city 2 churches of Nestorian Christians, which were established in the year of our Lord 1278, and I will tell you how that happened. You see, in the year just named, the great Khan sent a baron of his own, whose name was Marsagis, a Nestorian Christian, to be governor of this city for 3 years, and during the 3 years that he abode there, he caused these 2 Christian churches to be built, and since then there they are. But before his time there was no church, neither were there any Christians. Chapter 74. Of the city of Chinginju, and the slaughter of certain Alans there. Leaving the city of Qinghianfu, and travelling 3 days southeast through a constant succession of busy and thriving towns and villages, you arrive at the great and noble city of Chinginju. The people are idolaters, use paper money, and are subject to the Great Khan. They live by trade and handicrafts, and they have plenty of silk. They have also abundance of game, and of all manner of victuals, for it is a most productive territory. Now I must tell you of an evil deed that was done once upon a time by the people of this city, and how dearly they paid for it. You see, at the time of the conquest of the great province of Manzi, when Bayan was in command, he sent a company of his troops, consisting of a people called Alans, who are Christians, to take this city. They took it accordingly, and when they had made their way in, they lighted upon some good wine. Of this they drank until they were all drunk, and then they lay down and slept, like so many swine. So when night fell, the townspeople, seeing that they were all dead drunk, fell upon them and slew them all. Not a man escaped. And when Bayan heard that the townspeople had thus treacherously slain his men, he sent another admiral of his with a great force, and stormed the city, and put the whole of the inhabitants to the sword. Not a man of them escaped death. And thus the whole population of that city was exterminated. Now we will go on, and I will tell you of another city called Suju. Chapter 75. Of the noble city of Suju. Suju is a very great and noble city. The people are idolaters, subjects of the Great Khan, and have paper money. They possess silk in great quantities, from which they make gold brocade and other stuffs, and they live by their manufactures and trade. The city is passing great, and has a circuit of some 60 miles. It hath merchants of great wealth, and an incalculable number of people. Indeed, if the men of this city and the rest of Manzi had but the spirit of soldiers, they would conquer the world. But they are no soldiers at all, only accomplished traders, and most skilful craftsmen. There are also in this city many philosophers and leeches, diligent students of nature. And you must know that in this city there are 6,000 bridges, all of stone, and so lofty that a galley, or even 2 galleys at once, could pass underneath one of them. In the mountains belonging to this city, rhubarb and ginger grow in great abundance, insomuch that you may get some 40 pounds of excellent fresh ginger for a Venice groat. And the city has 16 other great trading cities under its rule. The name of the city, Suju, signifies in our tongue earth, and that of another near it, of which we shall speak presently, called Kinsay, signifies heaven. And these names are given because of the great splendor of the two cities. Now let us quit Suju and go on to another which is called Vuju, 1 day's journey distant. It is a great and fine city, rife with trade and manufactures. But as there is nothing more to say of it, we shall go on, and I will tell you of another great and noble city called Vugin. The people are idolaters, etc., and possess much silk and other merchandise, and they are expert traders and craftsmen. Let us now quit Vugin and tell you of another city called Changan, a great and rich place. The people are idolaters, etc., and they live by trade and manufactures. They make great quantities of sendal of different kinds, and they have much game in the neighborhood. There is, however, nothing more to say about the place, so we shall now proceed. Chapter 76. Description of the great city of Kinsay, which is the capital of the whole country of Manzi. When you have left the city of Changan, and have travelled for 3 days through a splendid country, passing a number of towns and villages, you arrive at the most noble city of Kinsay, a name which is as much to say in our tongue, the city of heaven, as I told you before. And since we have got thither, I will enter into particulars about its magnificence. And these are well worth the telling, for the city is beyond dispute the finest and the noblest in the world. In this we shall speak according to the written statement which the queen of this realm sent to Bayan, the conqueror of the country, for transmission to the Great Khan, in order that he might be aware of the surpassing grandeur of the city, and might be moved to save it from destruction or injury. I will tell you all the truth as it was set down in that document, for truth it was, as the said Messer Marco Polo at a later date was able to witness with his own eyes, and now we shall rehearse those particulars. First and foremost, then, the document stated the city of Kinsay to be so great that it hath 100 miles of compass, and there are in it 12,000 bridges of stone, for the most part so lofty that a great fleet could pass beneath them. And let no man marvel that there are so many bridges, for you see the whole city stands as it were in the water, and surrounded by water, so that a great many bridges are required to give free passage about it. And though the bridges be so high, the approaches are so well contrived that carts and horses do cross them. The document aforesaid also went on to state that there were in this city 12 guilds of the different crafts, and that each guild had 12,000 houses in the occupation of its workmen. Each of these houses contains at least 12 men, while some contain 20, and some 40. Not that these are all masters, but inclusive of the journeymen who work under the masters. And yet all the craftsmen had full occupation, for many other cities of the kingdom are supplied from this city with what they require. The document aforesaid also stated that the number and wealth of the merchants, and the amount of goods that passed through their hands, was so enormous that no man could form a just estimate thereof. And I should have told you, with regard to those masters of the different crafts who are at the head of such houses as I have mentioned, that neither they nor their wives ever touch a piece of work with their own hands, but live as nicely and delicately as if they were kings and queens. The wives indeed are most dainty and angelical creatures. Moreover, it was an ordinance laid down by the king that every man should follow his father's business and no other, no matter if he possessed 100,000 bezants. Inside the city there is a lake, which has a compass of some 30 miles, and all round it are erected beautiful palaces and mansions, of the richest and most exquisite structure that you can imagine, belonging to the nobles of the city. There are also on its shores many abbeys and churches of the idolaters. In the middle of the lake are 2 islands, on each of which stands a rich, beautiful, and spacious edifice, furnished in such style as to seem fit for the palace of an emperor. And when any one of the citizens desired to hold a marriage feast, or to give any other entertainment, it used to be done at one of these palaces, and everything would be found there ready to order, such as silver plate, trenchers and dishes, napkins and tablecloths, and whatever else was needful. The king made this provision for the gratification of his people, and the place was open to every one who desired to give an entertainment. Sometimes there would be at these palaces 100 different parties, some holding a banquet, others celebrating a wedding, and yet all would find good accommodation in the different apartments and pavilions, and that in so well ordered a manner that one party was never in the way of another. The houses of the city are provided with lofty towers of stone, in which articles of value are stored for fear of fire. For most of the houses themselves are of timber, and fires are very frequent in the city. The people are idolaters, and since they were conquered by the Great Khan, they use paper money. Both men and women are fair and comely, and for the most part clothe themselves in silk, so vast is the supply of that material, both from the whole district of Kinsay, and from the imports by traders from other provinces. And you must know they eat every kind of flesh, even that of dogs and other unclean beasts, which nothing would induce a Christian to eat. Since the Great Khan occupied the city, he has ordained that each of the 12,000 bridges should be provided with a guard of 10 men, in case of any disturbance, or of any being so rash as to plot treason or insurrection against him. Each guard is provided with a hollow instrument of wood and with a metal basin, and with a timekeeper to enable them to know the hour of the day or night. And so when 1 hour of the night is past, the sentry strikes 1 on the wooden instrument and on his basin, so that the whole quarter of the city is made aware that 1 hour of the night is gone. At the 2nd hour he gives 2 strokes, and so on, keeping always wide awake and on the lookout. In the morning again, from the sunrise, they begin to count anew, and strike 1 hour as they did in the night, and so on, hour after hour. Part of the watch patrols the quarter, to see if any light or fire is burning after the lawful hours. If they find any, they mark the door, and in the morning the owner is summoned before the magistrates, and unless he can plead a good excuse, he is punished. Also, if they find anyone going about the streets at unlawful hours, they arrest him, and in the morning they bring him before the magistrates. Likewise, if in the daytime they find any poor cripple unable to work for his livelihood, they take him to one of the hospitals, of which there are many, founded by the ancient kings, and endowed with great revenues. Or if he is capable of work, they oblige him to take up some trade. If they see that any house has caught fire, they immediately beat upon that wooden instrument to give the alarm, and this brings together the watchmen from the other bridges to help to extinguish it, and to save the goods of the merchants and others, either by removing them to the towers above mentioned, or by putting them in boats and transporting them to the islands in the lake. For no citizen dares leave his house at night, or to come near the fire. Only those who own the property, and those watchmen who flock to help, of whom there shall come 1 or 2,000 at the least. Moreover, within the city there is an eminence on which stands a tower, and at the top of the tower is hung a slab of wood. Whenever fire or any other alarm breaks out in the city, a man who stands there with a mallet in his hand beats upon the slab, making a noise that is heard to a great distance. And when the blows upon this slab are heard, everybody is aware that fire has broken out, or that there is some other cause of alarm. The Khan watches this city with especial diligence, because it forms the head of all Manzi, and because he has an immense revenue from the duties levied on the transactions of trade therein, the amount of which is such that no one would credit it on mere hearsay. All the streets of the city are paved with stone or brick, as indeed are all the highways throughout Manzi, so that you ride and travel in every direction without inconvenience. Were it not for this pavement, you could not do so, for the country is very low and flat, and after rain 'tis deep in mire and water. But as the Great Khan's couriers could not gallop their horses over the pavement, the side of the road is left unpaved for their convenience. The pavement of the main street of the city also is laid out in 2 parallel ways of 10 paces in width on either side, leaving a space in the middle laid with fine gravel, under which are vaulted drains which convey the rainwater into the canals, and thus the road is kept ever dry. You must know, also, that the city of Kinsay has some 3,000 baths, the water of which is supplied by springs. They are hot baths, and the people take great delight in them, frequenting them several times a month, for they are very cleanly in their persons. They are the finest and largest baths in the world, large enough for 100 persons to bathe together. And the ocean sea comes within 25 miles of the city, at a place called Ganfu, and there is a town and an excellent haven, with a vast amount of shipping, which is engaged in the traffic to and from India and other foreign parts, exporting and importing many kinds of wares, by which the city benefits. And a great river flows from the city of Kinsay to that sea haven, by which vessels can come up to the city itself. This river extends also to other places further inland. Know also that the Great Khan hath distributed the territory of Manzi into 9 parts, which he hath constituted into 9 kingdoms. To each of these kingdoms a king is appointed who is subordinate to the Great Khan, and every year renders the accounts of his kingdom to the fiscal office at the capital. This city of Kinsay is the seat of one of these kings, who rules over 140 great and wealthy cities. For in the whole of this vast country of Manzi there are more than 1200 great and wealthy cities, without counting the towns and villages, which are in great numbers. And you may receive it for certain that in each of those 1200 cities the Great Khan has a garrison, and that the smallest of such garrisons mustered 1000 men, whilst there are some of 10,000, 20,000, and 30,000, so that the total number of troops is something scarcely calculable. The troops forming these garrisons are not all Tartars. Many are from the province of Cathay, and good soldiers too. But you must not suppose that they are by any means all of them cavalry. A very large proportion of them are foot soldiers, according to the special requirements of each city. And all of them belong to the army of the Great Khan. I repeat that everything appertaining to this city is on so vast a scale, and the Great Khan's yearly revenue therefrom are so immense, that it is not easy even to put it in writing, and it seems past belief to one who merely hears it told. But I will write it down for you. First, however, I must mention another thing. The people of this country have a custom that as soon as a child is born they write down the day and hour and the planet and sign under which its birth has taken place, so that every one among them knows the day of his birth. And when any one intends a journey, he goes to the astrologers and gives the particulars of his nativity, in order to learn whether he shall have good luck or no. Sometimes they will say no, and in that case the journey is put off till such day as the astrologer may recommend. These astrologers are very skillful at their business, and often their words come to pass, so that the people have great faith in them. They burn the bodies of the dead, and when any one dies, the friends and relations make a great mourning for the deceased, and clothe themselves in hempen garments, and follow the corpse, playing on a variety of instruments and singing hymns to their idols. And when they come to the burning place, they take representations of things cut out of parchment, such as caparisoned horses, male and female slaves, camels, armor, suits of cloth of gold, and money, in great quantities, and these things they put on the fire along with the corpse, so that they are all burned with it. And they tell you that the dead man shall have all these slaves and animals of which the effigies are burnt, alive in flesh and blood, and the money in gold, at his disposal in the next world, and that the instruments which they have caused to be played at his funeral, and the idle hymns that have been chanted, shall also be produced again to welcome him in the next world, and that the idols themselves will come to do him honor. Furthermore, there exists in this city the palace of the king who fled, him who was emperor of Manzi, and that is the greatest palace in the world, and I shall tell you more particularly. For you must know its domain hath compass of 10 miles, all enclosed with lofty battlemented walls, and inside the walls are the finest and most delectable gardens upon earth, and filled too with the finest fruits. There are numerous fountains in it also, and lakes full of fish. In the middle of the palace itself, a great and splendid building. In the middle is the palace itself, a great and splendid building. It contains 20 great and handsome halls, one of which is more spacious than the rest, and affords room for a vast multitude to dine. It is all painted in gold, with many histories and representations of beasts and birds, of knights and dames, and many marvellous things. It forms a really magnificent spectacle, for over all the walls and all the ceiling you see nothing but paintings in gold. And besides these halls, the palace contains 1000 large and handsome chambers, all painted in gold and divers colours. Moreover, I must tell you that in this city there are 160 tomans of fires, or, in other words, 160 tomans of houses. Now I shall tell you that the toman is 10,000, so that you can reckon the total as altogether 1,600,000 houses, among which are only a number of rich palaces. There is one church only, belonging to the Nestorian Christians. There is another thing I must tell you. It is the custom for every burgess of this city, and in fact for every description of person in it, to write over his door his own name, the name of his wife, and those of his children, his slaves, and all the inmates of the house, and also the number of animals that he keeps. And if anyone dies in the house, then the name of that person is erased, and if any child is born, its name is added. So in this way the sovereign is able to know exactly the population of the city. And this is the practice also throughout all Manzi and Cathay. And I must tell you that every hostler who keeps a hostel for travellers is bound to register their names and surnames, as well as the day and month of their arrival and departure. And thus the sovereign hath the means of knowing, whenever it pleases him, who come and go throughout his dominions. And certes this is a wise order and a provident. End of section 8.
Section 9 of the book of Sir Marco Polo the Venetian, concerning the kingdoms and marvels of the East, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeremiah Sutherland, Victoria, British Columbia. The book of Sir Marco Polo the Venetian, concerning the kingdoms and marvels of the East, Volume 2, by Rustichello da PISA, translated by Henry Yule. Book 2nd, Part 3, Chapters 77 to 82. The great city of Kinsay, of the great yearly revenue that the great Khan hath from Kinsay, of the city of Tanpiju and others, concerning the city of Fuju, of the city and great haven of Zayton. Chapter 77. Further particulars concerning the great city of Kinsay. The position of the city is such that it has on one side a lake of fresh and exquisitely clear water, already spoken of, and on the other a very large river. The waters of the latter fill a number of canals of all sizes, which run through the different quarters of the city, carry away all impurities, and then enter the lake, whence they issue again and flow to the ocean, thus producing a most excellent atmosphere. By means of these channels, as well as by the streets, you can go all about the city. Both streets and canals are so wide and spacious that carts on the one and boats on the other can readily pass to and fro, conveying necessary supplies to the inhabitants. At the opposite side of the city is shut in by a channel, perhaps 40 miles in length, very wide, and full of water derived from the river aforesaid, which was made by the ancient kings of the country in order to relieve the river when flooding its banks. This serves also as a defense to the city, and the earth dug from it has been thrown inwards, forming a kind of mound enclosing the city. In this part are the 10 principal markets, though besides these there are a vast number of others in the different parts of the town. The former are all squares of half a mile to the side, and along their front passes the main street, which is 40 paces in width, and runs straight from end to end of the city, crossing many bridges of easy and commodious approach. At every 4 miles of its length comes one of those great squares of 2 miles, as we have mentioned, in compass. So also parallel to this great street, but at the back of the market-places, there runs a very large canal, on the bank of which towards the squares are built great houses of stone, in which the merchants from India and other foreign parts store their wares, to be handy for the markets. In each of the squares is held a market 3 days in the week, frequented by 40,000 or 50,000 persons, who bring thither for sale every possible necessary of life, so that there is always an ample supply of every kind of meat and game, as of roebuck, red deer, fallow deer, hares, rabbits, partridges, pheasants, francolins, quails, fowls, capons, and of ducks and geese an infinite quantity. for so many are bred on the lake that for a Venice groat of silver you can have a couple of geese and 2 couple of ducks. Then there are the shambles where the larger animals are slaughtered, such as calves, beeves, kids, and lambs, the flesh of which is eaten by the rich and the great dignitaries. Those markets make a daily display of every kind of vegetables and fruits, and among the latter there are in particular certain pears of enormous size, weighing as much as 10 pounds apiece, and the pulp of which is white and fragrant like a confection, besides peaches in their season, both yellow and white, of very delicate flavor. Neither grapes nor wine are produced there, but very good raisins are brought from abroad, and wine likewise. The natives, however, do not much care about wine, being used to that kind of their own made from rice and spices. From the ocean sea also come daily supplies of fish in great quantity, brought 25 miles up the river, and there is also great store of fish from the lake, which is the constant resort of fishermen who have no other business. Their fish is of sundry kinds, changing with the season, and, owing to the impurities of the city which pass into the lake, it is remarkably fat and savory. Any one who should see the supply of fish in the market would suppose it impossible that such a quantity could ever be sold, and yet in a few hours the whole shall be cleared away. So great is the number of inhabitants who are accustomed to delicate living. Indeed, they eat fish and flesh at the same meal. All the 10 market-places are encompassed by lofty houses, and below these are shops where all sorts of crafts are carried on, and all sorts of wares are on sale, including spices and jewels and pearls. Some of these shops are entirely devoted to the sale of wine made from rice and spices, which is constantly made fresh and is sold very cheap. Certain of the streets are occupied by the women of the town, who are in such a number that I dare not say what it is. They are found not only in the vicinity of the market-places, where usually a quarter is assigned to them, but all over the city. They exhibit themselves splendidly attired and abundantly perfumed, in finely garnished houses with trains of waiting women. These women are extremely accomplished in all the arts of allurement, and readily adapt their conversation to all sorts of persons, insomuch that strangers who have once tasted their attractions seem to get bewitched, and are so taken with their blandishments and their fascinating ways that they can never get these out of their heads. Hence it comes to pass that when they return home, they say they have been to Kinze, or the city of heaven, and their only desire is to get back thither again. Other streets are occupied by the physicians and by the astrologers, who are also teachers of reading and writing, and an infinity of other professions have their places round about these squares. In each of the squares there are 2 great palaces facing one another, in which are established the officers appointed by the king to decide differences arising between merchants or other inhabitants of the quarter. It is the daily duty of these officers to see that the guards are at their posts on the neighboring bridges, and to punish them at their discretion if they are absent. All along the main street that we have spoken of, as running from end to end of the city, both sides are lined with houses and great palaces, and the gardens pertaining to them, whilst in the intervals are the houses of tradesmen engaged in their different crafts. The crowd of people that you meet here at all hours, passing this way and that on their different errands, is so vast that no one would believe it possible that victuals enough could be provided for their consumption, unless they should see how, on every market day, all those squares are thronged and crammed with purchasers, and with the traders who have brought in stores of provisions by land or water, and everything they bring in is disposed of. To give you an example of the vast consumption in this city, let us take the article of pepper, and that will enable you in some measure to estimate what must be the quantity of victual, such as meat, wine, groceries, which have to be provided for the general consumption. Now Messire Marco heard it stated by one of the great Khan's officers of customs that the quantity of pepper introduced daily for consumption into the city of Kinze amounted to 43 loads, each load being equal to 223 pounds. The houses of the citizens are well built and elaborately finished, and the delight they take in decoration, in painting, and in architecture leads them to spend in this way sums of money that would astonish you. The natives of the city are men of peaceful character, both from education and from the example of their kings, whose disposition was the same. They know nothing of handling arms, and keep none in their houses. You hear of no feuds or noisy quarrels or dissensions of any kind among them. Both in their commercial dealings and in their manufactures they are thoroughly honest and truthful, and there is such a degree of goodwill and neighborly attachment among both men and women that you would take the people who live in the same street to be all one family. And this familiar intimacy is free from all jealousy or suspicion of the conduct of their women. These they treat with the greatest respect, and a man who would presume to make loose proposals to a married woman would be regarded as an infamous rascal. They also treat the foreigners who visit them for the sake of trade with great cordiality and entertain them in the most winning manner, affording them every help and advice on their business. But on the other hand, they hate to see soldiers, and not least of those of the great Khan's garrisons, regarding them as the cause of their having lost their native kings and lords. On the lake of which we have spoken there are numbers of boats and barges of all sizes for parties of pleasure. They will hold 10, 15, 20 or more persons, and are from 15 to 20 paces in length, with flat bottoms and ample breadth of beam, so that they always keep their level. Anyone who desires to go a-pleasuring with the women, or with a party of his own sex, hires one of these barges, which are always to be found completely furnished with tables and chairs and all the other apparatus for a feast. The roof forms a level deck on which the crew stand and pole the boat along whithersoever may be desired, for the lake is not more than 2 paces in depth. The inside of this roof and the rest of the interior is covered with ornamental painting in gay colors, with windows all round that can be shut or opened, so that the party at table can enjoy all the beauty and variety of the prospects on both sides as they pass along. And truly a trip on this lake is a much more charming recreation than can be enjoyed on land. For on the one side lies the city in its entire length, so that the spectators in the barges, from the distance at which they stand, take in the whole prospect in its full beauty and grandeur, with its numberless palaces, temples, monasteries, and gardens, full of lofty trees sloping to the shore. And the lake is never without a number of other such boats laden with pleasure parties, for it is the great delight of the citizens here, after they have disposed of the day's business, to pass the afternoon in enjoyment with the ladies of their families, or perhaps with others less reputable, either in these barges or in driving about the city in carriages. Of these latter we must also say something, for they afford one mode of recreation to the citizens in going about the town, as the boats afford another in going about the lake. In the main street of the city you meet an infinite succession of these carriages passing to and fro. They are long covered vehicles fitted with curtains and cushions and affording room for 6 persons, and they are in constant request for ladies and gentlemen going on parties of pleasure. In these they drive to certain gardens where they are entertained by the owners in pavilions erected on purpose, and there they divert themselves the livelong day with their ladies, returning home in the evening in those same carriages. Further particulars of the palace of the King Fakfur. The whole enclosure of the palace was divided into 3 parts. The middle one was entered by a very lofty gate, on each side of which there stood on the ground level vast pavilions, the roofs of which were sustained by columns painted and wrought in gold and the finest azure. Opposite the gate stood the chief pavilion, larger than the rest, and painted in like style, with gilded columns, and a ceiling wrought in splendid gilded sculpture, whilst the walls were artfully painted with the stories of departed kings. On certain days, sacred to the gods, the King Fakfur used to hold a great court and give a feast to his chief lords, dignitaries, and rich manufacturers of the city of Kinze. On such occasions those pavilions used to give ample accommodation for 10,000 persons sitting at table. This court lasted for 10 or 12 days, and exhibited an astonishing and incredible spectacle in the magnificence of the guests, all clothed in silk and gold, with a profusion of precious stones, for they tried to outdo each other in the splendor and richness of their appointments. Behind this great pavilion that faced the great gate there was a wall with a passage in it shutting off the inner part of the palace. On entering this you found another great edifice in the form of a cloister surrounded by a portico with columns, from which opened a variety of apartments for the king and the queen, adorned like the outer walls with such elaborate work as we have mentioned. From the cloister again you passed into a covered corridor, 6 paces in width, of great length and extending to the margin of the lake. On either side of this corridor were 10 courts in the form of oblong cloisters surrounded by colonnades, and in each cloister or court were 50 chambers with gardens to each. In these chambers were quartered 1,000 young ladies in the service of the king. The king would sometimes go with the queen and some of these maidens to take his diversion on the lake, or to visit the idol temples in boats all canopied with silk. The other 2 parts of the enclosure were distributed in groves and lakes and charming gardens planted with fruit trees, and preserves for all sorts of animals such as roe, red deer, fallow deer, hares, and rabbits. Here the king used to take his pleasure in company with those damsels of his, some in carriages, some on horseback, whilst no man was permitted to enter. Sometimes the king would set the girls a-coursing after the game with dogs, and when they were tired they would hie to the groves that overhung the lakes, and leaving their clothes there they would come forth naked, and enter the water and swim about hither and thither, whilst it was the king's delight to watch them, and then all would return home. Sometimes the king would have his dinner carried to those groves, which were dense with lofty trees, and there would be waited on by those young ladies. And thus he passed his life in this constant dalliance with women, without so much as knowing what arms meant. And the result of all this cowardice and effeminacy was that he lost his dominion to the great Khan in that base and shameful way that you have heard. All this account was given me by a very rich merchant of Kinsay when I was in that city. He was a very old man and had been in familiar intimacy with the king Fakfur and knew the whole history of his life, and having seen the palace in its glory, was pleased to be my guide over it. As it is occupied by the king appointed by the great Khan, the first pavilions are still maintained as they used to be, but the apartments of the ladies are all gone to ruin and can only just be traced. So also the wall that enclosed the groves and gardens is fallen down, and neither trees nor animals are there any longer. Chapter 78, treating of the great yearly revenue that the great Khan hath from Kinsay. Now I will tell you about the great revenue which the great Khan draweth every year from the said city of Kinsay and its territory, which forms a 9th part of the whole country of Manzi. First there is the salt, which brings in a great revenue, for it produces every year, in round numbers, 80 tomans of gold, and the toman is worth 70,000 sagi of gold, so that the total value of the 80 tomans will be 5,600,000 sagi of gold, each sagio being worth more than a gold florin or ducat, in sooth a vast sum of money. This province you see adjoins the ocean, on the shores of which are many lagoons or salt marshes, in which the sea water dries up during the summer time, and thence they extract such a quantity of salt as suffices for the supply of 5 of the kingdoms of Manzi besides this one. Having told you of the revenue from salt, I will now tell you of that which accrues to the great Khan from the duties on merchandise and other matters. You must know that in this city and its dependencies they make great quantities of sugar, as indeed they do in the other 8 divisions of this country, so that I believe the whole of the rest of the world together does not produce such a quantity, at least, if that be true, which many people have told me. And the sugar alone again produces an enormous revenue. However, I will not repeat the duties on every article separately, but tell you how they go in the lump. Well, all spicery pays 3 1/3 per cent on the value, and all merchandise likewise pays 3 1/3 per cent. But seaborne goods from India and other distant countries pay 10 per cent. The rice wine also makes a great return, and coals, of which there is a great quantity. And so do the 12 guilds of craftsmen that I told you of, with their 12,000 stations apiece, for every article they make pays duty. And the silk which is produced in such abundance makes an immense return. But why should I make a long story of it? The silk, you must know, pays 10 per cent, and many other articles also pay 10 per cent. And you must know that Monsieur Marco Polo, who relates all this, was several times sent by the great Khan to inspect the amount of his customs and revenue from this 9th part of Manzi, and here he found it to be, exclusive of the salt revenue, which we have mentioned already, 210 tomans of gold, equivalent to 14,700,000 sagi of gold, one of the most enormous revenues that ever was heard of. And if the sovereign has such a revenue from 1/9 part of the country, you may judge what he must have from the whole of it. However, to speak the truth, this part is the greatest and most productive, and because of the great revenue that the great Khan derives from it, it is his favorite province, and he takes all the more care to watch it well and to keep the people contented. Now we will quit this city and speak of others. Chapter 79, of the city of Tanpiju and others. When you leave Kinsay and travel a day's journey to the southeast, through a plenteous region, passing a succession of dwellings and charming gardens, you reach the city of Tanpiju, a great, rich, and fine city under Kinsay. The people are subject to the Khan and have paper money and are idolaters, and burn their dead in the way described before. They live by trade and manufactures and handicrafts, and have all the necessaries in great plenty and cheapness. But there is no more to be said about it, so we proceed, and I will tell you of another city called Vuju, at 3 days' distance from Tanpiju. The people are idolaters, etc., and the city is under Kinze. They live by trade and manufactures. Traveling through a succession of towns and villages that look like one continuous city, 2 days further on to the southeast, you find the great and fine city of Guiju, which is under Kinze. The people are idolaters, etc. They have plenty of silk and live by trade and handicrafts, and have all things necessary in abundance. At this city you find the largest and longest canes that are in all Manzi. They are full 4 palms in girth and 15 paces in length. When you have left Guiju, you travel 4 days southeast through a beautiful country in which towns and villages are very numerous. There is abundance of game both in beasts and birds, and there are very large and fierce lions. After those 4 days you come to the great and fine city of Chanshan. It is situated upon a hill which divides the river so that one portion flows up country and the other down. It is still under the government of Kinze. I should tell you that in all the country of Manzi they have no sheep, though they have beeves and kine, goats and kids and swine in abundance. The people are idolaters here, etc. When you leave Changshan, you travel 3 days through a very fine country with many towns and villages, traders and craftsmen, and abounding in game of all kinds, and arrive at the city of Kuju. The people are idolaters, etc., and live by trade and manufactures. It is a fine, noble, and rich city, and is the last of the government of Kinze in this direction. The other kingdom which we now enter, called Fuju, is also one of the 9 great divisions of Manzi, as Kinze is. Chapter 80, concerning the kingdom of Fuju. On leaving Kuju, which is the last city of the kingdom of Kinze, you enter the kingdom of Fuju, and travel 6 days in a southeasterly direction through a country of mountains and valleys in which are a number of towns and villages, with great plenty of victuals and abundance of game. Lions, great and strong, are also very numerous. The country produces ginger and galingale in immense quantities, insomuch that for a Venice groat you may buy 80 pounds of good, fine-flavored ginger. They have also a kind of a fruit resembling saffron, and which serves the purpose of saffron just as well. And you must know the people eat all manner of unclean things, even the flesh of a man, provided he has not died a natural death. So they look out for the bodies of those that have been put to death, and eat their flesh, which they consider excellent. Those who go to war in those parts do as I am going to tell you. They shave the hair off the forehead, and cause it to be painted in blue, like the blade of a glaive. They all go afoot except the chief. They carry spears and swords, and are the most savage people in the world, for they go about constantly killing people, whose blood they drink, and then devour the bodies. Now I will quit this and speak of other matters. You must know then that after going 3 days out of the 6 that I told you of, you come to the city of Kelenfu, a very great and noble city, belonging to the great Khan. This city hath 3 stone bridges, which are among the finest and best in the world. They are a mile long, and some 9 paces in width, and they are all decorated with rich marble columns. Indeed, they are such fine and marvelous works that to build any of them must have cost a treasure. The people live by trade and manufactures, and have great store of silk, which they weave into various stuffs, and of ginger and galingale. They also make much cotton cloth of dyed thread, which is sent all over Manzi. Their women are particularly beautiful, and there is a strange thing there which I needs must tell you. You must know they have a kind of fowls, which have no feathers, but hair only, like a cat's fur. They are black all over, they lay eggs just like our fowls, and are very good to eat. In the other 3 days of the 6 that I have mentioned above, you continue to meet with many towns and villages, with traders, and goods for sale, and craftsmen. The people have much silk, and are idolaters, and subject to the great Khan. There is plenty of game of all kinds, and there are great and fierce lions which attack travelers. In the last of those 3 days' journey, when you have gone 15 miles, you find a city called Unkan, where there is an immense quantity of sugar made. From this city the great Khan gets all the sugar for the use of his court, a quantity worth a great amount of money. And before this city came under the great Khan, These people knew not how to make fine sugar. They only used to boil and skim the juice, which when cold left a black paste. But after they came under the great Khan, some men of Babylonia, who happened to be at the court, proceeded to this city and taught the people to refine the sugar with ashes of certain trees. There is no more to say of the place, so now we shall speak of the splendor of Fuju. When you have gone 15 miles from the city of Unken, you come to this noble city, which is the capital of the kingdom. So we will now tell you what we know of it. Chapter 81, concerning the greatness of the city of Fuju. Now this city of Fuju is the key of the kingdom which is called Chonka, and which is one of the 9 great divisions of Manzi. The city is a seat of great trade and great manufactures. The people are idolaters and subject to the great Khan. And a large garrison is maintained there by that prince to keep the kingdom in peace and subjection. For the city is one which is apt to revolt on very slight provocation. There flows through the middle of this city a great river, which is about a mile in width, and many ships are built at the city which are launched upon this river. Enormous quantities of sugar are made there, and there is a great traffic in pearls and precious stones. For many ships of India come to these parts, bringing many merchants who traffic about the isles of the Indies. For this city is, you see, in the vicinity of the ocean port of Zayton, which is greatly frequented by the ships of India with their cargoes of various merchandise. And from Zayton the vessels pass on to the city of Fuju by the river I have told you of, and 'tis in this city that the precious wares of India come hither. The city is really a fine one and kept in good order, and all necessaries of life are there to be had in great abundance and cheapness. Chapter 82, of the city and great haven of Zayton. Now when you quit Fuju and cross the river, you travel for 5 days southeast through a fine country, meeting with a constant succession of flourishing cities, towns, and villages, rich in every product. You travel by mountains and valleys and plains, and in some places by great forests, in which are many of the trees which give camphor. There is plenty of game on the road, both of bird and beast. The people are all traders and craftsmen, subjects of the great Khan, and under the government of Fuju. When you have accomplished those 5 days' journey, you arrive at the very great and noble city of Zayton, which is also subject to Fuju. At this city you must know is the haven of Zayton, frequented by all the ships of India, which bring thither spicery and all other kinds of costly wares. It is the port also that is frequented by all the merchants of Manzi, for hither is imported the most astonishing quantity of goods and of precious stones and pearls, and from this they are distributed all over Manzi. And I assure you that for 1 shipload of pepper that goes to Alexandria or elsewhere, destined for Christendom, there come 100 such, aye, and more too, to this haven of Zayton, for it is one of the 2 greatest havens in the world for commerce. The great Khan derives a very large revenue from the duties paid in this city and haven. For you must know that on all the merchandise imported, including precious stones and pearls, he levies a duty of 10%, or in other words, takes tithe of everything. Then again the ships charge for freight on small wares is 30%, on pepper 44%, and on lignaloes, sandalwood, and other bulky goods 40%. So that between freight and the Khan's duties, the merchant has to pay a good half the value of his investment, though on the other half he makes such a profit that he is always glad to come back with a new supply of merchandise. But you may well believe from what I have said that the Khan hath a vast revenue from this city. There is great abundance here of all provision for every necessity of man's life. It is a charming country, and the people are very quiet and fond of an easy life. Many come hither from Upper India to have their bodies painted with the needle in the way we have elsewhere described, there being many adepts at this craft in the city. Let me tell you also that in this province there is a town called Tiunju, where they make vessels of porcelain of all sizes, the finest that can be imagined. They make it nowhere but in that city, and thence it is exported all over the world. Here it is abundant and very cheap, insomuch that for a Venice groat you can buy 3 dishes so fine that you could not imagine better. I should tell you that in this city they have a peculiar dialect, for you must know that throughout all Manzi they employ one language and one kind of writing only, but yet there are local differences of dialect, as you might say of Genoese, Milanese, Florentines, and Neapolitans, who though they speak different dialects can understand one another. And I assure you the great Khan has as large customs and revenues from this kingdom of Chonka as from Kinsay, aye, and more too. We have now spoken of but 3 of the 9 kingdoms of Manzi, to wit Yanju and Kinzei and Fuju. We could tell you about the other 6, but it would be too long a business, so we will say no more about them. And now you have heard all the truth about Cathay and Manzi and many other countries, as has been set down in this book, the customs of the people and the various objects of commerce, the beasts and birds, the gold and silver and precious stones, and many other matters have been rehearsed to you. But our book as yet does not contain nearly all that we purpose to put therein, for we have still to tell you all about the people of India and the notable things of that country, which are well worth the describing, for they are marvelous indeed. What we shall tell is all true, and without any lies. And we shall set down all the particulars in writing, just as Messer Marco Polo related them. And he well knew the facts, for he remained so long in India and inquired so diligently into the manners and peculiarities of the nations, that I can assure you there never was a single man before who learned so much and beheld so much as he did. End of section 9.
Section 10 of The Book of Sir Marco Polo, the Venetian, Concerning the Kingdoms and Marvels of the East, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Abai in April 2014. The Book of Sir Marco Polo, the Venetian, Concerning the Kingdoms and Marvels of the East, Volume 2, by Rustichello da PISA. Translated by Henry Yule. Book 3rd, Chapters 1 to 5. Of the merchant ships of Manzi that sail upon the Indian seas. Of the island of Chipangu and the great Khan's dispatch of a host against it. Concerning the fashion of the idols. Of the great country called Chamba. Chapter 1. Having finished our discourse concerning those countries wherewith our book hath been occupied thus far, we are now about to enter on the subject of India, and to tell you of all the wonders thereof. And first let us speak of the ships in which merchants go to and fro amongst the isles of India. These ships, you must know, are of fir timber. They have but one deck, though each of them contains some 50 or 60 cabins, wherein the merchants abide greatly at their ease, every man having one to himself. The ship hath but one rudder, but it hath 4 masts, and sometimes they have 2 additional masts, which they ship and unship at pleasure. Moreover, the larger of their vessels have some 13 compartments or severances in the interior, made with planking strongly framed, in case mayhap the ship should spring a leak, either by running on a rock or by the blow of a hungry whale, as shall betide oft-times, for when the ship in her course by night sends a ripple back alongside of the whale, the creature seeing the foam fancies there is something to eat afloat, and makes a rush forward, whereby it often shall stave in some part of the ship. In such case the water that enters the leak flows to the bilge, which is always kept clear, and the mariners, having ascertained where the damage is, empty the cargo from that compartment into those adjoining, for the planking is so well fitted that the water cannot pass from one compartment to another. Then they stop the leak and replace the lading. The fastenings are all of good iron nails, and the sides are double, one plank laid over the other, and caulked outside and in. The planks are not pitched, for those people do not have any pitch, but they daub the sides with another matter, deemed by them far better than pitch. It is this. You see they take some lime and some chopped hemp, and these they knead together with a certain wood oil, and when the 3 are thoroughly amalgamated, they hold like any glue. And with this mixture they do pay their ships. Each of their great ships requires at least 200 mariners, some of them 300. They are indeed of great size, for one ship shall carry 5,000 or 6,000 baskets of pepper, and they used formerly to be larger than they are now. And aboard these ships, you must know, when there is no wind, they use sweeps, and these sweeps are so big that to pull them requires 4 mariners to each. Every great ship has certain large barks or tenders attached to it. These are large enough to carry 1,000 baskets of pepper, and carry 50 or 60 mariners apiece, some of them 80 or 100, and they are likewise moved by oars. They assist the great ship by towing her, at such times as her sweeps are in use, or even when she is under sail, if the wind be somewhat on the beam, not if the wind be astern, for then the sails of the big ship would take the wind out of those of the tenders, and she would run them down. Each ship has 2 or 3 of these barks, but one is bigger than the others. There are also some 10 small boats for the service of each great ship, to lay out the anchors, catch fish, bring supplies aboard, and the like. When the ship is under sail, she carries these boats slung to her sides, and the large tenders have their boats in like manner. When the ship has been a year in work, and they wish to repair her, they nail on a 3rd plank over the first 2, and caulk and pay it well, and when another repair is wanted, they nail on yet another plank, and so on year by year as it is required. Howbeit, they do this only for a certain number of years, and till there are 6 thicknesses of planking. When a ship has come to have 6 planks on her sides, one over the other, they take her no more on the high seas, but make use of her for coasting as long as she will last, and then they break her up. Now that I have told you about the ships which sail upon the ocean sea and among the isles of India, let us proceed to speak of the various wonders of India. But first and foremost I must tell you about a number of islands that there are in that part of the ocean sea where we now are, I mean the islands lying to the eastward. So let us begin with an island which is called Cipangu. Chapter 2. Cipangu is an island towards the east in the high seas, 1,500 miles distant from the continent, and a very great island it is. The people are white, civilized, and well favored. They are idolaters and are dependent on nobody. And I can tell you the quantity of gold they have is endless, for they find it in their own islands, and the king does not allow it to be exported. Moreover, few merchants visit the country because it is so far from the mainland, and thus it comes to pass that their gold is abundant beyond all measure. I will tell you a wonderful thing about the palace of the lord of that island. You must know that he hath a great palace which is entirely roofed with fine gold, just as our churches are roofed with lead, insomuch that it would scarcely be possible to estimate its value. Moreover, all the pavement of the palace, and the floors of its chambers, are entirely of gold, in plates like slabs of stone, a good 2 fingers thick, and the windows also are of gold, so that altogether the richness of this palace is past all bounds and all belief. They also have pearls in abundance, which are of a rose colour, but fine, big, and round, and quite as valuable as the white ones. In this island some of the dead are buried, and others are burnt. When a body is burnt, they put one of these pearls in the mouth, for such is their custom. They also have quantities of other precious stones. Kublai, the Grand Khan, who now reigneth, having heard much of the immense wealth that was in this island, formed a plan to get possession of it. For this purpose he sent 2 of his barons with a great navy and a great force of horse and foot. These barons were able and valiant men, one of them called Abakan, and the other Wonsainchin, and they weighed with all their company from the ports of Zayton and Kinsay, and put out to sea. They sailed until they reached the island aforesaid, and there they landed and occupied the open country and the villages, but did not succeed in getting possession of any city or castle. And so a disaster befell them, as I shall now relate. You must know that there was much ill will between those 2 barons, so that one would do nothing to help the other. And it came to pass that there arose a north wind which blew with great fury, and caused great damage along the coast of that island, for its harbours were few. It blew so hard that the great Khan's fleet could not stand against it. And when the chiefs saw that, they came to the conclusion that if the ships remained where they were, the whole navy would perish. So they all got on board and made sail to leave the country. But when they had gone about 4 miles they came to a small island, on which they were driven ashore in spite of all they could do, and a great part of the fleet was wrecked, and a great multitude of the force perished, so that there escaped only some 30,000 men, who took refuge on this island. These held themselves for dead men, for they were without food and knew not what to do, and they were in great despair when they saw that such of the ships as had escaped the storm were making full sail for their own country, without the slightest sign of turning back to help them. And this was because of the bitter hatred between the 2 barons in command of the force, for the baron who escaped never showed the slightest desire to return to his colleague who was left upon the island in the way you have heard, though he might easily have done so after the storm ceased, and it endured not long. He did nothing of the kind, however, but made straight for home. And you must know that the island to which the soldiers had escaped was uninhabited. There was not a creature upon it but themselves. Now we will tell you what befell those who escaped on the fleet, and also those who were left upon the island. Chapter 3. You see, those who were left upon the island, some 30,000 souls as I have said, did hold themselves for dead men, for they saw no possible means of escape. And when the king of the great island got news how the one part of the expedition had saved themselves upon that isle, and the other part was scattered and fled, he was right glad thereat, and he gathered together all the ships of his territory, and proceeded with them, the sea now being calm, to the little isle, and landed his troops all round it. And when the Tartars saw them thus arrive, and the whole force landed, without any guard having been left on board the ships, the act of men very little acquainted with such work, they had the sagacity to feign flight. Now the island was very high in the middle, and whilst the enemy were hastening after them by one road, they fetched a compass by another, and in this way managed to reach the enemy's ships and to get aboard of them. This they did easily enough, for they encountered no opposition. Once they were on board, they got under way immediately for the great island, and landed there, carrying with them the standards and banners of the king of the island, and in this wise they advanced to the capital. The garrison of the city, suspecting nothing wrong when they saw their own banners advancing, supposed that it was their own host returning, and so gave them admittance. The Tartars, as soon as they had got in, seized all the bulwarks and drove out all who were in the place except the pretty women, and these they kept for themselves. In this way the great Khan's people got possession of the city. When the king of the great island and his army perceived that both fleet and city were lost, they were greatly cast down. Howbeit, they got away to the great island on board some of the ships which had not been carried off, and the king then gathered all his host to the siege of the city, and invested it so straitly that no one could go in or come out. Those who were within held the place for 7 months, and strove by all means to send word to the great Khan, but it was all in vain, they never could get the intelligence carried to them. So, when they saw they could hold out no longer, they gave themselves up, on condition that their lives should be spared, but still that they should never quit the island. And this befell in the year of our Lord 1279. The great Khan ordered the baron who had fled so disgracefully to lose his head, and afterwards he caused the other also, who had been left on the island, to be put to death, for he had never behaved as a good soldier ought to do. But I must tell you a wonderful thing that I had forgotten, which happened on this expedition. You see, at the beginning of the affair, when the Khan's people had landed on the great island and occupied the open country as I told you, they stormed a tower belonging to some of the islanders who refused to surrender, and they cut off the heads of all the garrison except 8. On these 8 they found it impossible to inflict any wound. Now, this was by virtue of certain stones which they had in their arms inserted between the skin and the flesh, with such skill as to not show them at all externally. And the charm and virtue of these stones was such that those who wore them could never perish by steel. So, when the baron learned this, they ordered the men to be beaten to death with clubs. and after the death the stones were extracted from the bodies of all, and were greatly prized. But now let us have done with that matter, and return to our subject. Chapter 4. Now you must know that the idols of Cathay, and of Manzi, and of this island are all of the same class. And in this island, as well as elsewhere, there be some of the idols that have the head of an ox, some that have the head of a pig, some of a dog, some of a sheep, and some of divers other kinds. And some of them have 4 heads, whilst some have 3, one growing out of either shoulder. There are also some that have 4 hands, some 10, some 1,000. And they do put more faith in those idols that have 1,000 hands than in any of the others. And when any Christian seeks them why they make their idols in so many different guises, and not all alike, they reply that just so their forefathers were wont to have them made, and just so they will leave them to their children, and these to the after generations. And so they will be handed down forever. And you must understand that the deeds ascribed to these idols are such a parcel of devilries as it is best not to tell. So let us have done with the idols and speak of other things. But I must tell you one thing still concerning that island, and 'tis the same with the other Indian islands, that if the natives take prisoner an enemy who cannot pay a ransom, he who hath the prisoner summons all his friends and relations, and they put the prisoner to death, and then they cook him and eat him, and they say there is no meat in the world so good. But now we will have done with that island, and speak of something else. You must know the sea in which lie the islands of those parts is called the Sea of Chin, which is as much as to say the sea over against Manzi. For in the language of those isles, when they say Chin, 'tis Manzi they mean. And I tell you with regard to that eastern sea of Chin, according to what it is said by the experienced pilots and mariners of those parts, there be 7,459 islands in the waters frequented by the said mariners, and that is how they know the fact, for their whole life is spent in navigating that sea. And there is not one of those islands but produces valuable and odorous woods like the lignaloe, aye, and better too, and they produce also a great variety of spices. For example, in those islands grows pepper as white as snow, as well as the black in great quantities. In fact, the riches of those islands is something wonderful, whether in gold or precious stones, or in all manner of spicery, but they lie so far off from the main land that it is hard to get to them. And when the ships of Zayton and Kinsay do voyage thither, they make vast profits by their venture. It takes them a whole year for the voyage, going in winter and returning in summer. For in that sea there are but 2 winds that blow, the one that carries them outward, and the other that brings them homeward, and the one of these winds blows all the winter, and the other all the summer. And you must know these regions are so far from India that it takes a long time also for the voyage thence. Though that sea is called the Sea of Chin, as I have told you, yet it is part of the ocean sea all the same. But just as in these parts people talk of the Sea of England and the Sea of Rochelle, so in those countries they speak of the Sea of Chin and the Sea of India, and so on, though they are all but parts of the ocean. Now let us have done with that region which is very inaccessible and out of the way. Moreover, Messer Marco Polo never was there. And let me tell you the great Khan has nothing to do with them, nor do they render him any tribute or service. So let us go back to Zayton and take up the order of our book from that point. Chapter 5. You must know that on leaving the port of Zayton you sail west-southwest for 1,500 miles, and then you come to a country called Chamba, a very rich region, having a king of its own. The people are idolaters and pay a yearly tribute to the great Khan, which consists of elephants and nothing but elephants. And I will tell you how they came to pay this tribute. It happened in the year of Christ 1278 that the great Khan sent a baron of his called Sagatu with a great force of horse and foot against this king of Chamba, and this baron opened the war on a great scale against the king and his country. Now the king, whose name was Akambale, was a very aged man, nor had he such a force as the baron had. And when he saw what havoc the baron was making with his kingdom, he was grieved to the heart. So he bade messengers get ready, and dispatched them to the great Khan. And they said to the Khan, "Our lord the king of Chamba salutes you as his liege lord, and would have you to know that he is stricken in years, and long hath held his realm in peace. And now he sends you word by us that he is willing to be your liegeman, and will send you every year a tribute of as many elephants as you please. And he prays you in all gentleness and humility that you would send word to your baron to desist from harrying his kingdom and to quit his territories. These shall henceforth be at your absolute disposal, and the king shall hold them of you." When the great Khan had heard the king's ambassage, he was moved with pity, and sent word to that baron of his to quit that kingdom with his army, and to carry his arms to the conquest of some other country, and as soon as this command reached them, they obeyed it. Thus it was then that this king became vassal of the great Khan, and paid him every year a tribute of 20 of the greatest and finest elephants that were to be found in the country. But now we will leave that matter and tell you other particulars about the king of Chamba. You must know that in that kingdom no woman is allowed to marry until the king shall have seen her. If the woman pleases him, he then takes her to wife. If she does not, he gives her a dowry to get her a husband withal. In the year of Christ 1285, Messer Marco Polo was in that country, and at that time the king had, between sons and daughters, 326 children, of whom at least 150 were men fit to carry arms. There are very great numbers of elephants in this kingdom, and they have lignaloes in great abundance. They have also extensive forests of the wood called bonus, which is jet black, and of which chessmen and pen cases are made. But there is not more to tell, so let us proceed. End of section 10.
Section 11 of the Book of Sir Marco Polo, the Venetian, Concerning the Kingdoms and Marvels of the East, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ramon Escamilla, Conway, Arkansas. Chapter 6. Concerning the Great Island of Java. When you sail from Chamba, 1,500 miles in a course between south and southeast, you come to a great island called Java. And the experienced mariners of those islands who know the matter well say that it is the greatest island in the world, and has a compass of more than 3,000 miles. It is subject to a great king, and tributary to no one else in the world. The people are idolaters. The island is of surpassing wealth, producing black pepper, nutmegs, spikenard, galingale, cubebs, cloves, and all other kinds of spices. This island is also frequented by a vast amount of shipping, and by merchants who buy and sell costly goods from which they reap great profit. Indeed, the treasure of this island is so great as to be past telling. And I can assure you the great Khan never could get possession of this island, on account of its great distance, and the great expense of an expedition thither. The merchants of Zaitan and Manzi draw annually great returns from this country. Chapter 7. Wherein the Isles of Sonder and Konder are spoken of, and the Kingdom of Lokak. When you leave Chamba, and sail for 700 miles on a course between south and southwest, you arrive at 2 islands, a greater and a less. The one is called Sonder, and the other Konder. As there is nothing about them worth mentioning, Let us go on 500 miles beyond Sonder, and then we find another country which is called Lokok. It is a good country and a rich. It is on the mainland, and it has a king of its own. The people are idolaters and have a peculiar language, and pay tribute to nobody, for their country is so situated that no one can enter it to do them ill. Indeed, if it were possible to get at it, the great Khan would soon bring them under subjection to him. In this country the Brazil which we make use of grows in great plenty, and they also have gold in incredible quantity. They have elephants likewise, and much game. In this kingdom too are gathered all the porcelain shells which are used for small change in all those regions, as I have told you before. There is nothing else to mention except that this is a very wild region, visited by few people, nor does the king desire that any strangers should frequent the country, and so find out about his treasure and other resources. We will now proceed and tell you of something else. Chapter 8. Of the island called Pentam and the city Malayur. When you leave Lokok and sail for 500 miles toward the south, you come to an island called Pentam, a very wild place. All the wood that grows thereon consists of odoriferous trees. There is no more to say about it, so let us sail about 60 miles further between those two islands. Throughout this distance there is but 4 paces depth of water, so that great ships in passing this channel have to lift their rudders, for they draw nearly as much water as that. And when you have gone those 60 miles, and again about 30 more, you come to an island which forms a kingdom and is called Malayur. The people have a king of their own, and a peculiar language. The city is a fine and noble one, and there is great trade carried on there. All kinds of spicery are to be found there, and all other necessaries of life. Chapter 9. Concerning the island of Java the Less. The kingdoms of Fairlek and Basma. When you leave the island of Pentam and sail about 100 miles, you reach the island of Java the Less. For all its name, 'tis none so small but that it has a compass of 2,000 miles or more. Now I will tell you all about this island. You see there are upon it 8 kingdoms and 8 crowned kings. The people are all idolaters, and every kingdom has a language of its own. The island hath great abundance of treasure, with costly spices, line aloes, and spikenard, and many others that never come into our parts. Now I am going to tell you all about these 8 kingdoms, or at least the greater part of them. But let me premise one marvelous thing, and that is the fact that this island lies so far to the south that the North Star, little or much, is never to be seen. Now let us resume our subject, and first I will tell you of the kingdom of Fairlek. This kingdom, you must know, is so much frequented by the Saracen merchants that they have converted the natives to the law of Mohammed. I mean the townspeople only, for the hill people live for all the world like beasts, and eat human flesh, as well as all other kinds of flesh, clean or unclean, and they worship this, that, and the other thing. For in fact the first thing that they see on rising in the morning, that they do worship for the rest of the day. Having told you of the kingdom of Fairlek, I will now tell of another which is called Basma. When you quit the kingdom of Fairlek, you enter upon that of Basma. This also is an independent kingdom, and the people have a language of their own, but they are just like beasts without laws or religion. They call themselves subjects of the great Khan, but they pay him no tribute. Indeed, they are so far away that his men could not go thither. Still, all these islanders declare themselves to be his subjects, and sometimes they send him curiosities as presents. There are wild elephants in the country, and numerous unicorns, which are very nearly as big. They have hair like that of a buffalo, feet like those of an elephant, and a horn in the middle of the forehead, which is black and very thick. They do no mischief, however, with the horn, but with the tongue alone, for this is covered all over with long and strong prickles, and when savage with anyone they crush him under their knees and then rasp him with their tongue. The head resembles that of a wild boar, and they carry it ever bent toward the ground. They delight much to abide in mire and mud. 'Tis a passing ugly beast to look upon, and is not in the least like that which our stories tell of as being caught in the lap of a virgin. In fact, 'tis altogether different from what we fancied. There are also monkeys here in great numbers and of sundry kinds, and goshawks as black as crows. These are very large birds, and capital for fowling. I may tell you moreover that when people bring home pygmies which they allege to come from India, 'tis all a lie and a cheat. For those little men, as they call them, are manufactured on this island, and I will tell you how. You see, there is on the island a kind of monkey which is very small and has a face just like a man's. They take these and pluck out all the hair except the hair of the beard and on the breast, and then they dry them and stuff them and daub them with saffron and other things until they look like men. But you see, it is all a cheat, for nowhere in India nor anywhere else in the world were there ever men seen so small as these pretended pygmies. Now I will say no more of the kingdom of Basma, but tell you of the others in succession. Chapter 10. The Kingdoms of Samara and Dagroyan. So you must know that when you leave the kingdom of Basma, you come to another kingdom called Samara, on the same island. And in that kingdom, Messer Marco Polo was detained 5 months by the weather, which would not allow of his going on. And I tell you that here again, neither the pole star nor the stars of the maestro were to be seen, much or little. The people here are wild idolaters. They have a king who is great and rich, but they also call themselves subjects of the great Khan. When Messer Mark was detained on this island 5 months by contrary winds, he landed with about 2,000 men in his company. They dug large ditches on the landward side to encompass the party, resting at either end on the sea haven, and within these ditches they made bulwarks, or stockades, of timber, for fear of those brutes of man-eaters, for there is great store of wood there, and the islanders having confidence in the party supplied them with victuals and other things needful. There is abundance of fish to be had, the best in the world. The people have no wheat, but live on rice. Nor have they any wine, except such as I shall now describe. You must know that they derive it from a certain kind of tree that they have. When they want wine, they cut a branch of this, and attach a great pot to the stem of the tree at the place where the branch was cut. In a day and a night they will find the pot filled. This wine is excellent drink, and is got both white and red. It is of such surpassing virtue that it cures dropsy and tisic and spleen. The trees resemble small date palms, and when cutting a branch no longer gives a flow of wine, they water the root of the tree, and before long the branches again begin to give out wine as before. They also have great quantities of Indian nuts, as big as a man's head, which are good to eat when fresh, being sweet and savory, and white as milk. The inside of the meat of the nut is filled with a liquor like clear fresh water, but better to the taste, and more delicate than wine or any other drink that ever existed. Now we have done telling you about this kingdom, let us quit it, and we will tell you of Dagroyan. When you leave the kingdom of Samara, you come to another which is called Dagroyan. It is an independent kingdom, and has a language of its own. The people are very wild, but they call themselves the subjects of the great Khan. I will tell you a wicked custom of theirs. When one of them is ill, they send for their sorcerers, and put the question to them, whether the sick man shall recover of his sickness or no. If they say that he will recover, then they let him alone till he gets better. But if the sorcerers foretell that the sick man is to die, the friends send for certain judges of theirs to put to death him who has thus been condemned by the sorcerers to die. These men come and lay so many clothes upon the sick man's mouth that they suffocate him, and when he is dead they have him cooked and gather together all the dead man's kin, and eat him. And I assure you, they do suck the very bones till not a particle of marrow remains in them. For they say that if any nourishment remained in the bones, this would breed worms, and then the worms would die for want of food, and the death of those worms would be laid to the charge of the deceased man's soul. And so they eat him up, stump and rump. And when they have thus eaten him, they collect his bones, and put them in fine chests, and carry them away, and place them in caverns among the mountains where no beast nor other creature can get at them. And you must know also that if they take prisoner a man of another country, and he cannot pay a ransom in coin, they kill him and eat him straightway. It is a very evil custom, and a parlous. Now that I have told you about this kingdom, let us leave it, and I will tell you of Lambri. End of section 11. Recording by Ramon Escamilla, Conway, Arkansas. Ramonescamilla.wordpress.com.
Section 12 of the Book of Sir Marco Polo, the Venetian, Concerning the Kingdoms and Marvels of the East, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Book of Sir Marco Polo, the Venetian, Concerning the Kingdoms and Marvels of the East, Volume 2, by Rustichello da PISA. Translated by Henry Yule. Book 3rd, Chapters 11 to 15. Chapter 11. Of the Kingdoms of Lambri and Fansur. When you leave that kingdom, you come to another, which is called Lambri. The people are idolaters, and call themselves the subjects of the Great Khan. They have plenty of camphor and all sorts of other spices. They also have Brazil in great quantities. This they sow, and when it is grown to the size of a small shoot, they take it up and transplant it. Then they let it grow for 3 years, after which they tear it up by the root. You must know that Messer Marco Polo aforesaid brought some seed of the Brazil, such as they sow, to Venice with him, and had it sown there, but never a thing came up, and I fancy it was because the climate was too cold. Now you must know that in this kingdom of Lambri there are men with tails. These tails are of a palm in length, and have no hair on them. These people live in the mountains, and are a kind of wild men. Their tails are about the thickness of a dog's. There are also plenty of unicorns in that country, and abundance of game in birds and beasts. Now then, I have told you about the kingdom of Lambri. You then come to another kingdom, which is called Fansur. The people are idolaters, and also call themselves subjects of the Great Khan. And understand, they are still on the same island that I have been telling you of. In this kingdom of Fansur grows the best camphor in the world, called Camphora fansuri. It is so fine that it sells for its weight in fine gold. The people have no wheat, but have rice which they eat with milk and flesh. They also have wine from trees much as I have told you of. And I will tell you another great marvel. They have a kind of trees that produce flour, and excellent flour it is for food. These trees are very tall and thick, but have a very thin bark, and inside the bark they are crammed with flour. And I tell you that Messer Marco Polo, who witnessed all this, related how he and his party did sundry times partake of this flour, made into bread, and found it excellent. There is now no more to relate, for out of those 8 kingdoms we have told you about 6 that lie at this side of the island. I shall tell you nothing about the other 2 kingdoms that are at the other side of the island, for the said Messer Marco Polo never was there. Howbeit we have told you about the greater part of this island of the Lesser Java. So now we will quit it, and I will tell you of a very small island that is called Guanisipola. Chapter 12. Concerning the island of Necuveran. When you leave the island of Java, the Less, and the kingdom of Lambri, you sail north about 150 miles, and then you come to two islands, one of which is called Necuveran. In this island they have no king nor chief, but live like beasts. And I tell you, they go all naked, both men and women, and do not use the slightest covering of any kind. They are idolaters. Their woods are all of noble and valuable kinds of trees, such as red sanders, and Indian nut, and cloves, and Brazil, and sundry other good spices. There is nothing else worth relating, and so we will go on, and I will tell you of an island called Angermanane. Chapter 13. Concerning the island of Angermanane. Angermanane is a very large island. The people are without a king, and are idolaters, and no better than wild beasts. And I assure you, all the men of this island of Angermanane have heads like dogs, and teeth and eyes likewise. In fact, in the face they are all just like big mastiff dogs. They have a quantity of spices, but they are the most cruel generation, and eat everybody that they can catch, if not of their own race. They live on flesh and rice and milk, and have fruits different from any of ours. Now that I have told you about this race of people, as indeed it was highly proper to do in this our book, I will go on to tell you about an island called Ceylon, as you shall hear. Chapter 14. Concerning the island of Ceylon. When you leave the island of Angermanane, and sail about 1,000 miles in a direction a little south of west, you come to the island of Ceylon, which is in good sooth the best island of its size in the world. You must know that it has a compass of 2,400 miles, but in old times it was greater still, for it then had a circuit of about 3,600 miles, as you find in the charts of the mariners of those seas. But the north wind there blows with such strength that it has caused the sea to submerge a large part of the island, and that is the reason why it is not so big now as it used to be. For you must know that on the side where the north wind strikes the island is very low and flat, insomuch that in approaching on board ship from the high seas you do not see the land till you are right upon it. Now I will tell you all about this island. They have a king there whom they call Cendamain, and are tributary to nobody. The people are idolaters, and go quite naked, except that they cover the middle. They have no wheat, but have rice and sesamum, of which they make their oil. They live on flesh and milk, and have tree wine, such as I have told you of. And they have Brazil wood, much the best in the world. Now I will quit these particulars and tell you of the most precious article that exists in the world. You must know that rubies are found in this island, and in no other country in the world but this. They find there also sapphires and topazes and amethysts, and many other stones of price. And the king of this island possesses a ruby which is the finest and biggest in the world. I will tell you what it is like. It is about a palm in length, and as thick as a man's arm. To look at, it is the most resplendent object upon earth. It is quite free from flaw, and as red as fire. Its value is so great that a price for it in money could hardly be named at all. You must know that the great Khan sent an embassy and begged the king as a favor greatly desired by him to sell him this ruby, offering to give for it the ransom of a city, or in fact what the king would. But the king replied that on no account whatever would he sell it, for it had come to him from his ancestors. The people of Ceylon are no soldiers, but poor cowardly creatures, and when they have need of soldiers they get Saracen troops from foreign parts. Chapter 15. The same continued. The history of Sagamoni Borcan, and the beginning of idolatry. Furthermore, you must know that in this island of Ceylon there is an exceeding high mountain. It rises right up so steep and precipitous that no one could ascend it, were it not that they have taken and fixed to it several great and massive iron chains, so disposed that by help of these men are able to mount to the top. And I tell you, they say that on this mountain is the sepulchre of Adam, our first parent. At least, that is what the Saracens say, but the idolaters say that it is the sepulchre of Sagamoni Borcan, before whose time there were no idols. They hold him to have been the best of men, a great saint in fact, according to their fashion, and the first in whose name idols were made. He was the son, as the story goes, of a great and wealthy king, and he was of such an holy temper that he would never listen to any worldly talk, nor would he consent to be king. And when the father saw that his son would not be king, nor yet take any part in affairs, he took it sorely to heart. At first he tried to tempt him with great promises, offering to crown him king, and to render all authority into his hands. The son, however, would none of his offers, so the father was in great trouble, and all the more that he had no other son but him, to whom he might bequeath the kingdom at his own death. So, after taking thought on the matter, the king caused a great palace to be built, and placed his son therein, and caused him to be waited on there by a number of maidens, the most beautiful that could anywhere be found. And he ordered them to divert themselves with the prince, night and day, and to sing and dance before him, and so to draw his heart towards worldly enjoyments. But 'twas all of no avail, for none of those maidens could ever tempt the king's son to any wantonness, and he only abode the firmer in his chastity, leading a most holy life, after their manner thereof. And I assure you, he was so staid a youth that he had never gone out of the palace, and thus he had never seen a dead man, nor any one who was not hale and sound, for the father never allowed any man that was aged or infirm to come into his presence. It came to pass, however, one day that the young gentleman took a ride, and by the roadside he beheld a dead man. The sight dismayed him greatly, as he had never seen such a sight before. Incontinently he demanded of those who were with him what thing that was, and then they told him it was a dead man. "How then," quoth the king's son, "do all men die?" "Yea, forsooth," said they, whereupon the young gentleman said never a word, but rode on right pensively. And after he had ridden a good way, he fell in with a very aged man who could no longer walk, and had not a tooth in his head, having lost all because of his great age. And when the king's son beheld this old man, he asked what that might mean, and wherefore the man could not walk. Those who were with him replied that it was through old age the man could walk no longer, and had lost all his teeth. And so when the king's son had thus learned about the dead man and about the aged man, he turned back to his palace, and said to himself that he would abide no longer in this evil world, but would go in search of him who dieth not, and who had created him. So what did he one night but take his departure from the palace privily, and betake himself to certain lofty and pathless mountains. And there he did abide, leading a life of great hardship and sanctity, and keeping great abstinence, just as if he had been a Christian. Indeed, if he had but been so, he would have been a great saint of our Lord Jesus Christ, so good and pure was the life he led. And when he died they found his body, and brought it to his father. And when his father saw dead before him that son whom he loved better than himself, he was near going distraught with sorrow. And he caused an image in the similitude of his son to be wrought in gold and precious stones, and caused all his people to adore it. And they all declared him to be a god, and so they still say. They tell me, moreover, that he hath died 84 times. The first time he died as a man, and came to life again as an ox, and then he died as an ox, and came to life again as a horse, and so on until he had died 84 times, and every time he became some kind of animal. But when he died the 84th time, they say he became a god. And they do hold him for the greatest of all their gods. And they tell that the aforesaid image of him was the first idol that the idolaters ever had. And from that they have originated all other idols. And this befell in the island of Ceylon in India. The idolaters came thither on pilgrimage from very long distances and with very great devotion, just as Christians go to the shrine of Messer St. James in Galicia. And they maintain that the monument on the mountain is that of the king's son, according to the story I have been telling you, and that the teeth and the hair and the dish that are there were those of the same king's son, whose name was Sogomoni Borcan, or Sogomoni the Saint. But the Saracens also come thither on pilgrimage in great numbers, and they say that it is the sepulchre of Adam, our first father, and that the teeth and the hair and the dish were those of Adam. Whose they were, in truth, God knoweth. Howbeit, according to the Holy Scripture of our Church, the sepulchre of Adam is not in that part of the world. Now it befell that the great Khan heard how on that mountain there was the sepulchre of our first father Adam, and that some of his hair and of his teeth, and the dish from which he used to eat, were still preserved there. So he thought he would get hold of them somehow or other, and dispatched a great embassy for the purpose in the year of Christ 1284. The ambassadors with a great company travelled on by sea and by land until they arrived at the island of Ceylon, and presented themselves before the king. And they were so urgent with him that they succeeded in getting 2 of the grinder teeth, which were passing great and thick, and they also got some of the hair, and the dish from which that personage used to eat, which is of a very beautiful green porphyry. And when the great Khan's ambassadors had attained the object for which they had come, they were greatly rejoiced, and returned to their lord. And when they drew near to the great city of Cambaluc, where the great Khan was staying, they sent him word that they had brought back that for which he had sent them. On learning this, the great Khan was passing glad, and ordered all the ecclesiastics and others to go forth to meet those relics, which he was led to believe were those of Adam. And why should I make a long story of it? In sooth, the whole population of Cambaluc went forth to meet those relics, and the ecclesiastics took them over and carried them to the great Khan, who received them with great joy and reverence. And they find it written in their scriptures that the virtue of that dish is such that if food for 1 man be put therein, it shall become enough for 5 men. And the great Khan averred that he had proved the thing and found that it was really true. So now you have heard how the great Khan came by those relics, and a mighty great treasure it did cost him, the relics being, according to the idolaters, those of the king's son. End of section 12.
Section 13 of the book of Sir Marco Polo, concerning the kingdoms and marvels of the East, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeremiah Sutherland, Victoria, British Columbia. The book of Sir Marco Polo, the Venetian, concerning the kingdoms and marvels of the East, by Rustichello da PISA, translated by Henry Yule. Book 3rd, chapters 16 to 18, concerning the great province of Maabar, which is called India the Greater, of the place where lieth the body of St. Thomas the Apostle. Chapter 16, concerning the great province of Maabar. When you leave the island of Ceylon and sail westward about 60 miles, you come to the great province of Maabar, which is styled India the Greater. It is the best of all the Indies, and is on the mainland. You must know that in this province there are 5 kings who are own brothers. I will tell you about each in turn. The province is the finest and noblest in the world. At this end of the province reigns one of those 5 royal brothers, who is a crowned king, and his name is Sonder Bandi Davar. In his kingdom they find very fine and great pearls, and I will tell you how they are got. You must know that the sea here forms a gulf between the island of Ceylon and the mainland, And all round this gulf the water has a depth of no more than 10 or 12 fathoms, and in some places no more than 2 fathoms. The pearl fishers take their vessels, great and small, and proceed into this gulf, where they stop from the beginning of April till the middle of May. They go first to a place called Betelar, and then go 60 miles into the gulf. Here they cast anchor and shift from their large vessels into small boats. You must know that the many merchants who go divide into various companies, and each of these must engage a number of men on wages, hiring them for April and half of May. Of all the produce they have first to pay the king as his royalty the 10th part. And they must also pay those men who charm the great fishes to prevent them from injuring the divers whilst engaged in seeking pearls under water, 1/20th part of all that they take. These fish charmers are termed abraiman, and their charm holds good for that day only, for at night they dissolve the charm, so that the fishes can work mischief at their will. These abraiman know also how to charm beasts and birds and every living thing. When the men have got into the small boats, they jump into the water and dive to the bottom, which may be at a depth of from 4 to 12 fathoms, and there they remain as long as they are able. And there they find the shells that contain the pearls, and these they put into a net bag tied around the waist, and mount up to the surface with them, and then dive anew. When they can't hold their breath any longer, they come up again, and after a little down they go once more, and so they go on all day. The shells are in fashion like oysters or sea hoods, and in these shells are found pearls, great and small, of every kind, sticking in the flesh of the shellfish. In this manner pearls are fished in great quantities, for thence in fact come the pearls which are spread all over the world. And I can tell you the king of that state hath a very great receipt and treasure from his dues upon those pearls. As soon as the middle of May is past, no more of those pearl shells are found there. It is true, however, that a long way from that spot, some 300 miles distant, they are also found, but that is in September and the first half of October. Chapter 17 continues to speak of the province of Mabar. You must know that in all this province of Mabar there is never a tailor to cut a coat or stitch it, seeing that everybody goes naked. For decency only they do wear a scrap of cloth, and so 'tis with men and women, with rich and poor, aye, and with the king himself, except what I am going to mention. It is a fact that the king goes as bare as the rest, only round his loins he has a piece of fine cloth, and round his neck he has a necklace entirely of precious stones, rubies, sapphires, emeralds, and the like, insomuch that this collar is of great value. He wears also hanging in front of his chest, from the neck downwards, a fine silk thread strung with 104 large pearls and rubies of great price. The reason why he wears this cord with the 104 great pearls and rubies is, according to what they tell, that every day, morning and evening, he has to say 104 prayers to his idols. Such is their religion and their custom. And thus did all the kings his ancestors before him, and they bequeathed the string of pearls to him that he should do the like. The prayer that they say daily consists of these words, Pakauta, 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 and this they repeat 104 times. The king aforesaid also wears on his arms 3 golden bracelets thickly set with pearls of great value, and anklets also of like kind he wears on his legs, and rings on his toes likewise. So let me tell you, what this king wears between gold and gems and pearls is worth more than a city's ransom. And 'tis no wonder, for he hath great store of such gear, and besides they are found in his kingdom. Moreover, nobody is permitted to take out of the kingdom a pearl weighing more than half a saggio, unless he manages to do it secretly. This order has been given because the king desires to reserve all such to himself, and so in fact the quantity he has is something almost incredible. Moreover, several times every year he sends his proclamation through the realm that if any one who possesses a pearl or stone of great value will bring it to him, he will pay for it twice as much as it cost. Everybody is glad to do this, and thus the king gets all into his own hands, giving every man his price. Furthermore, this king has some 500 wives, for whenever he hears of a beautiful damsel he takes her to wife. Indeed, he did a very sorry deed, as I shall tell you. For seeing that his brother had a handsome wife, he took her by force and kept her for himself. His brother, being a discreet man, took the thing quietly and made no noise about it. The king hath many children. And there are about the king a number of barons in attendance upon him. These ride with him and keep always near him, and have great authority in the kingdom. They are called the king's trusty lieges. And you must know that when the king dies, and they put him on the fire to burn him, these lieges cast themselves into the fire round about his body, and suffer themselves to be burnt along with him. For they say they have been his comrades in this world, and that they ought also to keep him company in the other world. When the king dies, none of his children dares to touch his treasure. For they say, as our father did gather together all this treasure, so we ought to accumulate as much in our turn. And in this way it comes to pass that there is an immensity of treasure accumulated in this kingdom. Here are no horses bred, and thus a great part of the wealth of the country is wasted in purchasing horses. I will tell you how. You must know that the merchants of Kis and Hormuz and Dhofar and Sor and Aden collect great numbers of destriers and other horses, and these they bring to the territories of this king and of his 4 brothers, who are kings likewise, as I told you. For a horse will fetch among them 500 sagi of gold, worth more than 100 marks of silver, and vast numbers are sold there every year. Indeed, this king wants to buy more than 2,000 horses every year, and so do his 4 brothers, who are kings likewise. The reason why they want so many horses every year is that by the end of the year there shall not be 100 of them remaining, for they all die off. And this arises from mismanagement, for those people do not know in the least how to treat a horse, and besides they have no farriers. The horse merchants not only never bring any farriers with them, but also prevent any farrier from going thither, lest that should in any degree balk the sale of horses, which brings them in every year such vast gains. They bring these horses by sea aboard ship. They have in this country the custom which I am going to relate. When a man is doomed to die for any crime, he may declare that he will put himself to death in honor of such or such an idol, and the government then grants him permission to do so. His kinsfolk and friends then set him up on a cart, and provide him with 12 knives, and proceed to conduct him all about the city, proclaiming aloud, "This valiant man is going to slay himself for the love of such an idol." And when they be come to the place of execution, he takes a knife and sticks it through his arm and cries, "I slay myself for the love of such a god." Then he takes another knife and sticks it through his other arm, and takes a third knife and runs it into his belly, and so on until he kills himself outright. And when he is dead, his kinsfolk take the body and burn it with a joyful celebration. Many of the women also, when their husbands die, and are placed on the pile to be burnt, do burn themselves along with the bodies. And such women as do this have great praise from all. The people are idolaters, and many of them worship the ox, because they say it is a creature of such excellence. They would not eat beef for anything in the world, nor would they on any account kill an ox. But there is another class of people who are called Govi, and these are very glad to eat beef, though they dare not kill the animal. Howbeit, if an ox dies, naturally or otherwise, then they eat him. And let me tell you, the people of this country have a custom of rubbing their houses all over with cow dung. Moreover, all of them, great and small, king and barons included, do sit upon the ground only, and the reason they give is that this is the most honorable way to sit, because we all spring from the earth, and to the earth we must return. So no one can pay the earth too much honor, and no one ought to despise it. And about that race of Govis, I should tell you that nothing on earth would induce them to enter the place where Messieurs St. Thomas is, I mean where his body lies, which is in a certain city of the province of Mabar. Indeed, were even 20 or 30 men to lay hold of one of these Govis, and to try to hold him in the place where the body of the blessed apostle of Jesus Christ lies buried, they could not do it. Such is the influence of the saint, for it was by people of this generation that he was slain, as you shall presently hear. No wheat grows in this province, but rice only. And another strange thing to be told is that there is no possibility of breeding horses in this country, as hath often been proved by trial. For even when a great blood mare here has been covered by a great blood horse, the produce is nothing but a wretched wry-legged weed not fit to ride. The people of the country go to battle all naked, with only a lance and a shield, and they are most wretched soldiers. They will kill neither beast nor bird, nor anything that hath life, and for such animal food as they eat, they make the Saracens, or others who are not of their own religion, play the butcher. It is their practice that everyone, male and female, do wash the whole body twice every day, and those who do not wash are looked on much as we look on the Patarins. You must know also that in eating they use the right hand only, and would on no account touch their food with the left hand. All cleanly and becoming uses are ministered to by the right hand, whilst the left is reserved for uncleanly and disagreeable necessities, such as cleansing the secret parts of the body and the like. So also they drink only from drinking vessels, and every man hath his own, nor will any one drink from another's vessel. And when they drink, they do not put the vessel to the lips, but hold it aloft, and let the drink spout into the mouth. No one would on any account touch the vessel with his mouth, nor give a stranger drink with it. But if the stranger have no vessel of his own, they will pour the drink into his hands, and he may thus drink from his hands as from a cup. They are very strict in executing justice upon criminals, and as strict in abstaining from wine. Indeed, they have made a rule that wine drinkers and seafaring men are never to be accepted as sureties. For they say that to be a seafaring man is all the same as to be an utter desperado, and that his testimony is good for nothing. Howbeit they look on lechery as no sin. They have the following rule about debts. If a debtor shall have been several times asked by his creditor for payment, and shall have put him off from day to day with promises, then if the creditor can once meet the debtor and succeed in drawing a circle round him, the latter must not pass out of this circle until he shall have satisfied the claim, or given security for its discharge. If he in any other case presume to pass the circle, he is punished with death as a transgressor against right and justice. And the said Messer Marco, when in this kingdom on his return home, did himself witness a case of this. It was the king who owed a foreign merchant a certain sum of money, and though the claim had often been presented, he always put it off with promises. Now one day when the king was riding through the city, the merchant found his opportunity and drew a circle round both king and horse. The king, on seeing this, halted and would ride no further, nor did he stir from the spot until the merchant was satisfied. And when the bystanders saw this, they marveled greatly, saying that the king was a most just king indeed, having thus submitted to justice. You must know that the heat here is sometimes so great that 'tis something wonderful, and rain falls only for 3 months in the year, viz. in June, July, and August. Indeed, but for the rain that falls in these 3 months, refreshing the earth and cooling the air, the drought would be so great that no one could exist. They have many experts in an art which they call physiognomy, by which they discern a man's character and qualities at once. They also know the import of meeting with any particular bird or beast, for such omens are regarded by them more than by any people in the world. Thus, if a man is going along the road and hears someone sneeze, if he deems it, say, a good token for himself, he goes on, but if otherwise he stops a bit, or peradventure turns back altogether from his journey. As soon as a child is born, they write down his nativity, that is to say the day and hour, the month, and the moon's age. This custom they observe because every single thing they do is done with reference to astrology, and by advice of diviners skilled in sorcery and magic and geomancy, and such like diabolical arts, and some of them are also acquainted with astrology. All parents who have male children, as soon as these have attained the age of 13, dismiss them from their home, and do not allow them further maintenance in the family, for they say that the boys are then of an age to get their living by trade. So off they pack them with some 20 or 24 groats, or at least with money equivalent to that. And these urchins are running about all day from pillar to post, buying and selling. At the time of the pearl fishery they run to the beach, and purchase from the fishers or others 5 or 6 pearls, according to their ability, and take these to the merchants, who are keeping indoors for fear of the sun, and say to them, "These cost me such a price, now give me what profit you please on them." So the merchant gives something over the cost price for their profit. They do in the same way with many other articles, so that they become trained to be very dexterous and keen traders. And every day they take their food to their mothers to be cooked and served, but do not eat a scrap at the expense of their fathers. In this kingdom and all over India, the birds and beasts are entirely different from ours, all but one bird which is exactly like ours, and that is the quail, but everything else is totally different. For example, they have bats, I mean those birds that fly by night and have no feathers of any kind. Well, their birds of this kind are as big as a goshawk. Their goshawks again are as black as crows, a good deal bigger than ours, and very swift and sure. Another strange thing is that they feed their horses with boiled rice and boiled meat and various other kinds of cooked food. That is the reason why all the horses die off. They have certain abbeys in which are gods and goddesses to whom many young girls are consecrated, their fathers and mothers presenting them to that idol for which they entertain the greatest devotion. And when the monks of a convent desire to make a feast to their god, they send for all those consecrated damsels and make them sing and dance before the idol with great festivity. They also bring meats to feed their idol withal, that is to say, the damsels prepare dishes of meat and other good things, and put the food before the idol, and leave it there a good while, and then the damsels all go to their dancing and singing and festivity for about as long as a great baron might require to eat his dinner. By that time, they say, the spirit of the idols has consumed the substance of the food, so they remove the viands to be eaten by themselves with great jollity. This is performed by these damsels several times every year until they are married. The reason assigned for summoning the damsels to these feasts is, as the monks say, that the god is vexed and angry with the goddess, and will hold no communication with her. And they say that if peace be not established between them, things will go from bad to worse, and they never will bestow their grace and benediction. So they make those girls come in the way described, to dance and sing, all but naked, before the god and goddess. And those people believe that the god often solaces himself with the society of the goddess. The men of this country have their beds made of very light canework, so arranged that, when they have got in and are going to sleep, they are drawn up by cords nearly to the ceiling and fixed there for the night. This is done to get out of the way of tarantulas, which give terrible bites, as well as of fleas and such vermin, and at the same time to get as much air as possible in the great heat which prevails in that region. Not that everybody does this, but only the nobles and great folks, for the others sleep on the streets. Now I have told you about this kingdom of the province of Maabar, and I must pass on to the other kingdoms of the same province, for I have much to tell of their peculiarities. Chapter 18. Discoursing of the place where lieth the body of St. Thomas the Apostle. The body of Messire St. Thomas the Apostle lies in this province of Maabar, at a certain little town having no great population. 'Tis a place whither few traders go, because there is very little merchandise to be got there, and it is a place not very accessible. Both Christians and Saracens, however, greatly frequent it in pilgrimage. For the Saracens also do hold the saint in great reverence, and say that he was one of their own Saracens, and a great prophet, giving him the title of Avarian, which is as much as to say holy man. The Christians who go thither in pilgrimage take of the earth from the place where the saint was killed, and give a potion thereof to any one who is sick of a quartan or a tertian fever, and by the power of God and of St. Thomas, the sick man is incontinently cured. The earth, I should tell you, is red. A very fine miracle occurred there in the year of Christ 1288, as I will now relate. A certain baron of that country, having great store of a certain kind of corn that is called rice, had filled up with it all the houses that belonged to the church, and stood round about it. The Christian people in charge of the church were much distressed by his having thus stuffed their houses with his rice. The pilgrims, too, had nowhere to lay their heads, and they often begged the pagan baron to remove his grain, but he would do nothing of the kind. So one night the saint himself appeared with a fork in his hand, which he set at the baron's throat, saying, "If thou void not my houses, that my pilgrims may have room, thou shalt die an evil death." And therewithal the saint pressed him so hard with the fork that he thought himself a dead man. And when morning came, he caused all the houses to be voided of his rice, and told everybody what had befallen him at the saint's hands. So the Christians were greatly rejoiced at this grand miracle, and rendered thanks to God and to the blessed St. Thomas. Other great miracles do often come to pass there, such as the healing of those who are sick or deformed or the like, especially such as be Christians. The Christians who have charge of the church have a great number of the Indian nut trees, whereby they get their living, and they pay to one of those brother kings 6 groats for each tree every month. Now I will tell you the manner in which the Christian brethren who keep the church relate the story of the saint's death. They tell that the saint was in the wood outside his hermitage saying his prayers, and round about him were many peacocks, for these are more plentiful in that country than anywhere else. And one of the idolaters of that country, being of the lineage of those called Govi that I told you of, having gone with his bow and arrows to shoot peafowl, not seeing the saint, let fly an arrow at one of the peacocks, and this arrow struck the holy man in the right side, insomuch that he died of the wound, sweetly addressing himself to his Creator. Before he came to that place where he thus died, he had been in Nubia, where he converted much people to the faith of Jesus Christ. The children that are born here are black enough, but the blacker they be, the more they are thought of. Wherefore from the day of their birth their parents do rub them every week with oil of sesame, so that they become as black as devils. Moreover they make their gods black, and their devils white, and the images of their saints they do paint black all over. They have such faith in the ox, and hold it for a thing so holy, that when they go to the wars they take of the hair of the wild ox, whereof I have elsewhere spoken, and wear it tied to the necks of their horses. Or if serving on foot, they hang this hair to their shields, or attach it to their own hair. And so this hair bears a high price, since without it nobody goes to the wars in any good heart. For they believe that any one who has it shall come scatheless out of battle. End of section 13. Section 14 of the book of Sir Marco Polo, Concerning the Kingdoms and Marvels of the East, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeremiah Sutherland, Victoria, British Columbia. The book of Sir Marco Polo, the Venetian, Concerning the Kingdoms and Marvels of the East, Volume 2 by Rustichello da Pisa, translated by Henry Yule. Book 3rd, chapters 19 to 23, concerning the kingdom of Mutfili, concerning the province of Lar, whence the Brahmins come, concerning the city of Kyle, of the kingdom of Koilam, of the country called Komari. Chapter 19, concerning the kingdom of Mutfili. When you leave Maybar and go about 1,000 miles in a northerly direction, you come to the kingdom of Mutfili. This was formerly under the rule of a king, and since his death some 40 years past, it has been under his queen, a lady of much discretion, who for the great love she bore him never would marry another husband. And I can assure you that during all that space of 40 years she had administered her realm as well as ever her husband did, or better. And as she was a lover of justice, of equity, and of peace, she was more beloved by those of her kingdom than ever was lady or lord of theirs before. The people are idolaters and are tributary to nobody. They live on flesh and rice and milk. It is in this kingdom that diamonds are got, and I will tell you how. There are certain lofty mountains in those parts, and when the winter rains fall, which are very heavy, the waters come roaring down the mountains in great torrents. When the rains are over and the waters from the mountains have ceased to flow, they search the beds of the torrents and find plenty of diamonds. In summer also there are plenty to be found in the mountains, but the heat of the sun is so great that it is scarcely possible to go thither, nor is there then a drop of water to be found. Moreover, in those mountains great serpents are rife to a marvelous degree, besides other vermin, and this owing to the great heat. The serpents are also the most venomous in existence, insomuch that any one going to that region runs fearful peril, for many have been destroyed by those evil reptiles. Now among these mountains there are certain great and deep valleys, to the bottom of which there is no access. Wherefore the men who go in search of the diamonds take with them pieces of flesh, as lean as they can get, and these they cast into the bottom of a valley. Now there are numbers of white eagles that haunt those mountains and feed upon the serpents. When the eagles see the meat thrown down, they pounce upon it and carry it up to some rocky hilltop, where they begin to rend it. But there are men on the watch, and as soon as they see that the eagles have settled, they raise a loud shouting to drive them away. And when the eagles are thus frightened away, the men recover the pieces of meat, and find them full of diamonds, which have stuck to the meat down in the bottom. For the abundance of diamonds down there in the depths of the valleys is astonishing, but nobody can get down, and if one could, it would be only to be incontinently devoured by the serpents which are so rife there. There is also another way of getting the diamonds. The people go to the nests of those white eagles, of which there are many, and in their droppings they find plenty of diamonds which the birds have swallowed in devouring the meat that was cast into the valleys. And when the eagles themselves are taken, diamonds are found in their stomachs. So now I have told you 3 different ways in which these stones are found. No other country but this kingdom of Mutfili produces them, but there they are found both abundantly and of large size. Those that are brought to our part of the world are only the refuse, as it were, of the finer and larger stones. For the flower of the diamonds and other large gems, as well as the largest pearls, are all carried to the great Khan and other kings and princes of those regions. In truth, they possess all the great treasures of the world. In this kingdom are also made the best and most delicate buckrams, and those of highest price. In sooth, they look like tissue of spider's web. There is no king nor queen in the world but might be glad to wear them. The people also have the largest sheep in the world, and great abundance of all the necessaries of life. There is now no more to say, so I will tell you about a province called Lar, from which the Abrahman come. Chapter 20. Concerning the province of Lar, whence the Brahmins come. Lar is a province lying towards the west when you quit the place where the body of St. Thomas lies, and all the Abrahman in the world come from that province. You must know that these Abrahman are the best merchants in the world, and the most truthful, for they would not tell a lie for anything on earth. If a foreign merchant who does not know the ways of the country applies to them, and entrusts his goods to them, they will take charge of these, and sell them in the most loyal manner, seeking zealously the profit of the foreigner, and asking no commission except what he pleases to bestow. They eat no flesh and drink no wine, and live a life of greater chastity, having intercourse with no woman except with their wives, nor would they on any account take what belongs to another, so their law commands. And they are all distinguished by wearing a thread of cotton over one shoulder, and tied under the other arm, so that it crosses the breast and the back. They have a rich and powerful king who is eager to purchase precious stones and large pearls, and he sends these Abrahman merchants into the kingdom of Mabar called Soli, which is the best and noblest province of India, and where the best pearls are found, to fetch him as many of these as they can get, and he pays them double the cost price for all. So in this way he has a vast treasure of such valuables. These Abrahman are idolaters, and they pay greater heed to signs and omens than any people that exists. I will mention as an example one of their customs. To every day of the week they assign an augury of this sort. Suppose that there is some purchase in hand. He who proposes to buy, when he gets up in the morning, takes note of his own shadow in the sun, which he says ought to be on that day of such and such a length. And if his shadow be of the proper length for the day, he completes his purchase. If not, he will on no account do so, but waits till his shadow corresponds with that prescribed. For there is a length established for the shadow for every individual day of the week, and the merchant will complete no business unless he finds his shadow of the length set down for that particular day. Also to each day in the week they assign one unlucky hour, which they term choach. For example, on Monday, the hour of half tierce, on Tuesday that of tierce, on Wednesday, nones, and so on. Again, if one of them is in the house and is meditating a purchase, should he see a tarantula, such as are very common in that country, on the wall, provided it advances from a quarter that he deems lucky, he will complete his purchase at once. But if it comes from a quarter that he considers unlucky, he will not do so on any inducement. Moreover, if in going out he hears anyone sneeze, if it seems to him a good omen, he will go on. But if the reverse, he will sit down on the spot where he is, as long as he thinks that he ought to tarry before going on again. Or if in traveling along the road he sees a swallow fly by, should its direction be lucky he will proceed, but if not he will turn back again. In fact, they are worse in these whims than so many paterans. These Abrahman are very long-lived, owing to their extreme abstinence in eating, and they never allow themselves to be let blood in any part of the body. They have capital teeth, which is owing to a certain herb they chew, which greatly improves their appearance, and is also very good for the health. There is another class of people called Chugi, who are indeed properly Abrahman, but they form a religious order devoted to the idols. They are extremely long-lived, every man of them living to 150 or 200 years. They eat very little, but what they do eat is good, rice and milk chiefly. And these people make use of a very strange beverage, for they make a potion of sulphur and quicksilver mixed together, and this they drink twice every month. This, they say, gives them long life, and it is a potion they are used to take from their childhood. There are certain members of this order who lead the most ascetic life in the world, going stark naked, and these worship the ox. Most of them have a small ox of brass or pewter or gold, which they wear tied over the forehead. Moreover, they take cow dung and burn it, and make a powder thereof, and make an ointment of it, and daub themselves withal, doing this with as great devotion as Christians do show in using holy water. Also, if they meet any one who treats them well, they daub a little of this powder on the middle of his forehead. They eat not from bowls or trenchers, but put their victuals on leaves of the apple of paradise, and other big leaves. These, however, they use dry, never green, for they say the green leaves have a soul in them, and so it would be a sin. And they would rather die than do what they deem their law pronounces to be a sin. If any one asks how it comes that they are not ashamed to go stark naked as they do, they say, "We go naked because naked we came into the world, and we desire to have nothing about us that is of this world. Moreover, we have no sin of the flesh to be conscious of, and therefore we are not ashamed of our nakedness, any more than you are to show your hand or your face. You who are conscious of the sins of the flesh do well to have shame, and to cover your nakedness." They would not kill an animal on any account, not even a fly or a flea or a louse, or anything in fact that has life, for they say these have all souls, and it would be sin to do so. They eat no vegetable in a green state, only such as are dry, and they sleep on the ground stark naked, without a scrap of clothing on them or under them, so that it is a marvel they don't all die, in place of living so long as I have told you. They fast every day in the year, and drink naught but water, and when a novice has to be received among them, they keep him a while in their convent, and make him follow their rule of life. And then, when they desire to put him to the test, they send for some of those girls who are devoted to the idols, and make them try the continence of the novice with their blandishments. If he remains indifferent, they retain him, but if he shows any emotion, they expel him from their society, for they say they will have no man of loose desires among them. They are such cruel and perfidious idolaters that it is very devilry. They say that they burn the bodies of the dead, because if they were not burnt, worms would be bred which would eat the body, and when no more food remained for them, these worms would die, and the soul belonging to that body would bear the sin and the punishment of their death, and that is why they burn their dead. Now I have told you about a great part of the people of the great province of Mabar and their customs, but I have still other things to tell of this same province of Mabar, so I will speak of a city thereof which is called Kyle. Chapter 21. Concerning the city of Kyle. Kyle is a great and noble city, and belongs to Ashar, the eldest of the 5 brother kings. It is at this city that all the ships touch that come from the west, as from Hormos, and from Kis, and from Aden, and all Arabia laden with horses, and with other things for sale. And this brings a great concourse of people from the country round about, and so there is great business done in this city of Kyle. The king possesses vast treasures and wears upon his person great store of rich jewels. He maintains great state, and favors his kingdom with great equity, and extends great favor to merchants and foreigners, so that they are very glad to visit his city. This king has some 300 wives, for in those parts the man who has most wives is most thought of. As I have told you before, there are in this great province of Mabar 5 crowned kings, who are all own brothers born of one father and of one mother, and this king is one of them. Their mother is still living, and when they disagree and go forth to war against one another, their mother throws herself between them to prevent their fighting. And should they persist in desiring to fight, she will take a knife and threaten that if they will do so, she will cut off the paps that suckled them, and rip open the womb that bare them, and so perish before their eyes. In this way hath she full many a time brought them to desist. But when she dies, it will most assuredly happen that they will fall out and destroy one another. All the people of this city, as well as of the rest of India, have a custom of perpetually keeping in the mouth a certain leaf called tembul, to gratify a certain habit and desire they have, continually chewing it, and spitting out the saliva that it excites. The lords and gentlefolks and the king have these leaves prepared with camphor and other aromatic spices, and also mixed with quicklime, and this practice was said to be very good for the health. If any one desires to offer a gross insult to another, when he meets him he spits this leaf or its juice in his face. The other immediately runs before the king, relates the insult that has been offered him, and demands leave to fight the offender. The king supplies the arms, which are sword and target, and all the people flock to see, and there the two fight till one of them is killed. They must not use the point of the sword, for this the king forbids. Chapter 22 of the Kingdom of Koilam. When you quit Mabar and go 500 miles towards the southwest, you come to the Kingdom of Koilam. The people are idolaters, but there are also some Christians and some Jews. The natives have a language of their own, and a king of their own, and are tributary to no one. A great deal of Brazil is got here, which is called Brazil Koiluman, from the country which produces it. 'Tis of very fine quality. Good ginger also grows here, and it is known by the same name of Koiluman after the country. Pepper too grows in great abundance throughout this country, and I will tell you how. You must know that the pepper trees are not wild but cultivated, being regularly planted and watered, and the pepper is gathered in the months of May, June, and July. They have also abundance of very fine indigo. This is made of a certain herb which is gathered, and, after the roots have been removed, is put into great vessels upon which they pour water, and then leave it till the whole of the plant is decomposed. They then put this liquid in the sun, which is tremendously hot there, so that it boils and coagulates, and becomes such as we see it. They then divide it into pieces of 4 ounces each, and in that form it is exported to our parts. And I assure you that the heat of the sun is so great there that it is scarcely to be endured. In fact, if you put an egg into one of the rivers, it will be boiled before you have had time to go any distance by the mere heat of the sun. The merchants from Manzi and from Arabia and from the Levant come thither with their ships and their merchandise, and make great profits both by what they import and by what they export. There are in this country many and diverse beasts quite different from those of other parts of the world. Thus there are lions black all over, with no mixture of any other color. And there are parrots of many sorts, for some are white as snow with red beak and feet, and some are red, and some are blue, forming the most charming sight in the world. There are green ones too. There are also some parrots of exceeding small size, beautiful creatures. They have also very beautiful peacocks, larger than ours and different. And they have cocks and hens quite different from ours. And what more shall I say? In short, everything they have is different from ours, and finer and better. Neither is their fruit like ours, nor their beasts, nor their birds, and this difference all comes of the excessive heat. Corn they have none but rice, so also their wine they make from palm sugar. Capital drink it is, and very speedily it makes a man drunk. All other necessaries of man's life they have in great plenty and cheapness. They have very good astrologers and physicians. Man and woman they are all black, and go naked, all save a fine cloth worn about the middle. They look not on any sin of the flesh as a sin. They marry their cousins German, and a man takes his brother's wife after the brother's death, and all the people of India have this custom. There is no more to tell you there, so we will proceed, and I will tell you of another country called Komari. Chapter 23 of the country called Komari. Komari is a country belonging to India, and there you can see something of the North Star, which we had not been able to see from the Lesser Java thus far. In order to see it, you must go some 30 miles out to sea, and then you see it about a cubit above the water. This is a very wild country, and there are beasts of all kinds there, especially monkeys of such peculiar fashion that you would take them for men. There are also gatpals in wonderful diversity, with bears, lions, and leopards in abundance. End of section 14.
Section number 15 of the book of Sir Marco Polo, the Venetian, concerning the kingdoms and marvels of the East, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ben Livna, Boulder, Colorado, USA. The book of Sir Marco Polo, the Venetian, concerning the kingdoms and marvels of the East, Volume 2, by Rustichello da PISA, translated by Henry Yule. Section 15, Book 3rd, Chapters 24 to 31, concerning the kingdom of Eli, concerning the kingdom of Melibar, concerning the kingdom of Gozirat, concerning the kingdom of Tana, concerning the kingdom of Kumbayet, concerning the kingdom of Semiat, of the two islands called Male and Female. Chapter 24. Concerning the Kingdom of Eli. Eli is a kingdom towards the west, about 300 miles from Komari. The people are idolaters and have a king, and are tributary to nobody, and have a peculiar language. We will tell you particulars about their manners and their products, and you will better understand things now, because we are drawing near to the places that are not so much outlandish. There is no proper harbor in the country, but there are many great rivers, with good estuaries, wide and deep. Pepper and ginger grow there, and other spices in quantities. The king is rich in treasure, but not very strong in forces. The approach to his kingdom, however, is so strong by nature that no one can attack him, so he is afraid of nobody. And you must know that if any ship enters their estuary and anchors there, having been bound for some other port, they seize her and plunder the cargo. For they say, "You were bound for somewhere else, and 'tis God has sent you hither to us, so that we have a right to all your goods." And they think it no sin to act thus. And this naughty custom prevails all over these provinces of India, to wit, that if a ship be driven by stress of weather into some other port than to which it was bound, it is sure to be plundered. But if a ship come bound originally to the place, they receive it with all honor and give it due protection. The ships of Manzi and other countries that come hither in summer lay in their cargoes in 6 or 8 days, and depart as fast as possible, because there is no harbor other than the river mouth, a mere roadstead and sandbanks, so that it is perilous to tarry there. The ships of Manzi, indeed, are not so much afraid of these roadsteads as others are, because they have such huge wooden anchors, which hold in all weather. There are many lions and other wild beasts here, and plenty of game, both beast and bird. Chapter 25. Concerning the Kingdom of Melibar. Melibar is a great kingdom lying towards the west. The people are idolaters. They have a language of their own, and a king of their own, and pay tribute to nobody. In this country you see more of the North Star, for it shows 2 cubits above the water. And you must know, from this kingdom of Melibar, and from another near it, called Gozerat, there go forth every year more than 100 corsair vessels on cruise. These pirates take with them their wives and children, and stay out the whole summer. Their method is to join in fleets of 20 or 30 of these pirate vessels together, and then they form what they call a sea cordon. That is, they drop off till there is an interval of 5 or 6 miles between ship and ship, so that they cover something like 100 miles of sea, and no merchant ship can escape them. For when any one corsair sights a vessel, a signal is made by fire or smoke, and then the whole of them make for this, and seize the merchants and plunder them. After they have plundered them, they let go, saying, "Go along with you, and get more gain, and that mayhap will fail to us also." But now the merchants are aware of this, and go so well manned and armed, and with such great ships, that they don't fear the corsairs. Still mishaps do befall them at times. There is in this kingdom a great quantity of pepper and ginger, and cinnamon and turbot, and nuts of India. They also manufacture very delicate and beautiful buckrams. The ships that come from the east bring copper in ballast. They also bring hither cloths of silk and gold, and sendals, and gold and silver cloves, and spikenard, and other fine spices, for which there is a demand here, and exchange them for the products of these countries. Ships come hither from many quarters, but especially from the great province of Manzi. Coarse spices are exported hence both to Manzi and to the west, and that which is carried by the merchants to Aden goes on to Alexandria, but the ships that go in the latter direction are not 1 to 10 of those that go to the eastward, a very notable fact that I have mentioned before. Now I have told you about the kingdom of Melibar, we shall now proceed and tell you of the kingdom of Gozarat, and you must understand that in speaking of these kingdoms, we note only the capitals. There are great numbers of other cities and towns, of which we shall say nothing, because it would make too long a story to speak of all. Chapter 26. Concerning the kingdom of Gozarat. Gozarat is a great kingdom. The people are idolaters and have a peculiar language, and a king of their own, and are tributary to no one. It lies towards the west, and the North Star is here still more conspicuous, showing itself at an altitude of about 6 cubits. The people are the most desperate pirates in existence, and one of their atrocious practices is this. When they have taken a merchant vessel, they force the merchants to swallow a stuff called tamarindi, mixed in seawater, which produces a violent purging. This is done in case the merchants, on seeing their danger, should have swallowed their most valuable stones and pearls, and in this way the pirates secure the whole. In the province of Gozarat there grows much pepper and ginger and indigo. They have also a great deal of cotton. Their cotton trees of very great size, growing full 6 paces high, and attaining to an age of 20 years. It is to be observed, however, that when the trees are so old as that, the cotton is not good to spin, but only to quilt or stuff beds withal. Up to the age of 12 years indeed, the trees grow, giving good spinning cotton, but from that age to 20 years, the produce is inferior. They dress in this country great numbers of skins of various kinds, goat skins, ox skins, buffalo and wild ox skins, as well as those of unicorns and other animals. In fact, so many are dressed every year as to load a number of ships for Arabia and other quarters. They also work here beautiful mats in red and blue leather, exquisitely inlaid with figures of birds and beasts, and skillfully embroidered with gold and silver wire. These are marvelously beautiful things. They are used by the Saracens to sleep upon, and capital they are for that purpose. They also work cushions embroidered with gold, so fine that they are worth 6 marks of silver apiece, while some of those sleeping mats are worth 10 marks. Chapter 27. Concerning the kingdom of Tana. Tana is a great kingdom, lying towards the west, a kingdom great both in size and worth. The people are idolaters with a language of their own, and a king of their own, and tributary to nobody. No pepper grows there, nor other spices, but plenty of incense, not the white kind, however, but brown. There is much traffic here, and many ships and merchants frequent the place, for there is a great export of leather of various excellent kinds, and also of good buckram and cotton. The merchants in their ships also import various articles, such as gold, silver, copper, and other things in demand. With the king's connivance, many corsairs launch from this part to plunder merchants. These corsairs have a covenant with the king that he shall get all the horses they capture, and all other plunder shall remain with them. The king does this because he has no horses of his own, whilst many of the ships from abroad towards India, for no ships ever goes thither without horses in addition to other cargo. The practice is not and unworthy of a king. Chapter 28. Concerning the kingdom of Cambayet. Cambayet is a great kingdom lying further west. The people are idolaters and have a language of their own and a king of their own and are tributary to no one. The North Star is here still more clearly visible, and henceforward the further you go west, the higher you see it. There is a great deal of trade in this country. It produces indigo in great abundance, and they also make much fine buckram. There is also a quantity of cotton, which is exported hence to many quarters, and there is a great trade in hides, which are very well dressed, with many other kinds of merchandise, too tedious to mention. Merchants come here with many ships and cargoes, but what they chiefly bring is gold, silver, and copper. There are no pirates from this country. The inhabitants are good people and live by their trade and manufactures. Chapter 29, concerning the kingdom of Semenat. Semenat is a great kingdom towards the west. The people are idolaters and have a king and a language of their own, and pay tribute to nobody. They are not corsairs, but live by trade and industry as honest people ought. It is a place of very great trade. They are to be sure cruel idolaters. Chapter 30, concerning the kingdom of Kemsmakoran. Kemsmakoran is a kingdom having a king of its own and a peculiar language. Some of the people are idolaters, but the most part are Saracens. They live by merchandise and industry, for they are professed traders and carry on much traffic by sea and land in all directions. Their food is rice, flesh, and milk, of which they have great store. There is no more to be said about them. And you must know that this kingdom of Kesmakoran is the last in India as you go towards the west and northwest. You see, from Malabar, this province is what is called the Greater India, and it is the best of all the Indies. I have now detailed you all the kingdoms and provinces and chief cities of this India, the Greater, that are upon the seaboard. But of those that lie in the interior, I have said nothing, because that would make too long a story. And so now let us proceed, and I will tell you of some of the Indian islands, and I will begin by 2 islands, which are called Male and Female. Chapter 31 discourseth of the 2 islands called Male and Female, and why they are so called. When you leave this kingdom of Kesmakoran, which is on the mainland, you go by sea some 500 miles towards the south, and then you find the 2 islands, Male and Female, lying about 30 miles distant from one another. The people are all baptized Christians, but maintain the ordinances of the Old Testament. Thus, when their wives are with child, they never go near them till their confinement, or for 40 days thereafter. In the island, however, which is called Male, dwell the men alone, without their wives or any other women. Every year, when the month of March arrives, the men all set out for the other island, and tarry there for 3 months, to wit, March, April, and May, dwelling with their wives for that pace. At the end of those 3 months, they return to their own island, and pursue their husbandry and trade for the other 9 months. They find on this island very fine ambergris. They live on flesh and milk and rice. They are capital fishermen, and catch a great quantity of the fine large sea fish, and these they dry, so that all the year they have plenty of food, and also enough to sell to the traders who go thither. They have no chief except a bishop, who is subject to the archbishop of another island, of which we shall presently speak, called Scotra. They have also a peculiar language. As for the children, which their wives bear to them, if they be girls, they abide with their mothers, but if they be boys, the mothers bring them up until they are 14, and then send them to the fathers. Such is the custom of these 2 islands. The wives do nothing but nurse their children and gather such fruits as their island produces, for their husbands do furnish them with all the necessaries. End of section 15. Recording by Ben Livna, Boulder, Colorado, USA.
Section 16 of the Book of Sir Marco Polo the Venetian, Concerning the Kingdoms and Marvels of the East, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dave Gillespie, Ashland, Kentucky. The Book of Sir Marco Polo the Venetian, Concerning the Kingdoms and Marvels of the East, Volume 2, by Rustichello da PISA, translated by Henry Yule. Book 2nd, Part 2, Chapters 32 to 35. Chapter 32, Concerning the Island of Scotra. When you leave those two islands, and go about 500 miles further toward the south, then you come to an island called Scotra. The people are all baptized Christians, and they have an archbishop. They have a great deal of ambergris, and plenty also of cotton stuffs and other merchandise, especially great quantities of salt fish of a large and excellent kind. They also eat flesh and milk and rice, for that is their only kind of corn, and they all go naked like other Indians. The ambergris comes from the stomach of the whale, and it is a great object of trade. The people contrive to take the whales with barbed iron darts, which, once they are fixed in the body, cannot come out again. A long cord is attached to this end, to that a small buoy, which floats on the surface, so that when the whale dies they know where to find it. They then draw the body ashore and extract the ambergris from the stomach and the oil from the head. There is a great deal of trade there, for many ships come from all quarters with goods to sell to the natives. The merchants also purchase gold there, by which they make a great profit, and all the vessels bound for Aden touch at this island. Their archbishop has nothing to do with the Pope of Rome, but is subject to the great archbishop who lives at Bordeaux. He rules over the bishop of that island, and over many other bishops in those regions of the world, just as our Pope does in these. A multitude of corsairs frequent the island. They come there and encamp, and put up their plunder to sale, and this they do to good profit, for the Christians of the island purchase it, knowing well that it is Saracen or pagan gear. And you must know that in this island there are the best enchanters in the world. It is true that their archbishop forbids the practice to the best of his ability, but 'tis all to no purpose, for they insist that their forefathers followed it, and so they must also. I will give you a sample of their enchantments. Thus, if a ship be sailing past with a fair wind and a strong, they will raise a contrary wind and compel her to turn back. In fact, they make the wind blow as they list, and produce great tempests and disasters, and other such sorceries they perform, which it will be better to say nothing about in our book. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33. Concerning the island of Madagascar. Madagascar is an island toward the south, about 1,000 miles from Scotra. The people are all Saracens, adoring Mohammed. They have 4 sheiks, that is, 4 elders, who are said to govern the whole island. And you must know that it is a most noble and beautiful island, and one of the greatest in the world, for it is about 4,000 miles in compass. The people live by trade and handicrafts. In this island, and in another beyond it called Zanzibar, about which we shall tell you afterwards, there are more elephants than in any country of the world. The amount of traffic in elephants' teeth in these 2 islands is something astonishing. In this island they eat no flesh but that of camels, and of these they kill an incredible number daily. They say it is the best and wholesomest of all flesh, and so they eat of it all the year round. They have in this island many trees of red sanders, of excellent quality. In fact, all their forests consist of it. They have also a quantity of ambergris, for whales are abundant in that sea, and they catch numbers of them. And so are oilheads, which are a huge kind of fish, which also produce ambergris like the whale. There are numbers of leopards, bears, and lions in the country, and other wild beasts in abundance. Many traders and many ships go thither with cloths of gold and silk, and many other kinds of goods, and drive a profitable trade. You must know that this island lies so far south that ships cannot go further south or visit other islands in that direction, except this one, and that other of which we have to tell you, called Zanzibar. This is because the sea current runs so strong towards the south that the ships which should attempt it would never get back again. Indeed, the ships of Maybar, which visit this island of Madagascar, and that other of Zanzibar, arrive thither with marvellous speed, for great as the distance is, they accomplish it in 20 days, whilst the return voyage takes them more than 3 months. This, I say, is because of the strong current running south, which continues with such singular force and in the same direction at all seasons. 'Tis said that in those other islands to the south, which the ships are unable to visit because the strong current prevents their return, is found the bird griffin, which appears there at certain seasons. The description given of this is, however, entirely different from what our stories and pictures make it. For persons who had been there and had seen it told Messer Marco Polo that it was for all the world like an eagle, but one indeed of enormous size. So big, in fact, that its wings covered an extent of 30 paces, and its quills were 12 paces long, and thick in proportion. And it is so strong that it will seize an elephant in its talons and carry him high into the air and drop him so that he is smashed to pieces. Having so killed him, the bird griffin swoops down on him and eats him at leisure. The people of those isles call the bird ruck, and it has no other name. So I wot not if this be the real griffin, or if there be another manner of bird as great. But this I can tell you for certain, that they are not half lion and half bird, as our stories do relate, but enormous as they be, they are fashioned just like an eagle. The great Khan sent to those parts to inquire about these curious matters, and the story was told by those who went thither. He also sent to procure the release of an envoy of his who had been dispatched thither and had been detained. So both those envoys had many wonderful things to tell the great Khan about those strange islands and about the birds I have mentioned. They brought, as I heard, to the great Khan a feather of the said ruck, which was stated to measure 90 spans, whilst the quill part was 2 palms in circumference, a marvellous object. The great Khan was delighted with it, and gave great presents to those who brought it. They also brought 2 boar's tusks, which weighed more than 14 pounds apiece, and you may gather how big the boar must have been that had teeth like that. They related, indeed, that there were some of those boars as big as a great buffalo. There were also numbers of giraffes and wild asses, and in fact a marvellous number of wild beasts of strange aspect. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34. Concerning the island of Zanzibar. A word on India in general. Zanzibar is a great and noble island, with a compass of some 2,000 miles. The people are all idolaters, and have a king in the language of their own, and pay tribute to nobody. They are both tall and stout, but not tall in proportion to their stoutness, for if they were, being so stout and brawny, they would be absolutely like giants. And they are so strong that they will carry for 4 men and eat for 5. They are all black, and go stark naked, with only a little covering for decency. Their hair is as black as pepper, and so frizzly that even with water you can scarcely straighten it. And their mouths are so large, their nose so turned up, their lips so thick, their eyes so big and bloodshot, that they look like very devils, and are in fact so hideously ugly that the world has nothing to show more horrible. Elephants are produced in this country in wonderful profusion. There are also lions that are black and quite different from ours, and their sheep and wethers are all exactly alike in color, the body all white and the head black. No other kind of sheep is found there, you may rest assured. They have also many giraffes. This is a beautiful creature, and I must give you a description of it. Its body is short and somewhat sloped to the rear, for its hind legs are short, whilst the forelegs and the neck are both very long, and thus its head stands about 3 paces from the ground. The head is small, and the animal is not at all mischievous. Its color is all red and white, in round spots, and it is really a beautiful object. The women of this island are the ugliest in the world, with their great mouths and big eyes and thick noses. Their breasts, too, are 4 times bigger than those of any other women, a very disgusting sight. The people live on rice and flesh and milk and dates, and they make wine of dates and of rice, and of good spices and sugar. There is a great deal of trade, and many merchants and vessels go thither. But the staple trade of the island is in elephants' teeth, which are very abundant, and they have also much ambergris, as whales are plentiful. They have among them excellent and valiant warriors, and have little fear of death. They have no horses, but fight mounted on camels and elephants. On the latter they set wooden castles, which carry from 10 to 16 persons, armed with lances, swords, and stones, so that they fight to great purpose from these castles. They wear no armor, but carry only a shield of hide, besides their swords and lances, and so a marvelous number of them fall in battle. When they are going to take an elephant into battle, they ply him well with their wine, so that he is made half drunk. They do this because the drink makes him more fierce and bold, and of more service in battle. As there is no more to say on this subject, I will go on to tell you about the great province of Abash, which constitutes the Middle India. But I must first say something about India in general. You must understand that in speaking of the Indian islands, we have described only the most noble provinces and kingdoms among them, for no man on earth could give you a true account of the whole of the islands of India. Still, what I have described are the best and, as it were, the flower of the Indies. For the greater part of the other Indian islands that I have omitted are subject to those that I have described. It is a fact that in this sea of India there are 12,700 islands, inhabited and uninhabited, according to the charts and documents of experienced mariners who navigate that Indian Sea. India the Greater is that which extends from Mahabar to Kesmakoran, and it contains 13 great kingdoms, of which we have described 10. These are all on the mainland. India the Lesser extends from the province of Champa to Mithili, and contains 8 great kingdoms. These are likewise all on the mainland. And neither of these numbers include the islands, among which also there are very numerous kingdoms, as I have told you. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35, treating of the great province of Abash, which is Middle India, and is on the mainland. Abash is a very great province, and you must know that it constitutes Middle India, and it is on the mainland. There are in it 6 great kings, with 6 great kingdoms. And of these 6 kings, there are 3 that are Christians, and 3 that are Saracens. But the greatest of all the 6 is a Christian, and all the others are subject to him. The Christians in this country bear 3 marks on the face, one from the forehead to the middle of the nose, and one on either cheek. These marks are made with a hot iron, and form part of their baptism. For after that they have been baptized with water, these 3 marks are made, partly as a token of gentility, and partly as completion of their baptism. There are also Jews in the country, and these bear 2 marks, one on either cheek. And the Saracens have but one, to wit, on the forehead, extending halfway down the nose. The great king lives in the middle of the country, the Saracens toward Aden. St. Thomas the Apostle preached in this region, And after he had converted the people, he went away to the province of Mabar, where he died, and there his body lies, as I have told you in a former place. The people here are excellent soldiers, and they go on horseback, for they have horses in plenty. Well they may, for they are in daily war with the Sultan of Aden, and with the Nubians, and a variety of other nations. I will tell you a famous story of what befell in the year of Christ, 1288. You must know that this Christian king, who is the lord of the province of Abash, declared his intention to go on pilgrimage to Jerusalem to adore the holy sepulchre of our Lord God Jesus Christ the Saviour. But his barons said that for him to go in person would be to run too great a risk, and they recommended him to send some bishop or prelate in his stead. So the king assented to the counsel which his barons gave, and dispatched a certain bishop of his, a man of very holy life. The bishop then departed, and travelled by land and by sea, till he arrived at the holy sepulchre, and there he paid it such honour as Christian man is bound to do, and presented a great offering on the part of his king, who had sent him in his own stead. And when he had done all that behoved him, he set out again, and travelled day by day, till he got to Aden. Now that is a kingdom wherein Christians are held in great detestation, for the people are all Saracens, and their enemies unto the death. So when the Sultan of Aden heard that this man was a Christian and a bishop, and an envoy of the great king of Abash, he had him seized and demanded of him if he were a Christian. To this the bishop replied that he was a Christian indeed. The Sultan then told him that unless he would turn to the law of Mohammed, he should work him great shame and dishonour. The bishop answered that they might kill him ere he would deny his Creator. When the Sultan heard that, he waxed wroth, and ordered that the bishop should be circumcised. So they took and circumcised him after the manner of the Saracens. And then the Sultan told him that he had been thus put to shame in despite to the king his master, and so they let him go. The bishop was sorely cut to the heart for the shame that had been wrought him, but he took comfort because it had befallen him in holding fast by the law of our Lord Jesus Christ, and the Lord God would recompense his soul in the world to come. So when he was healed, he set out, and travelled by land and by sea till he reached the king, his lord, in the kingdom of Abash. And when the king beheld him, he welcomed him with great joy and gladness, and he asked him all about the holy sepulchre. And the bishop related all about it truly, the king listening the while as to a most holy matter in all faith. But when the bishop had told all about Jerusalem, he then related the outrage done on him by the Sultan of Aden in the king's despite. Great was the king's wrath and grief when he heard that, and it so disturbed him that he was like to die of vexation. And at length his words waxed so loud that all round about could hear what he was saying. He vowed that he would never wear crown or hold kingdom if he took not such condign vengeance on the Sultan of Aden that all the world should ring therewithal, even until the insult had been well and thoroughly redressed. And what shall I say of it? He straightway caused the array of his horse and foot to be mustered, and great numbers of elephants with castles to be prepared to accompany them. And when all was ready, he set out with his army and advanced till he entered the kingdom of Aden in great force. The kings of this province of Aden were well aware of the king's advance against them, and went to encounter him at the strongest pass on their frontier with a great force of armed men, in order to bar the enemy from entering their territory. When the king arrived at this strong pass, where the Saracens had taken post, a battle began, fierce and fell on both sides, for they were very bitter against each other. But it came to pass, as it pleased our Lord God Jesus Christ, that the kings of the Saracens, who were 3 in number, could not stand against the Christians, for they are not such good soldiers as the Christians are. So the Saracens were defeated, and a marvellous number of them slain, and the king of Abash entered the kingdom of Aden with all of his host. The Saracens made various sallies on them in the narrow defiles, but it availed nothing. They were always beaten and slain. And when the king had greatly wasted and destroyed the kingdom of his enemy, and had remained in it more than a month, with all his host, continually slaying the Saracens and ravaging their lands, so that great numbers of them perished, he thought it time to return to his own kingdom, which he could now do with great honour. Indeed, he could tarry no longer, nor could he, as he was aware, do more injury to the enemy, for he would have had to force a way by still stronger passes, where, in the narrow defiles, a handful of men might cause him heavy loss. So he quitted the enemy's kingdom of Aden, and began to retire. And he with his host got back to their own country of Abash in great triumph and rejoicing, for he had well avenged the shame cast on him and on his bishop for his sake. For they had slain so many Saracens, and so wasted and harried the land, that 'twas something to be astonished at, and in sooth 'twas a deed well done, for it is not to be borne that the dogs of Saracen should lord it over good Christian people. Now you have heard the story. I have still some particulars to tell you of the same province. It abounds greatly in all kinds of victual, and the people live on flesh and rice and milk and sesame. They have plenty of elephants, not that they are bred in the country, but they are brought from islands of the other India. They have, however, many giraffes, which are produced in the country, besides bears, leopards, lions in abundance, and many other passing strange beasts. They have also numerous wild asses, and cocks and hens, the most beautiful that exist, and many other kinds of birds. For instance, they have ostriches that are nearly as big as asses, and plenty of beautiful parrots, with apes of sundry kinds, and baboons, and other monkeys that have countenances all but human. There are numerous cities and villages in this province of Abash, and many merchants, for there is much trade to be done there. The people also manufacture very fine buckrams and other cloths of cotton. There is no more to say on the subject, so now let us go forward and tell you of the province of Aden. End of chapter 35. End of section 16. Section 17 of the book of Sir Marco Polo, the Venetian, concerning the kingdoms and marvels of the East, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dave Gillespie. Chapter 36. Concerning the province of Aden. You must know that in the province of Aden there is a prince who is called the Soldan. The people are all Saracens and adorers of Mahomet, and have a great hatred of Christians. There are many towns and villages in the country. This Aden is the port to which many of the ships of India come with their cargoes, and from this haven the merchants carry the goods a distance of 7 days further in small vessels. At the end of those 7 days they land the goods and load them on camels, and so carry them a land journey of 30 days. This brings them to the river of Alexandria, and by it they descend to the latter city. It is by this way through Aden that the Saracens of Alexandria receive all their stores of pepper and other spicery, and there is no other route equally good and convenient by which these goods could reach that place. And you must know that the Soldan of Aden receives a large amount in duties from the ships that traffic between India and his country, importing different kinds of goods. And from the exports also he gets a revenue, for there are dispatched from the port of Aden to India a very large number of Arab chargers, and palfreys, and stout nags adapted for all work, which are a source of great profit to those who export them. For horses fetch very high prices in India, there being none bred there, as I have told you before, insomuch that a charger will sell there for 100 marks of silver and more. On these also the Soldan of Aden receives heavy payments in port charges, so that 'tis said he is one of the richest princes in the world. And it is a fact that when the Soldan of Babylon went against the city of Acre and took it, This Sultan of Aden sent to his assistance 30,000 horsemen and a full 40,000 camels, to the great help of the Saracens and the grievous injury of the Christians. He did this a great deal more for the hate he bears the Christians than for any love he bears the Sultan of Babylon, for these two do hate one another heartily. Now, we will have done with the Sultan of Aden, and I will tell you of a city which is subject to Aden, called Esher. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37, concerning the city of Esher. Esher is a great city lying in a northwesterly direction from the last, and 400 miles distant from the port of Aden. It has a king who is subject to the Sultan of Aden. He has a number of towns and villages under him, and administers his territory well and justly. The people are Saracens. The place has a very good haven, wherefore many ships from India come thither with various cargoes, and they export many good chargers thence to India. A great deal of white incense grows in this country, and brings in a great revenue to the prince, for no one dares sell it to any one else. And whilst he takes it from the people at 10 livres of gold for the hundredweight, he sells it to the merchants at 60 livres, so his profit is immense. Dates also grow very abundantly here. The people have no corn but rice, and very little of that, but plenty is brought from abroad, for it sells here at a good profit. They have fish in great profusion, and notably plenty of tunny of large size, so plentiful indeed that you may buy 2 big ones for a Venice groat of silver. The natives live on meat and rice and fish. They have no wine of the vine, but they make good wine from sugar, from rice, and from dates also. And I must tell you another very strange thing. You must know that their sheep have no ears, but where the ear ought to be they have a little horn. They are pretty little beasts. And I must not omit to tell you that all their cattle, including horses, oxen, and camels, live upon small fish, and naught besides, for 'tis all they get to eat. You see, in all this country there is no grass or forage of any kind. It is the driest country on the face of the earth. The fish which are given to the cattle are very small, and during March, April, and May are caught in such quantities as would astonish you. They are then dried and stored, and the beasts are fed on them from year's end to year's end. The cattle will also readily eat these fish all alive, and just out of the water. The people here have likewise many other kinds of fish of large size and good quality, exceedingly cheap. These they cut in pieces of about a pound each, and dry them in the sun, and then store them and eat them all the year through, like so much biscuit. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38. Concerning the city of Dhofar. Dhofar is a great and noble and fine city, and lies 500 miles to the northwest of Esher. The people are Saracens, and have a count for their chief, who is subject to the Sultan of Aden. For this city still belongs to the province of Aden. It stands upon the sea and has a very good haven, so that there is a great traffic of shipping between this and India, and the merchants take hence great numbers of Arab horses to that market, making great profits thereby. The city has under it many other towns and villages. Much white incense is produced here, and I will tell you how it grows. The trees are like small fir trees. These are notched with a knife in several places, and from these notches the incense is exuded. Sometimes also it flows from the tree without any notch. This is by reason of the great heat of the sun there. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39. Concerning the Gulf of Calatu, and the city so called. Calatu is a great city within a gulf which bears the name of the Gulf of Calatu. It is a noble city, and lies 600 miles from Dhofar toward the northwest, upon the seashore. The people are Saracens, and are subject to Hormos. And whenever the Melik of Hormos is at war with some prince more potent than himself, he betakes himself to this city of Calatu, because it is very strong, both from its position and its fortifications. They grow no corn here, but get it from abroad, for every merchant vessel that comes brings some. The haven is very large and good, and is frequented by numerous ships with goods from India, and from this city the spices and other merchandise are distributed among the cities and towns of the interior. They also export many good Arab horses from this to India, for, as I have told you before, the number of horses exported from this and the other cities to India yearly is something astonishing. One reason is that no horses are bred there, and another that they die as soon as they get there, through ignorant handling. For the people there do not know how to take care of them, and they feed the horses with cooked victuals and all sorts of trash, as I have told you fully heretofore, and besides all that, they have no farriers. This city of Calatu stands at the mouth of the gulf, so that no ship can enter or go forth without the will of the chief. And when the Melik of Hormos, who is Melik of Calatu also, and is vassal to the Sultan of Kerman, fears anything at the hand of the latter, he gets on board his ships and comes from Hormos to Calatu, and then he prevents any ship from entering the Gulf. This causes great injury to the Sultan of Kerman, for he thus loses all the duties that he is wont to receive from merchants frequenting his territories from India or elsewhere. For ships with cargoes of merchandise come in great numbers, and a very large revenue is derived from them. In this way, he is constrained to give way to the demands of the Melik of Hormos. This Melik also has a castle, which is still stronger than the city, and has a better command of the entry to the Gulf. The people of this country live on dates and salt fish, which they have in great abundance. The nobles, however, have better fare. There is no more to say on this subject. So now let us go and speak of the city of Hormos, of which we told you before. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40. Returns to the city of Hormos, whereof we spoke formerly. When you leave the city of Calatu and go for 300 miles between northwest and north, you come to the city of Hormos, a great and noble city on the sea. It has a Melik, which is as much to say a king, and he is under the Sultan of Kerman. There are a good many cities and towns belonging to Hormos, and the people are Saracens. The heat is tremendous, and on that account their houses are built with ventilators to catch the wind. These ventilators are placed on the side from which the wind comes, and they bring the wind down into the house to cool it. But for this the heat would be utterly unbearable. I shall say no more about these places, because I formerly told you in regular order all about this same city of Hormos, and about Kerman as well. But as we took one way to go, and another to come back, it was proper that we should bring you a second time to this point. Now, however, we will quit this part of the world, and tell you about Great Turkey. First, however, there is a point that I have omitted, to wit, that when you leave the city of Calatu and go between west and northwest, a distance of 500 miles, you come to the city of Kis. Of that, however, we shall say no more now, but pass it with this brief mention, and return to the subject of Great Turkey, which you shall now hear. End of chapter 40. End of section 17.
Section 18 of the Book of Sir Marco Polo the Venetian, Concerning the Kingdoms and Marvels of the East, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Will Staunton in Toronto, Canada. The Book of Sir Marco Polo the Venetian, Concerning the Kingdoms and Marvels of the East, Volume 2, by Rustichello da PISA. Translated by Henry Yule. Book 4th, Chapters 1 to 12. Chapter 1. Concerning Great Turkey. Note: a considerable number of the quasi-historical chapters in this section, which I have followed M. Pothier in making into a fourth book, are the merest verbiage and repetition of narrative formulae without the slightest value. I have therefore thought it undesirable to print all at length, and have given merely the gist or an extract of such chapters. They will be found in English in H. Murray's and Wright's editions, and in the original French in the edition of the Société de Géographie, in Bartoli, and in Pothier. In Great Turkey there is a king called Kaidu, who is the Great Khan's nephew, for he was the grandson of Chagatai, the Great Khan's own brother. He hath many cities and castles, and is a great prince. He and his people are Tartars alike, and they are good soldiers, for they are constantly engaged in war. Now this King Kaidu is never at peace with his uncle, the Great Khan, but ever at deadly war with him, and he hath fought great battles with the Khan's armies. The quarrel between them arose out of this, that Kaidu demanded from the Great Khan the share of his father's conquest, that of right belonged to him, and, in particular, he demanded a share of the provinces of Cathay and Manzi. The Great Khan replied that he was willing enough to give him a share such as he gave to his own sons, but that he must first come on summons to the council at the Khan's court, and present himself as one of the Khan's liegemen. Kaidu, who did not trust his uncle very far, declined to come, but said that where he was, he would hold himself ready to obey all the Khan's commands. In truth, as he had several times been in revolt, he dreaded that the Khan might take the opportunity to destroy him. So out of this quarrel between them there arose a great war, and several great battles were fought by the host of Kaidu against the host of the Great Khan his uncle. And the Great Khan from year's end to year's end keeps an army watching all Kaidu's frontier, lest he should make forays on his dominions. He, nonetheless, will never cease his aggressions on the Great Khan's territory, and maintains a bold face to his enemies. Indeed, he is so potent that he can well do so, for he can take the field with 100,000 horse, all stout soldiers and inured to war. He has also with him several barons of the imperial lineage, i.e., of the family of Chinggis Khan, who was the first of their lords, and conquered a great part of the world, as I have told you more particularly in a former part of this book. Now you must know that Great Turkey lies toward the northwest when you travel from Hormos. It begins on the furthest bank of the river John, and extends northward to the territory of the Great Khan. Now I shall tell you of sundry battles that the troops of Kaidu fought with the armies of the Great Khan. Chapter 2. Of certain battles that were fought by King Kaidu against the armies of his uncle, the Great Khan. Now it came to pass in the year of Christ's incarnation, 1266, that this King Kaidu and another prince called Yesudar, who was his cousin, assembled a great force, and made an expedition to attack two of the Great Khan's barons, who held lands under the Great Khan, but were Kaidu's own kinsmen, for they were sons of Chagatai, who was a baptized Christian, and own brother to the Great Khan. One of them was called Shibai, and the other Shiban. Kaidu, with all his host, amounting to 60,000 horse, engaged the Khan's two barons, those cousins of his, who also had a great force amounting to more than 60,000 horsemen, and there was a great battle. In the end the barons were beaten, and Kaidu and his people won the day. Great numbers were slain on both sides, but the two brother barons escaped, thanks to their good horses. So King Kaidu returned home, swelling the more with pride and arrogance, and for the next 2 years he remained at peace, and made no further war against the Khan. However, at the end of those 2 years King Kaidu assembled an army composed of a vast force of horsemen. He knew that at Karakoram was the Great Khan's son Nomagan, and with him George the grandson of Prester John. These two princes had also a great force of cavalry, and when King Kaidu was ready, he set forth and crossed the frontier. After marching rapidly without any adventure, he got near Karakoram, where the Khan's son and the younger Prester John were awaiting him with their great army, for they were well aware of Kaidu's advance in force. They made them ready for battle like valiant men, and all undismayed, seeing that they had more than 60,000 well-appointed horsemen. And when they heard Kaidu was so near, that they went forth valiantly to meet him. When they got within some 10 miles of him, they pitched their tents and got ready for battle, and the enemy, who were about to equal in numbers, did the same, each side forming in 6 columns of 10,000 men with good captains. Both sides were well equipped with swords and maces and shields, with bows and arrows and other arms after their fashion. You must know that the practice of the Tartars going to battle is to take each a bow and 60 arrows. Of these, 30 are light with small sharp points for long shots and following up an enemy, whilst the other 30 are heavy, with large broad heads, which they shoot at close quarters, and with which they inflict great gashes on face and arms, and cut the enemy's bowstrings, and commit great havoc. This every one is ordered to attend to, and when they have shot away their arrows, they take to their swords and maces and lances, which also they ply stoutly. So when both sides were ready for action, for the nakaras began to sound loudly, one on either side. For 'tis their custom never to join battle till the great nakara is beaten, and when the nakaras sounded, then the battle began in fierce and deadly style, and furiously the one host dashed to meet the other. So many fell on either side, that in an evil hour for both it was begun. The earth was thickly strown with the wounded and the slain, men and horses, whilst the uproar and din of battle was so loud you would not have heard God's thunder. Truly King Kaidu himself did many a deed of prowess that strengthened the hearts of his people. Nor less on the other side did the great Khan's son and Prester John's grandson, for well they proved their valour in the medley, and did astonishing feats of arms, leading their troops with right good judgment. And what shall I tell you? The battle lasted so long that it was one of the hardest the Tartars ever fought. Either side strove hard to bring the matter to a point and rout the enemy, but to no avail. And so the battle went on till vespertide, and without victory on either side. Many a man fell there, many a child was made an orphan there, many a lady widowed, and many another woman plunged in grief and tears for the rest of her days, I mean the mothers and the arains of those who fell. So when they had fought till the sun was low, they left off, and retired each side to its tents. Those who were unhurt were so dead tired that they were like to drop, and the wounded, who were many on both sides, were moaning in their various degrees of pain, but all were more fit for rest than fighting, so gladly they took their repose that night. And when morning approached, King Kaidu, who had news from his scouts that the great Khan was sending a great army to reinforce his son, judged that it was time to be off. So he called his host to saddle, and mounted his horse at dawn, and away they set on their return to their own country. And when the great Khan's son and the grandson of Prester John saw that King Kaidu had retired with all his host, they let him go unpursued, for they were themselves sorely fatigued and needed rest. So King Kaidu and his host rode and rode, till they came to their own realm of Great Turkey and to Samarcand, and there they abode a long while without again making war. Chapter 3. What the great Khan said to the mischief done by Kaidu his nephew. That were Kaidu not of his own imperial blood, he would make an utter end of him, etc. Chapter 4. Of the exploits of King Kaidu's valiant daughter. Now you must know that King Kaidu had a daughter, whose name was Ayaruk, which in the Tartar is as much as to say the bright moon. This damsel was very beautiful, but also so strong and brave that in all her father's realm there was no man who could outdo her in feats of strength. In all trials she showed greater strength than any man of them. Her father often desired to give her in marriage, but she would none of it. She vowed she would never marry till she found a man who could vanquish her in every trial. Him she would wed, and none else. And when her father saw how resolute she was, he gave a formal consent in their fashion, that she should marry whom she list, and when she list. The lady was so tall and muscular, so stout and shapely withal, that she was almost like a giantess. She had distributed her challenges over all the kingdoms, declaring that whosoever should come to try a fall with her, it should be on these conditions, viz., that if she vanquished him, she should win from him 100 horses, and if he vanquished her, he should win her to wife. Hence many a noble youth had come to try his strength against her, but she beat them all, and in this way she had won more than 10,000 horses. Now it came to pass in the year of Christ 1280, that there presented himself a noble young gallant, the son of a rich and puissant king, a man of prowess and valiance, and great strength of body, who had heard word of the damsel's challenge, and came to match himself against her, in the hope of vanquishing her and winning her to wife. That he greatly desired, for the young lady was passing fair. He too was young and handsome, fearless and strong in every way, insomuch that not a man in all his father's realm could vie with him. So he came full confidently, and brought with him 1,000 horses to be forfeited if she should vanquish him. Thus she might gain 1,000 horses at a single stroke. but the young gallant had such confidence in his own strength that he counted securely to win her. Now ye must know that King Caidu and the queen his wife, the mother of the stout damsel, did privily beseech their daughter to let herself be vanquished, for they greatly desired this prince for their daughter, seeing what a noble youth he was, and the son of a great king. But the damsel answered that never would she let herself be vanquished if she could help it. If, indeed, he should get the better of her, then she would gladly be his wife, according to the wager, but not otherwise. So a day was named for a great gathering at the palace of King Caidu, and the king and queen were there. And when all the company were assembled, for great numbers flocked to see the match, the damsel first came forth in a straight jerkin of samite, and then came forth the young bachelor in a jerkin of sendal, and a winsome sight they were to see. When both had taken post in the middle of the hall, they grappled each other by the arms and wrestled this way and that, but for a long time neither could get the better of the other. At last, however, it so befell that the damsel threw him right valiantly on the palace pavement, and when he found himself thus thrown, and her standing over him, great indeed was his shame and discomfiture. He gat him up straightway, without more ado departed with all his company, and returned to his father full of shame and vexation, that he who had never yet found a man could stand before him should have been thus worsted by a girl. And his 1,000 horses he left behind him. As to King Caidu and his wife, they were greatly annoyed, as I can tell you, for if they had had their will, this youth should have won their daughter. And ye must know that after this her father never went on a campaign, but she went with him. And gladly he took her, for not a knight in all his train played such feats of arms as she did. Sometimes she would quit her father's side and make a dash at the host of the enemy, and seize some man thereout as deftly as a hawk pounces on a bird, and carry him to her father, and this she did many a time. Now I will leave this story, and tell you of a great battle that Caidu fought with Argon, the son of Abaga, lord of the Tartars of the Levant. Chapter 5. How Abaga sent his son Argon in command against King Caidu. Abaga, the lord of the Levant, had many districts and provinces bordering on King Caidu's territories. These lay in the direction of the Arbre Sol, which the book of Alexander calls the Arbre Sec, about which I have told you before. And Abaga, to watch against forays by Caidu's people, sent his son Argon with a great force of horsemen to keep the marches between the Arbre Sec and the river John. So there tarried Argon with all his host. Now it came to pass that King Caidu assembled a great army, and made capture thereof a brother of his called Barak, a brave and prudent man, and sent this host under his brother to fight with Argon. Barak and his army cross the John or Oxus, and are totally routed by Argon, to whose history the traveller now turns. Chapter 6. How Argon, after the battle, heard that his father was dead, and went to assume the sovereignty, as was his right. After Argon had gained this battle over Caidu's brother Barak and his host, no long time passed before he had news that his father Abaga was dead, whereat he was sorely grieved. He made ready his army, and set out for his father's court to assume the sovereignty, as was his right, but he had a march of 40 days to reach it. Now it befell that an uncle of Argon's, whose name was Acomat Soldan, for he had become a Saracen, when he heard of the death of his brother Abaga, whilst his nephew Argon was so far away, thought there was a good chance for him to seize the government. So he raised a great force, and went straight to the court of his late brother Abaga, and seized the sovereignty, and proclaimed himself king, and also got possession of the treasure, which was of vast amount. All this, like a crafty knave, he divided among the barons and the troops to secure their hearts and favour to his cause. These barons and soldiers, accordingly, when they saw what large spoil they had got from him, were all ready to say he was the best of kings, and were full of love for him, and declared they would have no lord but him. But he did one evil thing that was greatly reprobated by all, for he took all the wives of his brother Abaga, and kept them for himself. Soon after he had seized the government, word came to him how Argon his nephew was advancing with all his host. Then he tarried not, but straightway summoned his barons and all his people, and in a week had fitted out a great army of horse to go meet Argon. And he went forth light of heart, as being confident of victory, showing no dismay, and saying on all occasions that he desired not so much as to take Argon and put him to a cruel death. Chapter 7. how Akomat Soldan set out with his host against his nephew, who was coming to claim the throne that belonged to him. Relates how Akomat marches with 60,000 horse, and on hearing of the approach of Argon summons his chiefs together and addresses them. Chapter 8. How Argon took counsel with his followers about attacking his uncle Akomat Soldan. Argon, uneasy at hearing of Akomat's approach, calls together his barons and councillors and addresses them. Chapter 9. How the barons of Argon answered his address. An old baron, as the spokesman of the rest, expresses their zeal and advises immediate advance. On coming within 10 miles of Akomat, Argon encamps and sends 2 envoys to his uncle. Chapter 10. The message sent by Argon to Akomat. A remonstrance and summons to surrender the throne. Chapter 11. How Akomat replied to Argon's message. And when Akomat Soldan had heard the message of Argon his nephew, he thus replied, Sirs and envoys, quoth he, my nephew's words are vain, for the land is mine, not his, and I helped to conquer it as much as his father did. So go and tell my nephew that if he and I will make him a great prince, and give him ample lands, and he shall be as my son, and the greatest lord in the land after myself. But if he will not, let him be assured that I will do my best to bring him to his death. That is my answer to my nephew, and naught else of concession or covenant shall you ever have from me. With that Akomat ceased, and said no more. And when the envoys had heard the Soldan's words, they asked again, Is there no hope that we shall find you in different mind? Never, quoth he, never whilst I live shall ye find my mind changed. Argon's wrath at the reply. Both sides prepare for battle. Chapter 12. Of the battle between Argon and Akomat, and the captivity of Argon. There is a prolix description of a battle almost identical with those already given in Chapter 2 of this book, and previously. It ends with the rout of Argon's army, and proceeds. And in the pursuit Argon was taken. As soon as this happened, they gave up the chase, and returned to their camp full of joy and exultation. Akomat first caused his nephew to be shackled and well guarded, and then, being a man of great lechery, said to himself that he would go and enjoy himself among the fair women of his court. He left a great Melek in command of his host, enjoining him to guard Argon like his own life, and to follow to the court by short marches to spare the troops. And so Akomat departed with a great following, and on his way to the royal residence. Thus then Akomat had left his host in command of that Melek whom I mentioned, whilst Argon remained in irons, and in such bitterness of heart that he desired to die. End of section 18. Recording by Will Staunton in Toronto, Canada.
Section 19 of the Book of Sir Marco Polo the Venetian, Concerning the Kingdoms and Marvels of the East, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of Sir Marco Polo the Venetian, Concerning the Kingdoms and Marvels of the East, Volume 2, by Rustichello da Pisa. Translated by Henry Yule. Book 4th, Chapters 13 to 22. Chapter 13. How Argon was delivered from prison. Now it befell that there was a great Tartar baron, a very aged man, who took pity on Argon, saying to himself that they were doing an evil and disloyal deed in keeping their lawful lord a prisoner, wherefore he resolved to do all in his power for his deliverance. So he tarried not, but went incontinently to certain other barons, and told them his mind, saying that it would be a good deed to deliver Argon and make him their lord, as he was by right. And when the other barons had heard what he had to put before them, then both because they regarded him as one of the wisest men among them, and because what he said was the truth, they all consented to his proposal, and said that they would join with all their hearts. So when the barons had assented, Boga, which was he who had set the business going, and with him Elchidai, Togan, Tigana, Tagachar, Ulatai, and Samagar, all those whom I have now named, proceeded to the tent where Argon lay a prisoner. When they had got thither, Boga, who was the leader in the business, spoke first, and to this effect: "Good my lord Argon," said he, "we are well aware that we have done ill in making you a prisoner, and we come to tell you that we desire to return to right and justice. We come therefore to set you free, and to make you our liege lord, as by right you are." Then Boga ceased and said no more. Chapter 14. How Argon got the sovereignty at last. When Argon heard the words of Boga, he took them in truth for an untimely jest, and replied with much bitterness of soul: "Good my lord," quoth he, "you do ill to mock me thus. Surely it suffices that you have done me so great wrong already, and that you hold me, your lawful lord, here a prisoner and in chains. Ye know well, as I cannot doubt, that you are doing an evil and a wicked thing, so I pray you go your way, and cease to flout me." "Good my lord Argon," said Boga, "be assured we are not mocking you, but are speaking in sober earnest, and we will swear it on our law." Then all the barons swore fealty to him as their lord, and Argon too swore that he would never reckon it against them that they had taken him prisoner, but would hold them as dear as his father before him had done. And when these oaths had passed, they struck off Argon's fetters, and hailed him as their lord. Argon then desired them to shoot a volley of arrows into the tent of the Melek, who had held them prisoners, and was in command of the army, that he might be slain. At his word they tarried not, but straightway shot a great number of arrows at the tent, and so slew the Melek. When that was done, Argon took the supreme command, and gave his orders as sovereign, and was obeyed by all. And you must know that the name of him who was slain, whom we have called the Melek, was Soldan, and he was the greatest lord after Akamat himself. In this way, that you have heard, Argon recovered his authority. Chapter 15. How Akamat was taken prisoner. A messenger breaks in upon Akamat's festivities with the news that Soldan was slain, and Argon released and marching to attack him. Akamat escapes to seek shelter with the Sultan of Babylon, i.e. of Egypt, attended by a very small escort. The officer in command of a pass by which he had to go, seeing the state of things, arrests him and carries him to the court, probably Tabriz, where Argon was already arrived. Chapter 16. How Akamat was slain by order of his nephew. And so when the officer of the pass came before Argon, bringing Akamat captive, he was in a great state of exultation, and welcomed his uncle with a malediction, saying that he should have his deserts. And he straightway ordered the army to be assembled before him, and without taking counsel with any one, commanded the prisoner to be put to death, and his body to be destroyed. So the officer appointed to this duty took Akamat away and put him to death, and threw his body where it never was seen again. Chapter 17. How Argon was recognized as sovereign. And when Argon had done as you have heard, and remained in possession of the throne and of the royal palace, all the barons of the different provinces, who had been subject to his father Abaga, came and performed homage before him, and obeyed him, as was his due. And after Argon was well established in the sovereignty, he sent Kasan, his son, with 30,000 horse, to the Arbor Sec, I mean to the region so called, to watch the frontier. Thus, then, Argon got back the government. And you must know that Argon began his reign in the year 1286 of the incarnation of Jesus Christ. Akamat had reigned 2 years, and Argon reigned 6 years, and at the end of those 6 years he became ill and died, but some say 'twas of poison. Chapter 18. How Kiakatu seized the sovereignty after Argon's death. And immediately on Argon's death, an uncle of his, who was own brother to Abaga his father, seized the throne, as he found it easy to do owing to Kasan's being so far away as the Arbor Sec. When Kasan heard of his father's death, he was in great tribulation, and still more when he heard of Kiakatu's seizing the throne. He could not then venture to leave the frontier for fear of his enemies, but he vowed that when time and place should suit, he would go and take as great vengeance as his father had taken on Akamat. And what shall I tell you? Kiakatu continued to rule, and all obeyed him except such as were along with Kasan. Kiakato took the wife of Argon for his own, and was always dallying with women, for he was a great lecher. He held the throne for 2 years, and at the end of those 2 years he died, for you must know he was poisoned. Chapter 19. How Baidu seized the sovereignty after the death of Kiakatu. When Kiakatu was dead, Baidu, who was his uncle and was a Christian, seized the throne. This was in the year 1294 of Christ's incarnation. So Baidu held the government, and all obeyed him, except only those who were with Kasan. And when Kasan heard that Kiakatu was dead, and Baidu had seized the throne, he was in great vexation, especially as he had not been able to take his vengeance on Kiakatu. As for Baidu, Kasan swore that he would take such vengeance on him that all the world should speak thereof, and he said to himself that he would tarry no longer, but would go at once against Baidu and make an end of him. So he addressed all his people, and then set out to get possession of his throne. And when Baidu had intelligence thereof, he assembled a great army and got ready, and marched 10 days to meet him, and then pitched his camp, and awaited the advance of Kasan to attack him, meanwhile addressing many prayers and exhortations to his own people. He had not been halted 2 days when Kasan with all his followers arrived, and that very day a fierce battle began. But Baidu was not fit to stand long against Kasan, and all the less that soon after the action began, many of his troops abandoned him and took sides with Kasan. Thus Baidu was discomfited and put to death, and Kasan remained victor and master of all. For as soon as he had won the battle and put Baidu to death, he proceeded to the capital and took possession of the government, and all the barons performed homage and obeyed him as their liege lord. Kasan began to reign in the year 1294 of the incarnation of Christ. Thus, then, you have had the whole history from Abaga to Kasan, and I should tell you that Alao, the conqueror of Baodak, and the brother of the great Khan Kublai, was the progenitor of all those I have mentioned. For he was the father of Abaga, and Abaga was the father of Argan, and Argan was the father of Kasan, who now reigns. Now, as we have told you all about the Tartars of the Levant, we will quit them and go back and tell you more about Great Turkey. But in good sooth, we have told you all about Great Turkey and the history of Kaidu, and there is really no more to tell. So we will go on and tell you of the provinces and nations in the far north. Chapter 20. Concerning King Kanchi, who rules the far north. You must know that in the far north there is a king called Kanchi. He is a Tartar, and all his people are Tartars, and they keep up the regular Tartar religion. A very brutish one it is, but they keep it up just the same as Chinggis Khan and the proper Tartars did, so I will tell you something of it. You must know then that they make them a god of felt, and call him Natagai, and they also make him a wife, and then they say that these two divinities are the gods of the earth who protect their cattle and their corn and all their earthly goods. They pray to these figures, and when they are eating a good dinner, they rub the mouths of their gods with the meat, and do many other stupid things. The king is subject to no one, although he is of the imperial lineage of Chinggis Khan, and a near kinsman of the great Khan. This king has neither city nor castle. He and his people live always either in the wide plains or among great mountains and valleys. They subsist on the milk and flesh of their cattle, and have no corn. The king has a vast number of people, but he carries on no war with anybody, and his people live in great tranquillity. They have enormous numbers of cattle, camels, horses, oxen, sheep, and so forth. You find in their country immense bears, entirely white, and more than 20 palms in length. There are also large black foxes, wild asses, and abundance of sables. Those creatures I mean, from the skins of which they make those precious robes that cost 1,000 bezants each. There are also vares in abundance, and vast multitudes of the Pharaoh's rat, on which the people live all the summer-time. Indeed, they have plenty of all sorts of wild creatures, for the country they inhabit is very wild and trackless. And you must know that this king possesses one tract of country which is quite impassable for horses, for it abounds greatly in lakes and springs, and hence there is so much ice as well as mud and mire that horses cannot travel over it. This difficult country is 13 days in extent, and at the end of every day's journey there is a post for the lodgment of the couriers who have to cross this tract. At each of these post houses they keep some 40 dogs of great size, in fact not much smaller than donkeys, and these dogs draw the couriers over the day's journey from post house to post house, and I will tell you how. You see, the ice and mire are so prevalent that over this tract, which lies for those 13 days' journey in a great valley between two mountains, no horses, as I told you, can travel, nor can any wheeled carriage either. Wherefore they make sledges, which are carriages without wheels, and made so that they can run over the ice, and also over mire and mud without sinking too deep in it. Of these sledges, indeed, there are many in our own country, for 'tis just such that are used in winter for carrying hay and straw when there have been heavy rains and the country is deep in mire. On such a sledge, then, they lay a bearskin on which the courier sits, and the sledge is drawn by 6 of those big dogs that I spoke of. The dogs have no driver, but go straight for the next post house, drawing the sledge famously over ice and mire. The keeper of the post house, however, also gets on a sledge drawn by dogs, and guides the party by the best and shortest way, and when they arrive at the next station they find a new relay of dogs and sledges ready to take them on, whilst the old relay turns back, and thus they accomplish the whole journey across that region, always drawn by dogs. The people who dwell in the valleys and mountains adjoining that tract of 13 days' journey are great huntsmen, and catch great numbers of precious little beasts, which are sources of great profit to them. Such are the sable, the ermine, the ver, the erculan, the black fox, and many other creatures from the skins of which the most costly furs are prepared. They use traps to take them, from which they can't escape. But in that region the cold is so great that all the dwellings of the people are underground, and underground they always live. There is no more to say on this subject, so I shall proceed to tell you of a region in that quarter in which there is perpetual darkness. Chapter 21. Concerning the land of darkness. Still further north, and a long way beyond that kingdom of which I have spoken, there is a region which bears the name of darkness, because neither sun, nor moon, nor stars appear, but it is always as dark as with us in the twilight. The people have no king of their own, nor are they subject to any foreigner, and live like beasts. They are dull of understanding, like half-witted persons. The Tartars, however, sometimes visit the country, and they do it in this way. They enter the region riding mares that have foals, and these foals they leave behind. After taking all the plunder that they can get, they find their way back by help of the mares, which are all eager to get back to their foals, and find the way much better than their riders could do. Those people have vast quantities of valuable peltry, thus they have those costly sables of which I spoke, and they have the ermine, the arculan, the ver, the black fox, and many other valuable furs. They are all hunters by trade, and amass amazing quantities of those furs, and the people who are on their borders where the light is, purchase all those furs from them, for the people of the land of darkness carry the furs to the light country for sale, and the merchants who purchase these make great gain thereby, I assure you. The people of this region are tall and shapely, but very pale and colourless. One end of the country borders upon Great Russia, and as there is no more to be said about it, I will now proceed, and first I will tell you about the province of Russia. Chapter 22. Description of Russia and its people. Province of Lak. Russia is a very great province lying towards the north. The people are Christians, and follow the Greek doctrine. There are several kings in the country, and they have a language of their own. They are a people of simple manners, but both men and women very handsome, being all very white, and tall with long fair hair. There are many strong defiles and passes in the country, and they pay tribute to nobody except to a certain Tartar king of the Ponent, whose name is Toktai. To him indeed they pay tribute, but only a trifle. It is not a land of trade, though to be sure they have many fine and valuable furs, such as sables in abundance, and ermine, ver, erculan, and foxskins, the largest and finest in the world, and also much wax. They also possess many silver mines, from which they derive a large amount of silver. There is nothing else worth mentioning, so let us leave Russia, and I will tell you about the Great Sea, and what provinces and nations lie round about it, all in detail, and we will begin with Constantinople. First, however, I should tell you of a province that lies between north and northwest. You see, in that region that I have been speaking of, there is a province called Lak, which is conterminous with Russia and has a king of its own. The people are partly Christians and partly Saracens. They have abundance of furs of good quality, which merchants export to many countries. They live by trade and handicrafts. There is nothing more worth mentioning, so I will speak of other subjects. But there is one thing more to tell you about Russia that I had forgotten. You see, in Russia there is the greatest cold that is to be found anywhere, so great as to be scarcely bearable. The country is so great that it reaches even to the shores of the ocean sea, and 'tis in that sea that there are certain islands in which are produced numbers of gerfalcons and peregrine falcons, which are carried in many directions. From Russia also to Oroech it is not very far, and the journey could be soon made, were it not for the tremendous cold, but this renders its accomplishment almost impossible. Now then, let us speak of the great sea, as I was about to do. To be sure, many merchants and others have been there, but still there are many again who know nothing about it, so it will be well to include it in our book. We will do so then, and let us begin first with the Strait of Constantinople. End of section 19. Recording by Karen. Section 20 of the Book of Sir Marco Polo, the Venetian, Concerning the Kingdoms and Marvels of the East, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of Sir Marco Polo, the Venetian, Concerning the Kingdoms and Marvels of the East, Volume 2, by Rustichello da PISA. Translated by Henry Yule. Book 4th, Chapters 23 to 34. Chapter 23. He begins to speak of the Straits of Constantinople, but decides to leave that matter. At the straits leading into the Great Sea on the west side there is a hill called the Faro, but since beginning on this matter I have changed my mind, because so many people know all about it, so we will not put it in our description, but go on to something else. And so I will tell you about the Tartars of the Ponent, and the lords who have reigned over them. Chapter 24. Concerning the Tartars of the Ponent and their lords. The first lord of the Tartars of the Ponent was Sain, a very great and puissant king who conquered Russia and Comania, Alania, Lak, Menjar, Zik, Gothia, and Gazaria. All these provinces were conquered by King Sain. Before his conquest, these all belonged to the Comanians, but they did not hold well together, nor were they united, and thus they lost their territories and were dispersed over diverse countries, and those who remained all became the servants of King Sain. After King Sain reigned King Patu, and after Patu, Barca, and after Barca, Mongol Timur, and after Mongol Timur, King Tota Mongol, and then Toktai, the present sovereign. Now I have told you of the Tartar kings of the Ponent, and next I shall tell you of a great battle that was fought between Alau, the lord of the Levant, and Barca, the lord of the Ponent. So now we will relate out of what occasion that battle arose, and how it was fought. Chapter 25. Of the war that arose between Alau and Barca, and the battles that they fought. It was in the year 1261 of Christ's incarnation that there arose a great discord between King Alau, the lord of the Tartars of the Levant, and Barca, the king of the Tartars of the Ponent, the occasion whereof was a province that lay on the confines of both. They exchange defiances and make vast preparations. And when his preparations were complete, Alau, the lord of the Levant, set forth with all his people. They marched for many days without any adventure to speak of, and at last they reached a great plain which extends between the iron gates and the sea of Cyrene. In this plain he pitched his camp in beautiful order, and I can assure you there was many a rich tent and pavilion therein, so that it looked indeed like a camp of the wealthy. Alau said he would tarry there, to see if Barca and his people would come. So there they tarried, abiding the enemy's arrival. This place where the camp was pitched was on the frontier of the two kings. Now let us speak of Barca and his people. Chapter 26. how Barca and his army advanced to meet Alao. Barca advances with 350,000 horse, encamps on the plain within 10 miles of Alao, addresses his men, announcing his intention of fighting after 3 days, and expresses his confidence of success, as they are in the right, and have 50,000 men more than the enemy. Chapter 27. How Alao addressed his followers. Alao calls together a numerous parliament of his worthies, and addresses them. Chapter 28. Of the great battle between Alao and Barca. Description of the battle in the usual style, with nothing characteristic. Results in the rout of Barca and great slaughter. Chapter 29. How Tota Mangu was lord of the Tartars of the Ponent. You must know there was a prince of the Tartars of the Ponent called Mungo Temur, and from him the sovereignty passed to a young gentleman called Tolabuga. But Tota Mangu, who was a man of great influence, with the help of another Tartar king called Nogai, slew Tolabuga and got possession of the sovereignty. He reigned not long, however, and at his death Toktai, an able and valiant man, was chosen sovereign in the place of Tota Mangu. But in the meantime 2 sons of that Tolabuga, who was slain, were grown up, and were likely youths, able and prudent. So these 2 brothers, the sons of Tota Mangu, got together a goodly company and proceeded to the court of Toktai. When they had got thither, they conducted themselves with great discretion, keeping on their knees till Toktai bade them welcome, and to stand up. Then the eldest addressed the sovereign thus: Good my lord Toktai, I will tell you to the best of my ability why we be come hither. We are the sons of Tota Mangu, whom Tolabuga and Nogai slew, as thou well knowest. Of Tolabuga we will say no more, since he is dead, but we demand justice against Nogai as the slayer of our father, and we pray thee as sovereign lord to summon him before thee and to do us justice. For this cause are we come. Toktai agrees to their demand and sends 2 messengers to summon Nogai, but Nogai mocks at the message and refuses to go, whereupon Toktai sends a second couple of messengers. Chapter 30. Of the second message that Toktai sent to Nogai and his reply. They carry a threat of attack if he should refuse to present himself before Toktai. Nogai refuses with defiance. Both sides prepare for war, but Toktai's force is the greater in numbers. Chapter 31. How Toktai marched against Nogai. The usual description of their advance to meet one another. Toktai is joined by the 2 sons of Tota Mangu with a goodly company. They encamp within 10 miles of each other in the plain of Nergi. Chapter 32. How Toktai and Nogai address their people, and the next day join battle. The whole of this is in the usual formula without any circumstance worth transcribing. The forces of Nogai, though inferior in numbers, are the better men-at-arms. King Toktai shows great valor. Chapter 33. The valiant feats and victory of King Nogai. The deeds of Nogai surpass all. The enemy part and scatter before him like a flock. They are routed and pursued, losing 60,000 men, but King Toktai escapes, and so do the 2 sons of Tota Mangu. Chapter 34 and last. Conclusion. And now ye have heard all that we can tell you about the Tartars and the Saracens and their customs, and likewise about the other countries of the world, as far as our researches and information extend. Only we have said nothing whatever about the Greater Sea and the provinces that lie round it, although we know it thoroughly. But it seems to me a needless and useless task to speak about places which are visited by people every day, for there are so many who sail all about that sea constantly, Venetians and Genoese and Pisans, and many others, that everybody knows all about it, and that is the reason that I pass it over and say nothing of it. Of the manner in which we took our departure from the court of the great Khan you have heard at the beginning of the book, in that chapter where we told you of all the vexation and trouble that Messer Maffeo and Messer Nicolo and Messer Marco had about getting the great Khan's leave to go. And in that same chapter is related the lucky chance that led to our departure. And you may be sure that but for that lucky chance we should never have got away in spite of all our trouble, and never have got back to our country again. But I believe it was God's pleasure that we should get back, in order that people might learn about the things that the world contains. For according to what has been said in the introduction at the beginning of the book, there never was a man, be he Christian or Saracen, or Tartar or heathen, who ever travelled over so much of the world as did that noble and illustrious citizen of the city of Venice, Messer Marco, the son of Messer Niccolò Polo. Thanks be to God. Amen. Amen. End of Section 20. End of The Book of Sir Marco Polo, the Venetian, Concerning the Kingdoms and Marvels of the East, Volume 2, by Rustichello da PISA, translated by Henry Yule. Recording by Karen.